Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Russell Wilson signs with the New York Giants. He goes there on a one-year deal worth $10.5 million. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates announced Jared Jones. There's nothing torn in his arm, but they're still going to shut him down for approximately 6 weeks. So it's a relief. Major injury seemingly avoided, at least for now, for Jared Jones. He should be back late April, early May. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You think you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. There's somebody having a worse day than you. There's somebody that just got into an accident. There's somebody sitting at the hospital right now. Doctor coming into the hospital room, telling them you ain't never gonna be able to walk again. Telling them they gonna wear a colostomy bag for the rest of their life. And you know what happens after that? They gotta look at their wife and wonder, is it even fair? Should she leave? Should she go? She gonna leave anyway? That's the thoughts that's running through their head. And you thinking you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. They having a bad day. Real bad. Accidents are real. When they happen, call the dog. Big or small, you call the dog. Car accident, call the dog. Medical malpractice, call the dog. Top dog law.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Grounded Vantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
John Anderson and the Van Geeks performing Yes, Epics, Classics, and more. Saturday, July 5th, Timber Rock Amphitheater. Progressive Pioneers. Tickets on sale now at timberrockamp.com. Don't miss John Anderson and the Van Geeks performing Yes, Epics, Classics, and more. Produced by Dusky Entertainment.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just one dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. and happy 50th.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew McCutcheon. Just one more day until Pirates baseball on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis. And this is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. And it's a cold morning out there. There's some frost on my windshield this morning. Didn't appreciate that. Yeah, it's going to be in the 30s for a little while. Should start to heat up when we get into the weekends, like Saturday, Sunday, and then next week it's going to drop back down. And we're in that spring weather right now. We're in that spring weather where overnight is going to feel really cold. But then you're going to get into the days, and it's going to be like a nippy kind of cold, but it's, the sun's still out. There's no precipitation in the forecast, so you just got to get through these next few weeks. And then it should be, then we'll get into that late spring weather, that May weather. And it'll be warm. And I'm excited for that. I can't wait. I've been saying this for weeks now. I'm tired of the cold. It's time for spring. It's time for baseball. And regular season baseball begins on Thursday, so very happy about that. Pirates and Marlins play. Did want to mention this real quick as well. So we had nearly 260,000 meals donated yesterday to the Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon, benefiting the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. And that's the math on that, just about $86,000 raised by you in Pittsburgh. And again, $1 feeds 3 people, $1 gets you 3 meals. So 260,000 meals is what the food bank likes to, quantify that in, because when you donate the money, you're really just, they're converting that into meals to feed, the needy. So 260,000 meals donated all together with your contributions out there, and it's just great. It's good to see everybody come together and help out a worthy cause. So for you participating out there, you contributing out there, you're helping people that need it. And I just wanted to say thank you personally while I had the opportunity. As I saw our final tally yesterday, and I saw it was just about 260,000 meals altogether. That is awesome. So thank you from Nicholas Harry Callis. All right, to sports. So there's 2 different directions we can go in here. And I'll probably touch on both of these stories regardless, but 2 big ones that came out yesterday. Number 1, Russell Wilson signs with the New York Giants, which creates a domino effect because it means Aaron Rodgers now really, he doesn't have any options left that we know of. Now again, he could pull a rabbit out of a hat out of nowhere and maybe sign somewhere else randomly. You never know. But if we're following the reports, if he was reportedly linked to the Giants. The Giants decided to get Russell Wilson. Well, where's he going to go? We can talk about that. We'll start here. Jared Jones. Pirates are announcing, or they have announced Jared Jones. He's not in need of surgery, but they're going to keep him out for 6 weeks. So, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting take here. It's an interesting decision by the Pirates, which, I mean, I'm a little scared. Not because he can't recover in these 6 weeks. They said nothing's torn, and if nothing's torn, everything's still structured properly, then that's a good sign. But like, how long is this going to last at this point? Like, how long is his arm going to last? And that's really the big thing, is, how long is he going to be able to pitch even after this rest, before something does tear, before something gets sore again, before something is moved out of place? And that's really where that's what it comes down to for me. Like, I'm worried because I don't know how long he's going to last. That's really it. And it's not like the Pirates are doing, like, I'm not necessarily criticizing the Pirates and saying that they're doing a poor job when it comes to managing this. Now, again, I mean, I've criticized them before. I criticized them last year because I think that they were too careful with him, and maybe they knew something we don't, or we didn't know. And maybe they already thought Jared Jones was feeling some sort of soreness and tightness, so maybe that's why they took him out of that game against the Mets. Maybe that's why they limited his pitches, because maybe we perceived that he could go, longer in games. Maybe he just physically couldn't. So that could be it. But when you're touch and go like this, I mean, like, at what point does the value drop on a player? And that's what I'm looking at when I assess Jared Jones here. It all comes back to that same question. It's like, how valuable can this guy be? Like, how effective is resting him going to be? And that's why I'm scared. 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line, by the way. Tell me what you think. I don't know. I feel like Jared Jones gives you a better chance to win when he's on. Now, I've also, I've seen some of the places that he struggled last season. Like, he was pretty dominant in a lot of his starts, but he had some of his struggles as well. But then they were taking him out of games early. I just feel like maybe this is something that lingered. Now, remember, he was shut down for like the rest of the season. He was out by August. He was put on the injured list, and he never did fully recover. So, yeah, maybe they knew something about him that we didn't. They knew something about him that we didn't, and maybe now they know things that we don't. And that's just where this comes down to. And so I'm scared. It's not a great sign. It's not a great sign when a guy is perpetually dealing with an injury like this. And so we'll have to continue to monitor it, but that's where we're at. We're not going to have him until until early May at the latest, so it seems by the timetable. So 6 weeks is a little over a month of no Jared Jones. I like him. I sure hope he recovers properly here. But it slowly seems like it's spiraling into the surgery that we don't want anyone to have to go through. So we'll just have to see. We'll monitor it. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan in the Morning Show. I'm going to take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk more about sports. We got plenty to react to. So the Jared Jones news, react to that, 412-928-9370. You can call me. You can talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. So talk to me on X. Give me a call. One more time, the number 412-928-9370. Plenty to react to with Jared Jones. We're talking about Russell Wilson coming back. We talk about him signing with the Giants and what that means for Aaron Rodgers. That's all on the way. This is the Family Morning Show. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Most area roadways up to speed as we begin the Wednesday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways as well as Route 28 traveling steadily in and out of the city of Pittsburgh. We have a downed utility in Castle Shannon that is closed to Route 88 Library Road in both directions between Castle Shannon Boulevard and Grove Road. Crews will be directing you around that scene. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Colorectal cancer is the leading cancer killer in men under 50 and the second leading cause of cancer death for women under 50. The American College of Radiology urges you to get screened starting at age 45. Now, Medicare and insurance companies are required to cover not only colonoscopy, but less invasive exams like virtual colonoscopy. Talk to your doctor about your options. For more information on virtual colonoscopy, visit radiologyinfo.org/virtual CT.
Furnished by American College of Radiology.
The price of gold could surge in 2025. A large bank analyst is calling it the ultimate perceived safe haven asset. That's why thousands of hardworking Americans are getting help safeguarding their money and saving with precious metals like gold and silver. Call 855-838-GOLD to learn about the top-rated precious metals company, Goldco. They're going to give you a free gold and silver kit. Plus, you can also get up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver on qualified orders. Call Goldco at 855-838-GOLD. That's 855-838-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. You know, there was a time if you handed me a bread basket at a restaurant, you better pull it away quick. Bread, pasta, pizza, carbs, they were my kryptonite. And boy, did they have a hold on me. But then came Awaken 180 weight loss. Now listen, I've tried a lot of different diets, but Awaken 180, it's different. It's not a diet. It's a new outlook on life. That craving for carbs, the one we've all somehow convinced ourselves is just normal, it's gone. We get used to certain foods being pushed our way. We don't know any different. Now listen, I still eat pizza. I'll eat bread. I'll eat carbs, but I don't need them. And that's the difference. So now, 7 out of 10 times, the waiter drops that bread basket, I'll just smile. I know that I can handle myself. Awaken 180 has been a game change, a life change, and it will be for you too. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com. It will change your life, enhance your life. Trust me.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. Over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057 Get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com today.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Springfest and Ego Days are here at Lowe's. Right now, get a free Select Ego 56-volt battery with purchase of a Select trimmer, blower, or mower kit. Plus, shop today for new and exclusive items you need for your lawn. So get ready for spring with the latest in innovation from Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Only at Lowe's. We help, you save. Offer valid through 4/2. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
but that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Rockstar, get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Welcome to AT&T. How can I help?
Hey, I thought I could trust my twins with my phone, but, they outnumber me, man.
Whoa, that's a lot of glitter paint. Let's trade
lives.
At AT&T, everyone can trade in an old or glittered iPhone any year, any condition, and save on a new iPhone. Ask how to get iPhone 16 Pro on us. New and existing customers. Savings vary by device and trade-in combinations. Restrictions apply. See att.com for details. AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF, announces the 33rd Annual Promise Gala in support of the local Type 1 Diabetes T1D community. The annual event is happening Saturday, April 26th at the Westin downtown. The Promise Gala will offer an exciting night of entertainment and fundraising supporting T1D research. This year's gala will honor Jim Rooney on behalf of the Rooney family. For tickets and more, visit the event page at 937thefan.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. Their scholarship application process is officially open from February 1st until March 31st. Apply today at foldsofhonor.org/scholarships. Please consider a donation to help provide scholarships at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Waking you up with our first take on Pittsburgh sports.
They know how to wake you up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Eric Callis. This is the Family Morning Show. Call me, 412-928-9370. We can talk. You got plenty of time to do that, about another 11 minutes. Talked about Jared Jones already. Just gave my quick opinion on him. I'm worried. It's disappointing to see he's going to miss, but it's just like, what? Are we prolonging the inevitable? Are we, is there more to come here? Is he going to come back and then be hurt again? Like, I'm wondering what the Pirates are doing. Maybe, like I was saying, maybe they knew something we didn't at the time when they were pulling him out of games early, and now he's dealing with an injury, like he dealt with an injury the end of last season, and now there's already something flaring up here. Are they trying to preserve him as much as possible because they have confidence that they're going to win this season? They want to make sure he's a part of that? I don't know. But what do you think? 412-928-9370. Give me a call. We can talk. Also want to talk about right now Russell Wilson signing with the New York the other team, the New York Giants. Signs a 1-year deal, $10.5 million guaranteed. Could be worth up to $21 million altogether. So both former Steelers now playing for New York teams. The Justin Fields signed with the New York Jets. Russell Wilson now signs with the New York Giants. And there's a few things here to unpack. First of all, both quarterbacks who played for the Steelers last season are now in New York, playing for each New York football team. So that's interesting in itself. But also Aaron Rodgers was linked to the New York Giants. And so now they're probably not going to invest in him because now they have a quarterback. They have their veteran guy in Russell Wilson, so they made the decision to commit to Wilson. The Vikings, this isn't new, but the Vikings said that they were out on Rodgers, and so he doesn't have anywhere left to turn. So it seems. There's not really any other team that seems interested in committing to him, which means it's the Steelers. The direction that we're looking at now, that he's looking at, is the Steelers. Still no timetable. If you're following this story, still don't think you know things just because Russell Wilson decided to sign with the Giants. Don't think that you know things or that anybody knows anything. It's still not true. We don't know what Aaron Rodgers is going to do. Maybe waiting for the this Pat McAfee thing that's going on to make the announcement, which I think would be a nightmare for the Steelers. Because it would make it look like Aaron Rodgers is just playing a publicity stunt at this point, not necessarily, playing team. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, I think, is interested in being an entertainer at this point in his career, which is fine. There's nothing inherently wrong with being an entertainer. It will make the league money the more interesting he is. And think about how much we've talked about Aaron Rodgers over the last couple months now because of his ability to just draw out this situation. So it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Like, I don't want him. I still don't want him. But Trey Essex kind of illustrated it best yesterday on the Fan Morning Show when he's like, well, wouldn't be my first choice, but now the Steelers don't really have choices, so he's definitely the best choice of what's available, what's left in free agency out there. It's not a great position to put yourself in. The Steelers have done it. They're going for Rodgers. 412-928-9370. Give me a phone call. You can talk to me on X at Callas_33 as well. That's CALLAS_33. Steelers do not get Russell Wilson. He's not coming back to the Steelers. Not going to the Browns either, which is good. He reportedly had a meeting over there. Just signing with the New York Giants on a 1-year, $10.5 guaranteed contract. Steelers now clearing out the quarterback room again, so they're not going to have any guys coming back. That's not necessarily a good thing either. When you really think about it, not great to clear out your quarterback room, not have a quarterback who's been in the system come back, which is why Justin Fields would have been a great option. I'm just saying, not guaranteed that he would have done well. I'm not going to sit here and say that he's the most talented, but that would have been nice to have him back after being familiar with a system already. And so that just further annoys me that all this is going down. And Aaron Rodgers, I'm feeling like it's no good. And it makes me upset. Not that Justin Fields was guaranteed to do well, but you keep him in a familiar situation. He gets he's playing for his second team now in the Pittsburgh Steelers and didn't play poorly. He didn't play the best of any quarterback I've ever seen, but he didn't play poorly, I wouldn't say, for the majority of the games he was in. And so it would have been nice to keep that English, hello, good morning. That familiarity. Would have been nice to keep that familiarity with Fields. Maybe build upon what he did last season. But no, now you have no quarterbacks coming over from last season back to the Steelers. You have no quarterbacks returning and staying in the room. Wilson to the Giants. Fields to the Jets, not great. Not a great look. It's not. The Steelers have not put themselves in a great situation. DK Metcalf, clap it up, right? We clap it up. That's a great trade. Inspiring to see that they spent money on offense. All's good there. But I told you, I was going to let reality set back in after a week of reacting to DK Metcalf. Reality setting in. They don't have a quarterback. And their options at quarterback at this point are not inspiring to me. They shouldn't be inspiring to you either. It's not great. They're not putting themselves in position, I think, to have long-term success. I mean, maybe they'll get a jolt, they'll get a spark. But it's not likely. I'm not seeing it as a likely thing that the Steelers are going to do anything different than they have over the last several seasons, which is, again, get to the median and then don't win in the playoffs. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry-Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. Call me if you want to talk, 412-928-9370. Got a caller on the line now that wants to talk, so good morning. What's your name?
Ron.
All right, what's up?
Here's how I figure about Rodgers. It'd be very interesting to see two egos, such as Tomlin and Rodgers, try to get along under one roof.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I mean, simple enough. Yeah, that dynamic will be interesting. I mean, I've heard and I've seen, like, Rodgers seems to respect Mike Tomlin. And Mike Tomlin, I mean, what do we classify as successful? If we're talking about what the league average is, Mike Tomlin does perform over league average, which would be a success. Now, if we're talking about actually winning championships, you can't win championships every season. But Mike Tomlin makes the Steelers competitive, and he makes them interesting, and it makes them money as a result, right? And that's all drives sports. When all that happens, yeah, I mean, you know, I think in a sense you could classify him as successful. And if I'm an NFL player, you know, who thinks that, if I'm an NFL player that wants a chance to win and wants the best chance to win, yeah, I'm going to the Steelers. I'm going to Mike Tomlin. So I think Rodgers has respect for Mike Tomlin in the sense that Mike Tomlin wins enough to make you have hope. So, but would their egos clash? Like, would Rodgers do things that would make Tomlin upset? I do see a reality where that happens as well, where that could happen as well. 412-928-9370. I got one. I am stuttering this morning, and it is. Why can't I talk? Okay. One more caller this morning. You got about a minute. What's your name?
Joe.
All right, Joe, go ahead.
So, I mean, I'm sick of the saga that's going on, but right now I'm just praying that in camp that Mason beats Rodgers out if we end up with him, and we just bowl with Rudolph. And I think that's one of the best options. He's got a good connection with GP, and just go with it.
All right, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I like that. Maybe that'll be a slogan that we can use moving forward. Roll with Rudolph. I really want him to do well, and I hope he does well, and I hope he gets his opportunities. I don't know how much the Steelers have faith in him, but I have faith in Mason Rudolph, so I hope he plays. And with that, I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry-Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. The Fan Morning Show pre-show is coming up next here on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
One happening around the area as you head out for the Wednesday morning rush. To look out for this report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. If you're heading out of the South Hills, just be aware that a downed utility is closed. Route 88 Library Road, that's in Castle Shannon, between Castle Shannon Boulevard and Grove Road. Crews will be on the scene for that one. Also, the Parkway East, that gets in line between Edgewood, Twistvale, and the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West, a little bit heavy past Banksville to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. The HOV lanes open along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Get quality and convenience at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Stay in your car while our experts change your oil in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. Just drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84.
And listen to the sports talk, and we mix in as much as we can to keep you entertained so that you're hanging around, so that you might feel compelled to donate. And it's a long day for a ton of people. I would not include myself in that. I show up and do a radio show, but there's tons of people behind the scenes with the food bank, with Giant Eagle, here at Odyssey. But all of you deserve a round of applause for getting it done. 258,375 meals. So thank you to everybody who was able to donate even small amounts of money, because every little bit counts, as you heard us say countless times yesterday. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Pittsburgh always kicks ass, and it doesn't surprise us, but I think it absolutely needs to be recognized. Callis, I had a really weird dream last night, and it seems to me like you would be the perfect guy to ask this question. Do we put meaning? Well, first of all, good morning. How are you? What's going on?
Great. I can't speak today.
I heard you say that. We all go through those days. And by we all go through those days, I do it every day at some point.
But, like, I'm stuttering. Like, I'm now slurring my words, which means I'm really embedded into this time slot because I'm feeling it.
You know what happens, too, at least with me, is you flub it up once or twice, and now it's on your mind, and every single sentence becomes a speed bump, and then you overanalyze, and then it just keeps happening over and over again.
No, that's not me.
Oh, good. Well, then move on. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
I'm, like, putting two words together. Like, I'll try to think of words, and, like, I'll think of two words that mean the same thing, but then I'll say them together. And that's what that's what I was doing a lot.
So, like, I was going to pick an example that would have offended you, even though I didn't mean to.
So if I was going to call you mean or aggressive, right?
Yes.
I would have said, like, Crowley's aggressive, you know, and yeah.
This guy's just aggressive.
Right, exactly, something like that. Yeah,
right.
That's what I was doing.
Yeah.
All early morning show, yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. Listen, we're all human. We all make mistakes. Texters, good morning, guys. Congrats on yesterday. Congrats on all the success. You guys are amazing. You all should be Pittsburgh proud. No, seriously, all of you guys. And we had a bunch of guests, and Starkey's show crushed it, and the PM guys, from what I heard, they crushed it. So congratulations to everybody involved. Seriously, just an awesome day. Callis, do dreams mean anything? Or is it just your subconscious running amok while you have no control? Because I had one of the strangest dreams of my life last night, and I don't know that I need to share the details, but I am wondering, and texters at 412-928-9370 let us know, like, do we believe that there's anything to be read from dreams?
I don't think dreams are like foreshadowing, so to speak. I do believe, though, that, sleep is a place designed to organize your thoughts. And so when you're not sleep, I heard you also don't remember your dreams when you sleep well. So the fact that you remembered a dream, maybe you didn't sleep as well as you could have last night, but also, you were conscious to what your mind was trying to organize.
I remember my dreams all the time. And I think you hit that on the head. I don't think I sleep well ever. Back-related issues, babies, early work schedule. I remember my dreams all the time. Texter, I heard dreams called the diarrhea of the conscience. I think you got stuff rattling around in the gourd, and then you fall asleep, and it's going to manifest itself, I suppose, a certain kind of way. I'll give you the details on this dream, because I don't know whether I should be trying to make heads or tails of it, or if I should just move on. It was very odd, though. My wife and I were getting married again. So she's up at the altar, and we're in some massive hotel. And as I am about to walk in, I have the sudden urge to take a massive dump. I then run seemingly for hours all around this hotel until I find a bathroom. And the toilets in the bathroom are all like 4 feet off the ground. And I'm dressed in a full suit. About to get married. It's the biggest day of my life.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to climb up on this toilet because I can't poo myself in the middle of the ceremony. I climb up on the toilet that's 4 feet off the ground, and I'm going. And right across from me is a full-length floor-to-ceiling mirror.
Florida?
Floor-to-ceiling mirror.
Okay.
See, I'm doing your thing. And I watch myself go. But it's not my butt. It's my baby girl's butt.
What?
Yeah, my daughter's.
On you?
On my derriere. And I'm watching this unfold in the full-length mirror. And I take care of my business, and I wash up, and then I go and get married to my wife again. The hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Am I okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
By the way, while you gather your thoughts, Texter writes in, "Maggressive" sounds like a word that Antonio Brown made up.
Sure. Yeah, no, I think so. I don't think dreams are diarrhea of the mind. I think that dreams are your brain's ability to organize certain thoughts, organize certain neural connections there. So,
oh man, we're going calculus level on this sucker.
I truly believe that. So your brain is organizing what it thinks and feels about your wife, about your marriage, about your fear of going to the bathroom in tough situations, and about your daughter.
It was a strange one, man. I woke up. This is about 3:15 in the morning. I woke up, eyes wide open. I'm sweaty as hell. I'm just like, what happened? Now, here's the thing. I just broke one of my cardinal rules. Like, I never want to hear about anybody's fantasy football team. I never want to hear about anybody's bracket. And I never want to hear somebody drone on and on about a dream that they had. Because who cares? And I just broke that rule.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very odd to me. Texter, multiple people You didn't poo yourself for real, did you? Someone else. It sounds like Crowley pooed the bed last night. That was my first. I mean, I guess I am constipated. I mean, could it just be that simple?
Could be.
I ate a whole bunch of enchiladas last night, just melty cheese all over them, and a lot of the times that does back me up.
I've had that happen before too, where I'm dreaming, and I'm like uncomfortable, and I'm like I've got to relieve myself, like I'm uncomfortable, and then I'll wake up, and I will have to actually pee, and like my body will finally be like, wait, no, wake up, you have to pee in real life.
That's awful. You ever do that? Of course, you just said it. Where you're standing there, like, in your dream at a urinal, and you're just going forever. And then you wake up, and you have to go so bad that it hurts? The hell's that?
Yep. Yeah.
Good for us to be able to hold it. I mean, all these years of potty training, it pays off. Here's a great text. This is what I'm looking for this morning. This dream could be reflecting on your subconscious thoughts about responsibility. Renewal in your marriage, your evolving role as a father. You might be feeling the weight of responsibilities, but also recognizing how much you and your life have changed. Does any of this resonate with you? Your wife waiting at the altar and getting married again could symbolize a deepening commitment or a renewed sense of connection in your marriage since you recently bought a house together. You've been managing big life changes. This could represent solidifying your bond or reflecting on your journey as a couple. That all sounds exactly spot on. My wife and I are, seriously, when people don't know, I don't know if you care about this, my wife and I are as happy as we've ever been. I mean, our marriage is great right now. But that does not explain the pooping or my butt transforming into my daughter's.
Like I said, there's a lot of thoughts being organized. That could be one part of it. That whole long thing could be one part of it. And the other part of it...
That all makes total sense to me. That makes total sense.
Or maybe you think...
Maybe I just realized I'm a baby.
Well, I think we all knew that.
Tom,
yeah.
You were saying.
Maybe. Now here, we'll get even deeper into it. Maybe you think it's possible that you're going to ruin your marriage with your wife because of your issues with the bathroom. So maybe that dream was telling you, do not take a dump on your marriage. Keep it figured out like you did. You found a way.
You know what? You know what, Harry? Things are going great in the marriage right now. Hey, doofus, don't ruin it. It could be simple as that.
Find the toilet.
The proverbial toilet.
Use your daughter and her butt to find the toilet. Sure.
Texter, Crowley, I smoke weed all the time and never remember my dreams. Yep, that was back when I was doing that all the time. That's definitely a thing that happens. Like I wouldn't
know.
You just never remember your dreams. I also just got a tweet from our guy Steve Wiles, whom we love. If you fell asleep with a Zyn, Crowley, stop. If you fell asleep without one and had that dream, make sure to have one in at bedtime. Yeah, that's been a bad habit lately. I've been falling asleep with a Zyn in my lower lip.
Oh.
I would also like suggestions on how to quit. I'm working on that. I'm not working very hard or very smart about it. It's not going great for me, but I would like to quit. If somebody has a suggestion, please, I'm all ears.
I got one. Just don't.
That's addiction. I've never been a cold turkey guy. It's always been try to wean myself. Texter, you pooing is just representative of how you feel about West Virginia's search for a basketball coach. They are pooing the bed. Nah, they're going to get the guy they want. Well, they're going to get their number 2 choice. Their number 1 choice was Ben McCollum. You can't surgically remove the part of his brain for whatever reason that has him in love with his hometown, Iowa City. I mean, if I were from Iowa City, I wouldn't want to go back there. I would rather spend all my time in the beautiful hills of West Virginia. They're going to get Ross Hodge. It'll all be fine. Everyone's got to relax. There's 900-plus people in the portal, including 3 Pitt guys that jumped in yesterday. The Diaz grandbrothers are in the portal. I'm not sure people are going to be crying in their beer over that, but I think Pitt is going to have basically a new roster next year. So is West Virginia. So is everybody. Honestly, it's kind of wild.
But
Texter.
West Virginia didn't make the tournament this year.
Did Pitt? Callis is officially Crowlman's psychiatrist, someone writes. I'm up for that. Like, I pay my therapist a pretty penny. I mean, this is free. This is catharsis. Texter, you don't quit, Zyn, sweetheart. Thank you for the hope. Texter, I had a dream one time that I urinated and I actually did go in the bed. I do have this, like, going all the way back to high school, like in study hall, I would not study, I would nap. I would always have this fear that I would go number one in my pants in study hall. And so, like, if I even had this, like, inkling that I had to go while I'm drifting off to sleep, I would have to go out, grab the hall pass, and hit the head. It's a very weird thing. Texter, Adam, read the short story Quitters Incorporated. 10 pages by Stephen King. It'll help you quit. Thank you. I can read 10 pages.
Speaking of school, though, I just thought of something. I used to go to the bathroom after lunch all the time. And I think I know why now. Because of all the milk that they would give you in those cartons. Like, I never put that together until a little while ago.
What, you think it's...
Yeah, because I'm drinking too much lactose. Or consuming too much lactose. It's just, that's the problem. Like, how much you used to drink milk, and now I just never really drink milk.
I can't drink milk at all anymore.
There you go.
No, I'm on to the almond milk.
Maybe it's because all the cartons that they gave us at lunchtime.
We had milk forced upon us as children, and now we're just rebelling against the machine.
It was. Not that it was bad, but it's like, yeah, I mean, you drink that enough. Have enough of that, you develop lactose intolerance.
Texter, sunflower seeds and toothpicks help me break a 15-year habit. Other people are saying, Crowley, you just need to chew gum. Takes 14 days to break a habit. Somebody else said 3 days out of your system, you'll be fine. I've made the 2-day mark. I have not gone to the 3-day mark recently. I might just have to, over the weekend, just say, I'm not doing it over the weekend, see how it goes. But then you'll have, like, David Bednar in the 9th inning blowing a save or something. I'm supposed to sit through that without a zin? I think not.
Yeah, we got to develop different ways for you to express your feelings.
It's not feelings. It's not expressing them.
Anxiety is a feeling.
It's not.
You have your anxiety. Talk about it with somebody.
It's not expressing my feelings. It's suppressing them.
Don't suppress them is what I'm saying.
Oh. Yeah, if you could crack that coconut, good luck.
Like, talk about it. Like, why does David Bednar frustrate you in the 9th inning? Like, what about that moment makes you so anxious or makes you so frustrated? Like, talk about it. I could be your therapist. Maybe we could unpack a lot.
Texter, last night I had a dream that I was dipping nuggets I've never heard of into sauces I'll never understand.
What? What?
Texter, dreams are when your brain fires random thoughts that you've had, just fires neurons around, and that's why things can be mixed up or weird, like you entering one house and you're inside another house. It's funny, man. Like, I very rarely have dreams about my house. It's always like the house I grew up in or like my grandparents' house. I don't know. I think that texter makes a lot of sense. Another texter, does almond milk taste good? I've heard good stuff about it. It's fine.
Not bad.
No, you get used to it. You get used to it. If you like milk, you'll eventually like almond milk. You might not like it initially. It's like me. I'm an acquired taste. You might have heard me initially be like, this guy sucks. You might still think I suck, but for whatever reason, here you are.
You want to hear about a dream I had recently?
No.
Okay, cool.
Texter, it's mostly in your head. The first step is you have to want to quit, and it doesn't sound like you do. Well, I do, but I don't because I love it. Yeah, tell us about your dream.
Yeah, so I remember.
I'm sorry, we've run out of time. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Jeez. I had this dream once. Like, I remember I stopped playing football after my sophomore year in high school, and I eventually started announcing for the team, and they did really well at KO, and it was all good. But I've had dreams since where, like, I'm back and I'm playing. And I'm like, oh, man, I came back on the team after I quit.
Are you really good in the dreams, or are you bad?
It's not about that, though, because I never played. Like, I was just going through practices and stuff, and I was like, man, I got to be prepared. I got to be ready because, I'm about to graduate. Like, this is going to be it. Like, I really should be playing. Like, because I've had some regrets about that.
Yeah.
And so that's my brain, I think, organizing those thoughts in that moment. Like, here's how you feel about your football career. Yeah, totally. So.
I've done that with theater. Like, roles that I wish I would have had that I'm back in high school and I'm in those roles. But then I'm always just obnoxiously incompetent. Like, can't remember lines. Like, absolutely, choke on stage, that kind of thing.
My big one is always there were dreams where I'd be like running the bases in baseball and like I couldn't run. Like I would be in like absolutely slow motion. Like I'd be pumping as fast as I could.
Yes.
But I'd be moving much slower than I could.
Yeah, that's a terrifying one. Like you're being chased from behind or something. And like it's not like we're Usafa Powell in real life, but can run a little bit. But in these dreams, you got some crazy person behind you and you just can't move. You're like in quicksand. It's terrible. All right. People are texting in. This is a good one. His friend used to say about Zinn makes the suck less. Yes. Yes, it does. But then you get hopelessly addicted, and when the suck comes around and you don't have it, now you're searching. Maybe Callis was on to something. All right. Russell Wilson is a New York football giant. What does it all mean? We get into it in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
That's the plan. I mean, obviously, I love it here and everything else, and I think we have a great football team. Obviously, it didn't go in the way we wanted it to, and I think there's a lot more to do. And I said to you guys before, I always just trust God in the process and all that.
I think they're both capable quarterbacks, and my preference would be to sign one of them.
Are you kind of going to feel it out and see what each one decides? Have you decided maybe which one you would like to lean toward?
I think ideally, I'd like to sign one of the guys that we had last year. But the reality is they're both free agents. So until we get one of those guys under contract, all options are on the table.
All right, good morning, everybody, and into the sports talk. Russell Wilson last night signed a 1-year, $10.5 million deal with the New York Giants. Now, that deal can reach $21 million this season if he hits a certain snap count, if he hits some other incentives. But Russell Wilson is no longer an option for your Pittsburgh Steelers, and it begs the question, was he ever really an option to begin with? You just heard there, Russ, at the end of the season, that was January 14th, after they had gotten bludgeoned by the Baltimore Ravens, he says, yeah, he wants to come back. It's a good football team. Said it's in God's hands. You heard Art Rooney II say his preference was to sign Russ or Fields. You heard Omar Khan say, ideally, he wanted Russ or Fields. Both guys now in the Big Apple. Russell Wilson to the Giants, Justin Fields to the Jets. Justin Fields, 2 years, $30 million guaranteed, $40 million overall. That's a decent chunk of change, but it doesn't break the bank. Russell Wilson for 1 year, $10.5 million, 21 potentially. That doesn't break the bank. If the Steelers wanted Russell Wilson, as you heard Russ say, he'd have been a Steeler. If the Steelers wanted Justin Fields, they could have made that happen. Why didn't it happen? I think it's obvious. And obvious is the perfect word because it's used by the man who's pulling the strings all the time. I believe that Art Rooney II wanted one of the two quarterbacks who played last year to come back this year. I believe Omar Khan wanted one of the two quarterbacks who played last year to come play this year. Why didn't it happen? They had the money. They now have DK Metcalf. It's a pretty good selling point. Hey, we didn't surround you with great weapons last year, Justin or Russell. We got you a bona fide stud to throw to this year. Come on back. If they wanted these guys, they could have had them. Why don't they have them? Because Mike Tomlin's steering the ship. And Mike Tomlin wants Aaron Rodgers. Don't believe me? How about Art Rooney II at his end of the season press conference?
No, it hasn't changed. I think, your quarterback has to be able to, read the defense and get the team in a play that is good against the defense he's looking at. And I think no matter whether he's mobile or not, that's got to be what you start with.
Now, that does sound like it could be Aaron Rodgers, right? But this was right on the heels of Art Rooney II saying he would prefer Fields or Russell Wilson to come back. So that sounds a lot to me like he was talking about Russell Wilson. I think Art has always preferred Russ. I think Arthur Smith has always preferred Justin Fields. I think Omar Khan preferred Justin Fields. And I think they thought it could get done quickly.
Is it a desire for you to have a deal done before free agency, or would you be okay with letting those guys?
No, it's an ideal scenario. You'd like to have this done before the start of the league year. Obviously, that who you sign impacts, the type of receiver, you may go after, or how you build the rest of the team. So all that has an effect.
Yes, it's going to impact the receiver you get if you're chasing that receiver in free agency. If you need to sell to a wide receiver, like Stephon Diggs, for example, who signed with the Patriots yesterday, and Drake May, you need to be able to sell a free agent on who your quarterback's going to be. Well, they didn't have to sell DK Metcalf on anything. They just had to give the guy a whopping $150 million. You give a second-round pick to Seattle, he doesn't have a say. You just need to get the contract done. Who the hell's saying no to $150 million? It could be me at quarterback. When did that happen, folks? Because I think the timeline's very important here. Oh, it happened the day before the legal tampering period opened. That was a Sunday, legal tampering on Monday. On Wednesday, the new league year opened up. What's that tell you? Tells you they didn't feel very good about Justin Fields getting done, right? Tells you they've probably moved on from Russell Wilson. And you'll see reports today. I saw him last night. Well, Russell Wilson, he picked the Giants over the Steelers and the Browns, blah, 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 blah. The Browns thing was never real. He was trying to gain leverage. And as I understand it, they haven't been in contact with Russell Wilson since the end of the season. If they wanted Russ, Russ would be here. And let me be specific when I say they. Mike Tomlin. Folks, it's never been more clear who steers the ship, who pulls the strings, who's in charge with the Pittsburgh Steelers than it is right now, and that man is Mike Tomlin. And so that falls at the feet of Art Rooney II. Now, Art's the owner, the operator of this franchise. He should get what he wants. But what he wants is for Mike Tomlin to be the man in charge. Mike Tomlin hired Matt Canada. He also didn't fire Matt Canada when he had the chance at the end of Ben Roethlisberger's final year, midway through Kenny Pickett's rookie year, and at the end of Kenny Pickett's rookie year. Mike Tomlin had the opportunity to do all those things when it was obvious the guy wasn't cut out for the job. He hired him and then stubbornly stood by that man's side for far too long. Mike Tomlin benched Mitch Trubisky mid-game against the Jets and threw Kenny Pickett to the Wolves. I don't know if it works out with Kenny. If he had been given a real opportunity to start as a rookie from day one, if he had gotten the reps with the ones in training camp, shoot, if he had gotten the reps with the ones in the lead-up to that Jets game. But Mike Tomlin, in-game, ain't going to get stopped by Art Rooney II. He ain't going to get stopped by Omar Khan or Andy Weidel or any of the powers that be. Mike Tomlin is the judge, jury, and executioner when you take the field on Sundays, and he made the unilateral decision to put Kenny in that game against the Jets. without him seeing a single first-team rep in that week of practice. Mike Tomlin wanted Deontay Johnson gone last year. Now, no one's questioning that part of it. Look at what happened with Deontay Johnson in a number of different stops this year. That guy had to go. But it happened on Mike Tomlin's timeline, and the rest of the offseason, Omar Khan was chasing the wide receiver position, and that was never rectified. He wanted him gone. He needed it to happen as quickly as it did. And the general manager is left picking up the pieces. Mike Tomlin was the lone wolf within the organization who wanted to make the switch to Russell Wilson after their 4-2 start with Justin Fields this year. Jay Glazer reported that. Mike Tomlin talked around it a little bit in his press conferences. Eventually, they were always going to go to Russ. But a lot of the locker room wanted to stick with Justin Fields. The offensive coordinator wanted to stick with Justin Fields. And Mike Tomlin is the guy who said, no, we're going with Russell Wilson. It has never been more clear, and it's been clear for a while, it's never been more clear on where the power resides within this organization. There is not one coach in the National Football League that has more power than Mike Tomlin. And he hasn't won a playoff game in 7 years. He's never had a losing season. Hooray! Let's all shoot streamers out of our backsides. Yay! They're above the mean. Yay! They've gone 9-8 and 10-7 and 10-7 since Ben Roethlisberger retired. We're supposed to celebrate these things, right? Woo! They're outperforming their own low expectations that others have, I guess, set for them in Vegas and such. Yay! They went over the 7.5 win mark. Yay! They went over the 8.5 win mark. They've been mediocre now for so long that when I think about the Steelers in that logo, it's synonymous to me with mediocrity. And yet, mediocre as they've been, average as they've been, Mike Tomlin's never had more power than he has right now. That does not sit well with me. And that has me questioning, when is the next time we're going to see the Steelers be better than average? It has me questioning what it's going to look like when they do get that quote-unquote franchise quarterback. If Mike Tomlin wanted Jackson Dart this year, and I don't think this is going to happen, I'll tell you why a little bit later on in the hour, but if he wanted Jackson Dart, they'd get Jackson Dart. They want to hold off and wait until next year, and Mike Tomlin likes QB4 more than Khan and Weidl like QB1, he's getting QB4. The owner wanted Russ. The coordinator wanted Fields. The head coach wants the soon-to-be 42-year-old guy who has shown that he could be a cancer within the locker room. That's where we are. And it doesn't sit well with me. How about you? 412-928-9370. It's not the Pittsburgh Steelers. It's the Pittsburgh Tomlins. He is the face of the franchise. He is the judge, jury, and executioner. And I don't like it. What say you? 412-928-9370. Give us a ring on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can also text the show. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet the show @_Adam Crowley, @Callis_33. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. It's just me and Callis today. We'd love for you to chime in any of those avenues. It's going to be that kind of show today. So we'll talk to Yins coming up next. But also, coming up next, I'll tell you about the ripple effect that this causes now around the National Football League. Russell Wilson signing with the Giants. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bounty. Hauser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates made an announcement that Jared Jones doesn't have anything torn in his arm, but he is going to be shut down for pretty much all of April. A 6-week timeline for Jared Jones, which means he's likely to come back at the start of the month of May. More Fun Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face.
The
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see your,
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Drive your dreams. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. The Giants signing of Russell Wilson speaks volumes about how they regard the quarterback prospects available at the third slot next month's draft. So unless they feel Wilson and Jameis Winston together would be great mentors for a young quarterback, I suspect they're focusing in on a non-quarterback impact player or a trade out of the third slot. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Ready to shoot your shot? Log into BetMGM and make your picks in our March Matchups $250K Pick'em for your chance to win a share of bonus bets. It's free to play and easy to get started. Just log into your BetMGM account and predict what will happen at different points throughout the college basketball tournament. You'll earn points with every correct answer, which gives you a shot to win a share of bonus bets. That's right. Just pick what will happen throughout March Matchups, and if you make enough correct picks, you'll win a share of the $250K in bonus bets. You think you know college basketball? Log into BetMGM and make your picks to win a share of $250,000 in bonus bets. It's free to play. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age and older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid active dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You think you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. There's somebody having a worse day than you. There's somebody that just got into an accident. There's somebody sitting at the hospital right now. Doctor coming into the hospital room, telling them you ain't never gonna be able to walk again. Telling them they gonna wear a colostomy bag for the rest of their life. And you know what happens after that? They gotta look at their wife and wonder, is it even fair? Should she leave? Should she go? She gonna leave anyway? That's the thoughts that's running through their head. And you thinking you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. They having a bad day. Real bad. Accidents are real. When they happen, call the dog. Big or small, you call the dog. Car accident, call the dog. Medical malpractice, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. SwishRadio.com, code RADIO.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now. Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. With the in-game event, receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Clouds and sun today, the high 44.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
So, you want to buy a house. You could go online, do your research, find the dream listing, go see it, and get catfished. Back to the drawing board. More scheduling, more viewings, more. This doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress rush? Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork. Yep, never-ending paperwork. It's a lot. But you don't have to do it alone. Because there's an agent who's a realtor here to guide and help protect you as you find the home that's right for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems on the roadways to encounter. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Some snow spotted in the area, mostly to the north of the city of Pittsburgh. If you're driving on 79 or Route 8 or 19, be aware you might find some of that snow. They say that it is not really laying on the roadways, but you could find some wet spots, which could be slippery. Parkway West, your delays right around the runaway truck stand pile to the Ford Pit tunnels, while the Parkway East lines up at Edgewood Swissvale, and the HOV lanes open along the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you feel stuck when you click yes to a subscription? Choosing Awaken 180 is the complete opposite because it's not a subscription. No fine print. Pay as you go, lose weight as you go with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Russell Wilson is a New York Giant. 1 year, $10.5 million, upwards of 21. I believe Art Rooney II wanted Russell Wilson, but Mike Tomlin talked him out of it. I think the offensive coordinator wanted Justin Fields, and they didn't make it happen. Why? Because the head coach is the guy in charge, and he wants the soon-to-be 42-year-old. We'll take your calls on that momentarily. 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. There is a ripple effect here around the NFL. Now, Russ signing with the Giants could mean that New York has good information that the Browns are going to draft Shedeur Sanders. He is pretty much the consensus number 2 quarterback in the draft. So the Giants could have intel there. They had been rumored to be really interested in Shedeur. Brown's going to take him, and thus, okay, we'll move on to Russell Wilson. We'll punt on this year from a quarterback drafting standpoint, and we'll focus ahead on next year. Good luck to the Browns in all of that. There are certain places Shedeur Sanders could go, and I think he'd have a puncher's chance. I don't think Cleveland is one of those places. I don't think that primetime going to sit there and see how that gets mismanaged and just not say anything in the microphones about it. Also, and this is the one that affects the Steelers even more. I mean, it'd be nice to play Shedeur Sanders and that dysfunctional franchise twice a year. But even bigger for the Steelers is obviously this points to Aaron Rodgers coming to Pittsburgh. I don't think that guy is jumping on a 5-hour flight, spending 6 hours in Pittsburgh, and then hopping back on another 5-hour flight if he's not really interested in coming here. And he meets with Tomlin, and he meets with Arthur Smith, and he meets with Art Rooney II, and he meets with Omar Khan. I don't think that guy likes to waste his time. I think there's a very high likelihood that he winds up being the Steelers' quarterback. I guess there's still the small chance he retires. So right now, there's 2 options for Pittsburgh at quarterback. 3, maybe. It's Rodgers, and I think that's the highest % chance of happening. It's Mason Rudolph, which I would put number 2. And then perhaps a distant third, a rookie. I'll tell you why I don't think they're drafting a rookie coming up in the next segment. But Mike Tomlin's got all the power here, guys. I don't think Omar Khan really wants Rodgers. I know Arthur Smith doesn't. I don't think Art Rooney II does either. How's this make you feel? Dan in Cambridge joining us now. Good morning to you, Dan.
Good morning. How you doing?
I am delightful today.
Hey, when is Rooney going to realize that the king has no clothes? I know the expression is the emperor has no clothes, but I'm not going to insult Chuck Noll by comparing him to Mike Tomlin. The king has no clothes. He has a losing record in the most important season, and that's the postseason. I mean, it's time. It's time for him to go.
Well, it's been time, I think. And that's not to say Tomlin wouldn't go out and be a great head coach someplace else. I think that he could win someplace else. But that does not mean that it's not a couple of years past the Mike Tomlin expiration date. And just to zoom in on the biggest problem I have here, Dan, it's that he seemingly gets more and more control as the results on the field get worse and worse. Like, it'd be one thing if Tomlin went to the AFC Championship game in 2 out of the last, 5 years or something like that. They've been outscored 71-0 in their last 5 playoff games. Like, the results are as bad as they've been under Mike Tomlin, and yet the guy keeps getting more and more of what he wants. It's his defense. It's his coordinators. It's his decision on quarterback. And the results just haven't been there, Dan.
Why is that allowed to happen?
And so that's where, we're really parsing here, right? Like, I want to rip Mike Tomlin, but you're right, Dan. It's the owner who's saying, okay, we've hired this guy. He's been here for 2 damn decades, and I'm just going to let him do his thing. It's bad. And thank you so much for the call at 412-928-9370. I'm anti, just philosophically, any one person having too much power. Like, whether you want to talk politically or in the sports realm, you need checks and balances. I don't think that's controversial. You need a GM, and in the Steelers' case, an assistant GM who I think's good at his job and well-regarded in Andy White. You need them to have a big say. And, of course, the ownership should have a say. And, yes, the coach should have a say. But there should be some level of democracy here, some level of checks and balances. And when you have not been having success now for 7 years, not winning a playoff game, you're just going to let the head coach get to make all the decisions? What are we doing? Jack in Florida next up. Good morning, Jack.
Hey, good morning. Good show, guys. I do have to refute a couple points, though, because I think I'm one of the only Steeler fans that would take Rodgers over Justin Fields in a heartbeat. There's something I got to say. Everybody points to this Fields 4-2, and nobody really dissects it. He put up 18 against the Falcons. He put up 13 against the Broncos, lost to a bad Joe Flacco on the road, lost to a bad Dallas at home. He's never shown us any reason to believe he's going to be any better than the Bears thought he was. He's an athletic kid who I believe is a fringe starter in the NFL. Now you look at Rodgers, 2020, 2021 MVP. What if New York was just a disaster? He got injured in his first year. Maybe New York's not a great system for anybody to succeed. How can you not be excited about the potential of Aaron Rodgers? And I think one more thing is that nobody talks about is with Rodgers, you're also getting an offensive coordinator. They're not going to be able to tell Rodgers not to throw across the middle. So as a Steeler fan, I think this is exactly the kind of guy you want if you want a shot this year.
Jack, all good points made by you, but you talk about Rodgers in New York and maybe that was just a system that he's not going to thrive in or anybody's going to thrive in, but then you also say he's his own offensive coordinator. I don't think it can be both things. Like, you can't say Rodgers is going to be great, potentially, because he's going to do his own thing, and then also say, well, he's doing his own thing in New York, and they wound up 5-12. And then I'll also say, do you have a lot of faith in what the Steelers are doing offensively? Because we did see a different Justin Fields than the one we saw in Chicago, Jack. He did not turn the ball over, 10 touchdowns to 1 turnover, yet we also didn't see some of the superhuman stuff he's capable of. I don't think they let Justin Fields be Justin Fields either, Jack.
I agree. I think he was handcuffed by the system. I mean, that goes back to the Tomlin discussion. I'm on the record, and this is as a Steelers fan, I would have got rid of Tomlin, and I would have blown it up. I would have traded everybody, stockpile on picks. You got Burrow, you got Jackson in this division. You're really not going anywhere. But what I will say is if they see the door still open, if they want to get TJ to a big game, if they want to get Cam to a big game, I just think that Rodgers is a much better option than Fields.
Well, and I'm now that Fields is off the table, and thank you for the call, Jack. Good conversation. Now that Fields is off the table, and I'm thinking Mason Rudolph or Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, I would rather see what Rodgers has to offer too. But the bigger point here, because I've had people text in at 412-928-9370 and say, why are we getting all bent out of shape about Russell Wilson going to the Giants? Why should anybody want Russell Wilson? I would agree with that. I'm not bummed out that Russell Wilson ain't here. I'm not crying that Justin Fields isn't here. I think the fascinating part of this is you can point to different people within the organization wanting different guys, and all the signs point to Mike Tomlin winning out here at the end of the day. That's what's fascinating to me. You don't have to like Fields. And Jack made a lot of good points on Fields. You don't have to like Russ. Our texters, they've made a lot of good points on Russ. You don't have to want those guys. The interesting element for this and for all of this for me is Mike Tomlin clearly wants Rodgers, and the other quote-unquote powers that be, they wanted the other guys. It tells you everything you know about the hierarchy within the Pittsburgh Steelers. And it just doesn't sit well with me, and it shouldn't, I don't think, with you. I'm not going to tell you how to feel, but, well, I'll tell you how to feel. 412-928-9370, Dave in Washington and others waiting on hold. We'll get to you coming up next, and I'll also tell you why we should all be rooting, actually, for Russell Wilson for one more year. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins played the Tampa Bay Lightning yesterday, and the Penguins lost that one 6-1. Penguins have a game coming up tomorrow on the road against the Buffalo Sabres at 7 o'clock. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you love hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Let the madness begin. Stop into South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman, payment starting at $369 for 36 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, hockey, pro and college basketball, and exciting Premier League action. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data, available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Russell Wilson, a Giant, 1 year, $10.5 million, upwards of $21 million. We should all be rooting for him this year. Now, I like Russ. I mean, he would go to Children's Hospital. I think he's a good dude. Some of the PR stuff would drive me nuts. I mean, I don't think it takes a genius to figure out that he was leaking things about Arthur Smith to make himself look better after the season, so that he could sell himself to other teams. But I know a lot of people that came in contact with Russell Wilson, and I know he did a lot of nice things. And so I'll be rooting for him. But from a Steelers fan standpoint, we should all be rooting for this guy. Even if you didn't like him personally, he could be the biggest jackwagon in the history of the world. We should all be rooting for Russell Wilson. Why? If he hits his incentives this year, if he hits the snap count numbers he needs to, if he makes the $21 million that he could, then that's going to help the Steelers out from a compensatory pick standpoint. And this isn't sexy. This isn't like great talk radio, I guess, right? I mean, it's kind of granular, and I'm not going to pretend like I fully understand all the compensatory pick formulas in the National Football League. But as I understand it, because a lot of other smart people like Alex Kozora, Steelers Depot, have put this out there, if he hits that number, if Fields hits all his incentives, which I don't think is super unlikely, I think it's more likely than not, the Steelers could wind up with 4 third-round picks next year. Their own, and then 3 others because of what Fields could max out contract-wise and what Russell Wilson could max out contract-wise. You could wind up with 4 third-round picks next year. Now you got to do something with them. Well, what are you going to do? You're going to move up in the draft. You're going to take a quarterback, right? That would make a ton of sense. So Russell Wilson comes in here $1.2 million last year. He starts off 6-1. Yes, he lost his last 5 starts. But if you wind up with 3 extra third-round picks, isn't it all worth it? Isn't the suffering down the stretch last year worth it? Isn't all this quarterback headache stuff worth it if it winds up leading you to your franchise quarterback? So all of our favorite team, I mean, we root for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We want them to win. We would like them to go 12-5 next year, and Aaron Rodgers leads them to the Super Bowl. Be wonderful. Not going to happen, but that's what we're rooting for, right? Of course. Our number 2 team should be the New York Football Giants, and we should be rooting hard for the New York Jets, too, and Justin Fields to play well, and for Justin Fields to make as much money as possible and hit all of his incentives and hit all those snap count thresholds. And it's the same thing with Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson makes $21 million next year. That's a great thing for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And while I talk about the power residing within Mike Tomlin in this organizational hierarchy, I do think Omar Khan's a smarty pants. I think Omar Khan should be the guy that has all the power, but he's playing the comp pick game right now. And I am not going to pretend like I'm a genius here. I'm not. But it's all pointing to them wanting to take a quarterback in a deeper quarterback draft next year when the draft resides in Pittsburgh. I mean, if you've got even 3 third-round picks next season, you got a really good chance to be able to package some of these things and move up and take the guy. So go Fields, go Russ, hooray, hurrah. John and Robinson, fake John and Robinson, who tweets in right now, he says a couple of third-round picks aren't going to help you get up to a top 3 pick to take a quarterback next year. Well, that's the hope as far as next year's draft is concerned, that there are 5 or 6 quarterbacks like last year's draft that might be worthy first-round picks. So are you going to jump up into the top 3? Unlikely. It's a good point by John. Can you jump into the top 10? Can you jump into the top 15? That's what you're looking at. It should be a deeper quarterback draft next year. Now, things change. There will be guys that are thought of highly that are no longer going to be thought of highly going into next year. There are guys we haven't been discussing at all that are going to wind up jumping up into the first round. That's the way this thing works. But it ain't a bad thing the Steelers could have 4 third-round picks. And it can help them get up into a better draft position. And we'll see where they pick. When you throw a couple of third-round picks in there, you're picking 20th again, 21st again. A couple of third-round picks. Bang. Jump into the top 15. Or you package your first and a second, and you jump into the top 10, and then you still have a bunch of third-round picks to fall back on to build out the rest of your roster. 412-928-9370. I mean, Jackson Dart is a guy that's flying up draft boards right now. People weren't thinking very highly of. Kenny Pickett was going to be a 5th-round pick. He goes back to college. He winds up being a 1st-round pick. Should not have been. I want to be clear on that. But no one was thinking all that highly of Kenny Pickett until he went out and he had the Heisman Trophy-ish season that he had in his final year with Pitt. Joe Burrow wasn't super high thought of. Joe Burrow has one of the great seasons we've ever seen in the history of college football, and then he winds up being the number 1 overall pick. What I'm saying is, I do think next year's draft should be deep at quarterback. There will be guys that fall off, and there will be guys that rise. And the Steelers are trying to set themselves up in a position to be able to get one of those guys. So go Justin. Go Russ. Hooray, hurrah. We love New York. Coming up next, our Bradenton Bucko breakdown. Jared Jones. Whoa. Should have some good news there, right? I'll tell you what my concern is about the good news. Because, well, I guess I just woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. That's next. First, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Jared Jones of the Pirates, they announced that he will be out for 6 weeks with that right arm discomfort. There's nothing torn in his arm or anything found as broken, but they still want to rest him. So that's what they're going to do. Out 6 weeks is Jared Jones from the Pirates. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, for the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heading out of the South Hills, one trouble spot to look out for. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Down utility closing Route 88 Library Road in both directions. That's in Castle Shannon between Castle Shannon Boulevard and Grove Road. Meanwhile, the morning rush delays really building with delays on the Parkway West between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 fairly steady but heavy past Millvale to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Protect your home and your package deliveries with Guardian Protection. Right now, get a free Video Doorbell Pro when you purchase an Essentials security package. With HD video, two-way audio, and smart package detection, you'll always know when a delivery arrives and if it disappears. Stay connected and in control anywhere. Don't miss this limited time offer. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook Born in Vegas. Plus, you can turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport, including your favorite college basketball team in the big tournament. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. New customer offer, subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling. Just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Texas us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, DJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Bucco opening day is tomorrow in Florida. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan and on your Odyssey app. And so, because spring training is over, this will be the final Bradenton Bucco breakdown. Let's go. Brought to you by New Flow Men's Health and Hampton Beer Outlet. We got good news yesterday, baby. Noah Hiles scooped our friend Austin Bechtold, who's a sneaky Pirates newsbreaker guy. He scooped him by like 5 or 6 minutes. And he reported, sources, no torn ligaments, no surgery for Jared Jones. He will go 6 weeks without throwing. Overall encouraging news for the Pirates. Noah then joined Austin Bechtold on the evening show yesterday and said he would expect to see Jared Jones before the All-Star break. I thought it was done. I thought the ligament had gone kapooey. You hear elbow soreness. It's never good. And this still isn't good, right? I mean, he's going to miss 6 weeks at the very least, and it's going to obviously be more than that. He's not even going to throw for 6 weeks. But if you buy into what Noah's selling, and I have no reason not to, you should see Jared Jones before the All-Star break. If you can hang in there, then that is a massive addition to your rotation for the stretch run. But I say I woke up on the wrong side of the bed, and so here is my concern. Again, good news. Better than the alternative. But we've seen this in baseball before. Guy's going to rehab instead of surgery, or guy's going to take time off, not throw, they'll work him back slowly, and then eventually that guy needs Tommy John anyhow. That would actually be the worst possible case scenario. You know, best case scenario, when you hear about the elbow soreness, easy for me to say, is that you don't throw for 6 weeks, you come back, you're fine. That's best case scenario. Duh. Next best case scenario would have been, honestly, yeah, he tore the UCL, he's going to get Tommy John, and you just do it. The worst case scenario is still on the table, and because I'm a pessimist and nothing ever good happens for the Pirates, I worry, comes back, 6 weeks, throws, ruh-roh raggy, it doesn't feel good, and now you've put Tommy John off a couple of months, thus meaning we don't see Jared Jones until like 2027. Now, I'm not a doctor. Did go to college for 5.5 years, not to get my doctorate. I'm not saying that that's the most likely outcome, but that is the worst outcome, and that's still on the table. I'm rooting like hell, like the rest of us are, for Jared Jones to come back and be healthy and to help the Pirates in the stretch run. I worry. That's my default preset setting, is that I am an anxious young man. And actually, I'm not that young anymore. I'm just a anxious man. Here's the other thing, too. Well, I think Pirates fans were celebrating yesterday that it wasn't the worst case scenario. Like, it's still you being without probably your second best pitcher now for, at a minimum, 2 months. And I just want Pirates fans to be realistic, and I'm going to do my best to be realistic here. If you had the Pirates as a team that would flirt with a playoff spot this year, if you had them around 85 wins, I don't think with a healthy Jared Jones all season long that that's completely unreasonable. I don't think that's a homer take. You know, Zips projections have them at 81 and 81. I find Zips to be pretty reliable, Vegas has them up around that 80-win mark, so a little overperforming could have them at 85 wins. If that's where you had them, though, before the Jared Jones injury, you have to adjust your prediction. I had them around 82-80 before Jones got hurt. The strength of the team is supposed to be starting pitching. You're now down your second best starter for 2 months. They're not going to be as good. They're just not. That's an obvious take, but I hope people understand that. This is how they were going to make the playoffs if they were going to make the playoffs this year, on the strength of their starting pitching. And now you're missing out on a phenom who, by all accounts, was looking as good as he looked last year early in the season this spring. He had been tinkering with a couple of extra pitches, a couple of new pitches. They were expecting great things from Jared Jones. I was expecting great things from Jared Jones. And now Carmen Majinski is going to be part of the rotation. Their strength is still their strength, but it ain't as strong anymore. So good news and bad news. 412-928-9370 if you want to weigh in on the Bucks. We're always happy to take Bucks calls, especially with the season starting up tomorrow. John Wayner is back today. He will join us at 8:35. Do you smell what The Rock is cooking? I'm very excited to talk to him coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. But coming up next, there are a couple of Russell Wilson defenders out there. He signs with the Giants, and a couple of big names in Pittsburgh sports. There's some big-time opinions on this happening. And I vehemently disagree. I wonder where you come down on it. That's next. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. Today is going to be the coldest day of the week with highs only hitting the mid-40s. It's cold enough. The radar is picking up very light snow showers up along I-80. Morning temperatures are near 30 degrees. Looking ahead, Thursday highs should hit the upper 50s with highs near 70 on Friday. Scattered to widespread rain showers are expected to move through on Friday afternoon. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smile in the KK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. Spell backwards or forwards. It spells the same, Zero Res.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Trouble spots in the South Hills. This report brought to you by the Western Pennsylvania Injury Attorney, LGKG. History, trust, results, LGKG, your home team, LGKG.com. South Fayette Township, they'd expected to have Miller's Run Road closed between Mohawk and Battle Ridge roads by this morning. However, due to some sign delay installation, they had to move it to this morning, so expect to be detoured around that. Down utility in Castle Shannon, closing Route 88 Library Road between Castle Shannon Boulevard and Grove Road. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Dan Zangrilli, LGKG Personal Injury Lawyers. They're different from all the other firms you'll hear on the radio. Unlike the others, they grew up here, they live here, they serve their community here, and most importantly, they win here. History, trust, and results. LGKG.com, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Can you explain the concept? Were you counting on George to go vertical and carry that safety, or just what happened was?
Yeah, I think he's going to go vertical, but at the end of the day, it didn't happen. I was trying to give Pat a chance. He's done such a good job for us in the red zone, and they made a good play.
Playing some of the Russell Wilson highlights, that was sure one of them. He signs with the Giants 1 year, $10.5 million, upwards of $21 million. That was him talking about the miscommunication between he and George Pickens on that Christmas Day game against the Kansas City Chiefs. People say Rodgers throws his guys under the bus, and look, Russell Wilson wasn't wrong there. There was a miscommunication between he and George Pickens, but you probably shouldn't say it. You made a bad throw. You made a poor decision. You get doxxed with an interception. So he throws his guy, even though his guy was also in the wrong, under the bus. I've been told you can't have Aaron Rodgers because that's all he does is throw guys under the bus. Well, Russell Wilson did too. The ultimate highlight, I think, from the Russell Wilson experience, TM, was his throw to Mike Williams to beat the Washington Commanders, a team that wound up playing for the NFC Championship, and then drawing them off sides at the end of the game and doing the finger wag. I can't remember celebrating more in the last few years as a Steelers fan watching on TV than when the damn Commanders jumped off sides. That was awesome. That was arguably the high point of the season, and I think it was. The best game he played, best quarterback game we've seen since Ben retired, was Russell Wilson against the Bengals in game number 1. But there were some lowlights too. A ton in the last 5 weeks, in fact. I think it all went to hell when he fumbled trying to bumble and stumble his way into the end zone against the Ravens. And he fumbles the football. Then at the end of the game, when it was a one-score game, he throws that ghastly, horrific pick six. And if you believe what Jerry Dulac wrote, and you believe the sourcing on it, that's really when he stopped being able to audible at the line of scrimmage. Russell Wilson. So you go 0-5 down the stretch. So when I read you these two tweets, color me shocked and surprised that people come and stick up for Russell Wilson here. Mike DeCourcy Pittsburgh guy, writes for the Sporting News, really smart dude, has been on our show a whole bunch of times. He tweeted this out yesterday after Russell Wilson signed with the Giants. Quote, Steelers letting Russell Wilson go isn't on the level of inanity that drafting Kenny Pickett was, but still inane. So Mike DeCourcy really wanted the Steelers to bring Russell Wilson back. Mark Cabali from the Pat McAfee Show, also for 93.7 The Fan, our good buddy, he tweeted out after Russell Wilson signed with the New York Giants. Quote, one word to describe Russell Wilson's time with the Steelers? Scapegoat. End quote. Really? We got some Russell Wilson backers here? I have largely been against, until recently, the Steelers bringing in Aaron Rodgers. But from the get-go, I tweeted this out. You can find the receipts. I said, I'll take Aaron Rodgers over Russell Wilson 100 times out of 100 right now. I will take the old guy who's an unknown over the old guy that went 0-5 down the stretch 100 times out of 100. Are there people who legitimately are sitting out there in their cars right now on the Parkway listening to our show who think the Steelers made a mistake by not signing Russell Wilson to a similar deal that the Giants got him for? 412-928-9370. Do you want Russell Wilson to be quarterbacking the Steelers right now for $10.5 million? 412-928-9370. I don't. I think this all points to Mike Tomlin being the main decision maker with the Steelers, which isn't exactly breaking news. I think Art Rooney II wanted Russell Wilson. I think that Arthur Smith wanted Justin Fields. I think Mike Tomlin is driving the Aaron Rodgers bus right now. That, to me, is the big story. That's why we started the show. But a couple of prominent figures, I think, in Pittsburgh sports media think it's a mistake, at least on some level, that Russell Wilson's not the quarterback of this team right now. And I don't understand that. I'm wondering if we have some Russell Wilson truthers out there that are willing to call in and state why they want this guy to be the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers and why they missed out for $10.5 million. 412-928-9370. That's the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Folks, Ben Roethlisberger and the Steelers offense got figured out late in that COVID season, right? Ben was trying to get it out quick, and then there were times where Ben would throw the deep shots down the sideline. Not a lot of intermediate throws in the middle of the field. The Steelers, they won a bunch of games, and then they got figured out, and then they were predictable. And then you go to the next year, his final season, they go 9-8-1, and the offense, again, different coordinator, but just as predictable. I look at what happened with Russell Wilson last year, and it's the same damn thing. Russell Wilson was a checkdown merchant, or he would throw the football away, or he would run into a sack, or he would throw the ball deep down the sideline. It worked against the Jets. It worked against the Commanders. It worked against the Bengals. And then, guys, they got figured out. Russell Wilson throughout his career has not been a guy that throws the ball over the middle of the field. Didn't last year for Pittsburgh. Their offense was boom or bust. They got figured out. He's not going to evolve. He's not going to be a different guy this year. Now, it could have been better. It probably would have been a little bit better with DK Metcalf. I'm not going to argue against that. But was it going to be good enough to go back to the well and pay this guy $10.5 million? Come on now. He ain't a scapegoat, Caboli, and I love Caboli. Caboli was kind enough to join me for an extra hour on Monday with Outdoor, and he's a tremendous human being. He's a great Steelers writer. I just happen to disagree with this opinion. Scapegoat? He ain't a scapegoat. He was part of the problem. Now, we can argue whether he's the biggest part of the problem. I think Mike Tomlin's offensive philosophy at large is the biggest issue, and his power, the biggest issue. But if we're going down and zooming in on the players on the field and assigning blame, a Super Bowl winning quarterback who goes 0-5 down the stretch with an 81.3 quarterback rating, sacked 14 times, he's got to bear the brunt of the responsibility here. He wasn't good in the playoff game. He was awful down the stretch. They averaged 14 points per game. Again, there are reasons for this beyond just Russell Wilson wasn't good, but Russell Wilson wasn't good. And if you're not good, you're not a scapegoat. You're part of the problem. I can't believe anybody's saying, oh, it would have been a great idea to bring Russell Wilson back. I would rather see what it looks like with Mason Rudolph. Seriously. Russ got figured out. He was a one-trick pony, checking it down, throwing moon balls down the sideline. And you're just not going to be able to score enough points or win consistently enough doing that. Now, I'm not going to shout people down if they want to call in and defend Russell Wilson. We'll have a conversation here. I just don't understand how anybody could want to put themselves through that again. I don't know why anybody would accept that guy coming back when the general conversation around the Steelers for a few years now is they keep doing the same stuff and expecting different results, and then you're going to argue out of the other side of your mouth, oh, yeah, bring Russell Wilson back. 412-928-9370. You can give us a ring on that number. You can also text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's start off with Aaron in Pittsburgh. Good morning to you, Aaron. Aaron, hello. Goodbye, Aaron. 0 for 1. Good start. Sean in Imperial, hello.
Hey, Crowley, good morning. You know you can count on me. On my way to Orange Theory this morning to get a jog in. Fun fact, Andy Toole is a very happy Orange Theory fitness customer, maybe a dark horse for our Mountaineers, but not what I wanted to focus on this morning. Tuned in, heard you talking about Russ, a little frustration with the public. And I think what's really happening here is people are absolutely losing their minds over Aaron Rodgers. This is probably, I think Fields left, maybe 3 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. Yep. So we've had these long 2.5 weeks, and people are just absolutely losing their minds and just getting impatient. And I think it's like, we want something right now, and we don't want Aaron Rodgers. And I think that's where they're wrong. And where I want to shed some light is, he came back from a major injury at the age of 40. Was he 40 years old? He tore his Achilles, and that's a career-altering injury. So you got to have a little bit of grace for the guy coming back last year and letting him heal up. And if you look, starting week 8 moving forward, I know we're kind of looking for positives here, but if you look at week 8 going on, he had 18 touchdowns to only 6 interceptions.
Right, Sean. And thank you for the call. I mean, I still think he can make all the throws. I don't think he's afraid of throwing over the middle of the field. And, yeah, we're cherry-picking arbitrary endpoints here, right? Like, I have focused on the last 4 weeks of the regular season and then the playoff game with Russell Wilson, and he stumbled, and they stumbled down the stretch. People who are trying to sell this Aaron Rodgers solution, they will point out what Sean just pointed out. I think they're all fair arguments. I think it is important for me to state that none of these are perfect options. They do not have a perfect option. Justin Fields wasn't a perfect option. Mason Rudolph, sure as heck, at $4 million a season, ain't a perfect option. Aaron Rodgers is going to be 42 during the year. Not a perfect option. Like if they traded, and I mean, it's not going to happen, but if they would go out and trade for Kyler Murray, he's got his issues. There are no perfect options. You look at the draft. Jackson Dart. He'd only recently become a popular first-round kind of guy. He's flawed. Shedeur Sanders. Baggage. There's no perfect option. Jalen Milroe. Tiny hands, and his hands got bigger. He can run real fast. Not super accurate. Look at the Michigan tape. No perfect options. So I'm not sitting here trying to tell you I got this all figured out. I don't. No one does. This is not going to be a perfect Steelers season. But I can't believe that there are people who wanted to see Russell Wilson again. People point to the Rodgers Achilles injury. Russell Wilson was injured last year. pushing a blocking sled. That's on them, but that's also a 37-year-old body now that can't do what it used to do. So if I'm going with the guy whose body can't do what it used to do, I'm going to go with the guy that I didn't see go 0-5 scoring 14 points a game with my team last year down the stretch. I'm going to go with the other guy. And it doesn't make me happy. It's not a perfect solution. It's maybe kind of sexy. But I'm going to throw it against the wall and see what happens. Instead of saying, oh, Russell cut back for $10.5 million and now he's got DK Metcalf. No, it's gonna be a little bit better. It's not going to be great. Might not even be good. 412-928-9370. You can also tweet me at _Adam Crowley, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. There's also this feud that was reported between Arthur Smith and Russell Wilson. Like, if anything, that story written in the Post-Gazette has Arthur Smith as the scapegoat and not Russell Wilson. Like, I don't agree with Caboli at all. I don't think Russ is a scapegoat. I just think people have eyes and they saw he wasn't very good. But if you're a Russell Wilson defender, I want to hear why. Would you have rather had him at 10.5 than Aaron Rodgers at 25 or 30? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls on this coming up next. There's also high comedy coming your way in New York City. We'll tell you about it. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Russell Wilson has signed with the New York Giants on a one-year deal worth $10.5 million, and it could eventually swell to $21 million with incentives. It means both quarterbacks who played for the Steelers last season are now in New York since Justin Fields a couple weeks ago signed with the New York Jets. And Aaron Rodgers is still out there, not with the Steelers. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. We had storms this weekend. We had storms last weekend. I'm sure for some of you out there, they wreaked a ton of damage and havoc on your homes. If you were affected by these storms, you probably are getting solicited by some storm-chasing roofers eager for a quick sale with your insurance money. Make sure you do your homework and hire someone locally and trustworthy. Call The Pickle. Hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, voted best roofer in Westmoreland County 3 years in a row. No high-pressure sales, plenty of financing options, and quality expert craftsmanship. Give them a call. 724-515-5551. That's Gherkin Roofing. CallThePickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew McCutcheon. Just one more day until Pirates baseball on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. No Cinderella stories, no problem. This year's NCAA men's basketball tournament is averaging 9.4 million viewers across CBS, TNT, TBS, and True TV. According to Nielsen, that is the highest average audience for the first two rounds since 1993. People love them some college basketball. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started.
Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserve seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Find everyday savings and bargains on produce, meat, and more. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting long-term lower prices. With our weekly sales, deals for days promotions, and My Perks loyalty program, Giant Eagle helps make the most out of every shopping trip. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle and Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
T-Mobile Home Internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile Home Internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile Home Internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to crowd up for you, and this report brought to you by two men and a junk truck. In South Fayette Township, Millers Run Road scheduled to close this morning between Mohawk and Battle Ridge Roads due to a bridge replacement project. It was expected to close yesterday, but was delayed due to some sign installation delays around that. Also, if you're traveling the Parkway West, that's stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 delays from Millvale to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Get off the couch and get moving. Two Men and a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.twomen.com.
2 Men and a Truck. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Jameis Winston is in New York. He plays for the Giants now, and so does Russell Wilson. You are not going to see a more positive quarterback room in the NFL than that one. You got to put Hard Knocks there. I can't remember the last time the Giants were on it or all the stipulations and the rules or whatever, but I need to see those guys interacting. You're going to get this kind of stuff from Jameis Winston.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
That's how Russell Wilson was feeling at the end of that second Ravens game.
I know I'm better than this. I know. I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
Like those two guys interacting, trying to pump up the team, I think that's must-watch TV. And then don't they have the DeVito kid there too? The Italian guy that everyone loved for like 2 minutes in New York? You might have the most positive quarterback room in the history of the NFL. You got Russell Wilson and his toxic positivity. You've got Jameis Winston, who's somehow north of that. If Russell Wilson is toxically positive, Jameis Winston is what? What do we deem that? Those two guys watching film together? Yes, please. Mark Caboli calling Russell Wilson a scapegoat in Pittsburgh. Mike DeCourcy from the Sporting News, whom we love, saying that this is an inane decision from the Steelers to allow Russell Wilson to get away. Do you agree with those guys? Do you think Russ is a scapegoat? Do you wish Russ was still the Steelers quarterback, or do you see things my way, that he just wasn't very good and not worth a second chance? 412-928-9370 to the phones and our friend Rocky in Blawnox. Hi, Rocky.
Crawley, how you been, man?
Been good, dude. Good to talk to you again. What's up?
Oh, good to be heard. Hey, the answer for the quarterback, the Steelers quarterback issue, he was on the roster last year. I know I called in last year.
Kyle Allen.
Yeah, you guys laughed me off the air. You remember that slant pass against the Cowboys? I know it's one pass. Don't go all Lebo on me and start yelling and getting all crazy.
No,
Dude,
the thing is,
Kyle
Rocky,
Allen was it.
I wo't much rather. I'll say this, buddy. Like I would rather have him than Skylar Thompson. Sure, why not? Why not?
Skylar Thompson sounds like an adult film star name. What are we doing? Get out of here with Skylar. I want Kyle Allen. Put him in. Let's win 4 games and get a quarterback next year.
Well, from that standpoint, sure. Like you rewind this offseason to its primordial soup phase. Yeah, I would like to see the Steelers tank. They're just not going to do it. So now we're starting the conversation from yesterday, and we're looking forward. I do love Rocky.
What was that? Soup's
primordial soup. Yeah, that's the start of the universe.
Was that a Beastie Boys album?
You're on fire today, Rocky. I do love that Steelers fans, they've got that one Kyle Allen pass just hanging in the Louvre. Like it's the most beautiful thing that they've ever seen. And I do understand it from this standpoint. It was a completed pass over the middle of the field. And my God, have those been few and far between the last 5 years or so. Chase and Butler, did the Steelers make a mistake not paying Russell Wilson $10.5 million?
Yeah, I would say that they did. And the reason why is because in every statistical category, Russell Wilson had better numbers than Aaron Rodgers. Now, just to be clear, I would rather see Aaron Rodgers as well over Russell Wilson. But at the same time, who cares? Because neither one is going to be the long-term quarterback, so it doesn't matter. You're going to overpay for both of these guys, so you might as well pay the least amount of money to get one more year, have the draft at Pittsburgh, and go draft Arch Manning.
You know what, Chase? I'll agree with you on this point. This year is not going to amount in another Lombardi trophy, and that's why I've pulled the full heel turn here, buddy, where I'm just saying, you know what? If they're not going to win anything of significance, give me the entertainment value. Give me the circus element. Let me see what Aaron Rodgers is all about. I don't think even at the best, even if it works out swimmingly, I don't think that the Steelers are winning more than, let's say, a playoff game. But I don't think it's happening with any of these options. Just give me the shiny object. Give me the goofiness. Give me the weirdness. And that's what Aaron Rodgers brings. And I feel like we all have an understanding of what it's going to look like with Russell Wilson. And we saw it. Give me something different at least. I fully changed my mind. And not because I think it's good, sound decision-making by the Steelers. No, I think they should have had Justin Fields back in here for another bite at the apple for a potential franchise quarterback, as unlikely as that seems. but they moved on. It didn't happen. So give me Rodgers as the best available option and absolutely the sexiest available option. Yes, Harry Callis.
I was going to say now Fields is really taking a bite out of the Big Apple because he's playing in New York.
I know, and that's the other thing too, man. Like, the Steelers could wind up with the Jets quarterback. But the idea that anybody would be bummed out that Russell Wilson signed with the Giants as if they have any idea what the hell they're doing is also funny to me. Oh, man, we missed out on this guy. Oh, where'd he wind up? Was it with the Belichick Patriots? They wind up with Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan? Oh, no, he's with the Jets. And a guy who's going to lose, or the Giants, excuse me, and a guy who's going to lose his job midseason in Brian Dable. Let's go to Michael and Moon. Michael, have you gotten over the loss for the Robert Morris University Colonials?
No. but getting on to Cavalli, what he said, I don't agree with it. But I also can understand where he's coming from because, our ire should be at, there's like a total mass of blame that could be, thrown around. I believe that I like, I do like the fact that Mason Rudolph would maybe be our best option. Play it out, see what happens, and then, move on to the draft.
You know what, Michael? If the Steelers had done that, at the very beginning of free agency, and thank you so much for the call, I would have been fine with it. If they came out and paid Mason Rudolph $8 million total dollars, $4 million this year, $4 million next year, and said, you're our starting quarterback, you're our bridge guy, you cost next to nothing. The cap's going up. We're going to surround you with a ton of talent. I would have been all for it. But the Steelers have the sixth most cap space in the NFL right now, and there will be players that get cut after the draft, before the draft. That happens every year. They've also missed out on all the guys that could help them, like that were significant pieces and not just guys. Like if they had signed Mason at the very beginning and said, you are our stopgap guy. We know that this is not a great year. We have our sights set on next year's draft. And then you spend all that cap space on defensive line. And maybe you add another wide receiver. And you really pour a bunch of resources into this thing for guys on longer-term deals that are going to be here for the next quarterback. Absolutely, man, I'd have been on board. But now they got all this cap space with nobody to spend it on. You might as well spend it on Rodgers and see what happens. It could blow up tremendously. But I want to see it. We're not just entertained by what happens on the field. They play 17 regular season games a year. There are 365 days in a year. That is such a small percentage of time that we're actually watching the games. Rodgers could entertain us for a lot of those days where they ain't playing. And we've talked about it so much, I kind of just want to see what it looks like. As far as Caboli's take that Russell Wilson was the scapegoat, I just can't get there. They gave him every opportunity to succeed. Not from a roster building standpoint. I mean, Van Jefferson was still the number 2. But Justin Fields had a winning record. Justin Fields was 10 years as junior. Justin Fields could potentially have been viewed as a franchise quarterback. I think other organizations might have given him a longer leash just to see. The Steelers treated him like a backup, and then when the starter got healthy, they said, Justin, you're going back to the bench at 4-2, and said good, not to be confused with great. That guy was a scapegoat, not Russell Wilson. He got plugged in. He didn't have a great year the year prior in Denver. He had an abysmal year the year before, and they just ceded the quarterback spot to a guy making $1 million and change. He ain't the scapegoat. They thought he was the solution, and he wasn't. 412-928-9370. Your thoughts on that? Also, a national talking head who covers Major League Baseball said something that has me just yanking my hair out. We'll take your calls on Russ. We'll get to that next, but first a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates starter Jared Jones has been shut down to start the season. Pirates announced that he has no tears anywhere in his throwing arm, but he's going to take 6 weeks off, so he's going to miss the first month or so of the regular season in 2025. But we got baseball tomorrow, baby! Pirates and Marlins. They play at 4:10 in the afternoon. It'll be the beginning of the 2025 Major League Baseball regular season. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream, powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Right now, baseball is here, and all customers have a chance to take a swing at $5,000, holy cow, in bonus bets from March 27th to March 30th. That's this Thursday through Sunday. It's all part of our $500,000 daily home run jackpot. All you have to do is use your jackpot profit boost on a player to homer, and if they go yard, not only will you get bigger winnings on your home run bet, but you'll also get a share of that day's $500,000 jackpot. We've seen Brian Reynolds start seasons red hot for the Pirates. Don't be surprised if he does the same thing this week to start the season. Get on board with Reynolds to go deep. FanDuel.com/Andrew and look for that daily home run jackpot. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Bonus issued is knowledgeable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. You know, there was a time if you handed me a bread basket at a restaurant, you better pull it away quick. Bread, pasta, pizza, carbs, they were my kryptonite. And boy, did they have a hold on me. But then came Awaken 180 weight loss. Now listen, I've tried a lot of different diets, but Awaken 180, it's different. It's not a diet. It's a new outlook on life. That craving for carbs, the one we've all somehow convinced ourselves is just normal, it's gone. We get used to certain foods being pushed our way. We don't know any different. Now listen, I still eat pizza. I'll eat bread. I'll eat carbs, but I don't need them. And that's the difference. So now 7 out of 10 times the waiter drops that bread basket, I'll just smile. I know that I can handle myself. Awaken 180 has been a game change, a life change, and it will be for you too. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com. It will change your life, enhance your life. Trust me.
Did you know the Laser Hair Therapy Program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Got a lot of text after the last segment saying Justin Fields sucks, move on. Yeah, Justin Fields has warts, a lot of them. So does Aaron Rodgers. So does Russell Wilson. So does Mason Rudolph. So do any of the realistic quarterbacks they could take in the draft. Folks, we got to all understand here that the Steelers are in a very bad position. Some of it their own doing. Some of it just, this is the way of the world. When you don't have a franchise quarterback, you're throwing darts like the Colts have since Andrew Luck's retirement. Or like the Falcons have since Matt Ryan walked away, and that list goes on and on. We'll take more of your calls on Russell Wilson winding up with the Giants coming up in a few minutes here at 412-928-9370. But one of the great baseball insiders out there hopped on a podcast. It's Jeff Passan from ESPN. And I think he just slapped fans of small market baseball teams right in the face, talking about a potential salary cap, talking about a potential work stoppage. This had me floored. And I don't know that we're going to spend a lot of time on it, but I wanted to spend some on it. Here's Jeff Passan.
I feel like baseball is in a pretty good place. The pitch clock worked. ABS challenge is probably coming next year, and I really liked it this spring. You have stars up and down the sport, led by the guy who is the most recognizable baseball player in at least a quarter century. And if we're taking Shohei Ohtani, what do we go back to? Ken Griffey Jr., like in his prime? Probably so. And beyond that, the amount of young talent in the game is great. You have all these good things going for you. Is it worth it? That's the question that they need to ask themselves. And that's the question that fans need to ask as well. Is it worth it to take a great era of Major League Baseball that we are in the midst of right now and absolutely torpedo it in pursuit of financial gains?
Yeah, dude. Yes. 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 He went on chapter and verse about all the rule changes in Major League Baseball, the pitch clock, all that kind of stuff. I love all those changes. I love the banning of the shift. I think baseball resembles more now than it has for a long time what baseball used to resemble. There are good things happening in the sport, no question about it. I would also sign up for a 5-year lockout if it wound up with a salary cap and a salary floor. He referenced Shohei Ohtani, the most recognizable baseball player in the last 25 years, in his mind. Okay, who are some of those other guys? Mike Trout? He's in L.A. Where's Ohtani play? L.A. Where will Paul Skeens finish up? probably two guesses, and I think we'll nail it. He'll be in L.A. or he'll wind up in New York. Where does Aaron Judge play? Where does Juan Soto play? I think about all the good Braves players. Well, Atlanta is a massive metropolitan area with a fan base that spends money from every corner of the South. There's like 8 Major League Baseball teams that ultimately accrue all of the talent. And you have probably the biggest insider in the sport who's going to tell us that baseball's in a great place. It's not. And you can talk about Pirates ownership, and you're not going to be wrong with a lot of the things you say. The biggest issue is that it's allowed to exist the way that it exists. You know, teams like Milwaukee, they will spend more money than the Pirates, and they should absolutely be doing those things. Cleveland has spent more. You should be doing those things, no doubt. But in the NFL, the best player in the sport is in Kansas City. And that's the whole irony of this entire thing, is that Jeff Passan was sitting there on this video podcast spewing to us about how great of a spot Major League Baseball is in while wearing a Kansas City Chiefs sweatshirt. Football seems like it's in a pretty damn good place, and the mecca of the sport right now is Kansas City, Missouri, which is one of the smallest markets that has a professional team in the country, in any sport. The NFL seemingly figured it out. You know, Pittsburgh's not a big market. It's a flag-bearing franchise of the NFL. Green Bay, it's like Uniontown. They're one of the most popular franchises in the sport. You know, people watched when Cincinnati was in the Super Bowl. When a great player is drafted to a small market team in the NFL, guess what? That player has a good chance of playing his entire career in that city, thus getting people excited about that sport in that city. Here in Pittsburgh, not because of the owner, but because of the economics of the sport, Paul Skeens, we know, will not finish his career here. Garrett Cole didn't finish his career here. $500 million players aren't going to stay in Cleveland. They're not going to stay in Pittsburgh. They're not going to stay in Kansas City. They signed the deal for Giancarlo Stanton in Miami, and he gets traded a few years later. Spare me Jeff Passan telling me how great of a spot Major League Baseball is in when 8 markets matter every year, dude. And he's complicit. And it's not the same thing, but it's kind of the same thing what's happening in college basketball right now. All the talking heads, the powers that be in that sport, are telling us what a great thing is going on right now in the NCAA tournament when only 4 conferences are represented. Why are they telling us this? Oh, because the TV ratings are high. Because all the brands have advanced. Well, how do you create more brands? Parity. What is Tuscaloosa, Alabama? It's this little podunk town in freaking Alabama. Like, I think about Kansas, the Jayhawks. They're in Lawrence. They're one of the big brands. Like, any place in college basketball can be a brand over time if there's parity. That's what happens in the NFL. That's what you need in Major League Baseball. You need parity. You want your fan base to expand. You want more markets involved. And they've tried to do this by expanding the playoffs. Okay. That helps. Nothing would help more than a salary cap and a salary floor. But you got the bigwigs in college basketball telling us, oh, look at how great this is, no parity. No, you're wrong. You're part of the problem. You got this big-time Major League Baseball insider, Jeff Passan, saying, oh, no, things are great. Everything's wonderful because Boston can be good, because L.A. can be good, because the Yankees can be good, because the Mets can be good. No, it's good for those franchises. It ain't good for growing the game, and it sure as hell ain't great for people in Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Milwaukee, and any of these other markets. And you can tell me that they compete every now and again, and some of these teams compete more often than not. How many losing seasons have the Yankees had in the last 30 years when the Pirates have had, what, 4, 5 winning seasons? Wonder what happened there. Money. Jeff Passan's part of the problem. there needs to be a lockout. And I don't hold out a lot of hope that there would ever be a salary cap because the players' union doesn't want one either. But if it's take 2 years off and get one, or take no years off and we keep on with the same economic model, I know what I'm signing up for. Screw you, Jeff Passan. Like, you don't speak for me. You don't speak for small market baseball fans. Things are great. Okay, good. Can't wait to see Paul Skeens pitch for the Yankees in 5 years, you jag. All right, more on Russell Wilson next. You want to weigh in on that? You can. Ray Fittipaldo at 8 o'clock. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pittsburgh Pirates announced that Jared Jones, he does not have any tears in his arm, but they are going to shut him down for 6 weeks, so he's not likely to pitch in April. We'll probably see him pitch closer to the beginning of May. Opening day for Major League Baseball, though, is tomorrow. The Pirates play on the road against the Miami Marlins at 4:10 in the afternoon. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Couple of accidents in your way this morning. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. One of them in Ohio Township, currently blocking the ramp from Camp Horn Road to the ramp that leads you on to the inbound side of the Parkway North. Traffic getting around it by heading up to the traffic light and getting on the ramp that way. Also in White Oak, we have an accident on Lincoln Way, 2200 block. This is between Long Run and McClintock Roads. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Greentree. Parkway East of Greensburg Pike and Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
The Great Rewards Hunt is on. So join the adventure with DraftKings Casino. For fun seekers, follow the trail to huge jackpots, weekly bonuses, and exclusive games. But the excitement is only getting started because new players can get their losses back up to $1,000 in casino credits on their first day. Just sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. And start playing to get up to $1,000 in casino credits back with a minimum $5 net loss. Only on the most rewarding place to play with promo code THEFAN. DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Loss back for 24 hours up to $1,000 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 3/31/25.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now at Mike Hamlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE. Both available with financing as low as 1.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
You're invited to the Dick's House of Sport one-year anniversary celebration at Ross Park Mall from Saturday to Sunday, April 5th to the 6th. Have a chance to meet Pittsburgh cornerback Joey Porter Jr. on Saturday, April 5th from noon to 1:30 p.m. Plus, check out special giveaways and more. And while you're there, climb the rock wall, swing in our golf simulators, test your skills on the field, and score spring's hottest new arrivals. A weekend of fun awaits. Visit Dix.com/House of Sport for details.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's funny how time changes things. We got Ray Fittipaldo coming up in our next segment at the top of the hour. 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Had people bitching to me on the text line about Justin Fields just 20 minutes ago. Now everyone loves me because I'm telling Jeff Passam where to stick it. For having the audacity to say baseball's in a great place right now. While once proud franchises like the Pittsburgh Pirates know that this once-in-a-lifetime pitcher that they have is like Haley's Comet. And he'll be gone before we know it. Screw that, man. And it's because ESPN, well, we need the big markets. We need L.A. They don't see the forest through the trees. Like, they don't understand that more markets involved is better. The NFL got that. The NHL, dang it, got it. I mean, someone texted this, great point. Sidney Crosby wouldn't have been a Penguin, 15 years ago. They had a work stoppage, and it sucked, and it hurt them at the time. But the salary cap is a good thing. It's sports. You need to have some level playing field here. And maybe it doesn't need to be a hard cap. Maybe it could be like the NBA, but can we find a middle ground on this thing? Hoy. 412-928-9370. People are annoyed now. My daughter is from Tuscaloosa. Someone writes, blows away Pitt, Penn State, West Virginia. Check, trust me. Yeah, I've been to Tuscaloosa. I mean, still in Alabama. You just think about all these little podunk college towns where they're kind of like their oasis of, rural portions of the state. And Lawrence, Kansas is an example. What a big brand. North Carolina basketball. What a big brand. Duke basketball. What a big brand. I mean, these aren't mega metropolitan areas. You become a big brand by winning. How do you make it easier to win? Well, in college basketball, you got to find a way to even out this NIL. In Major League Baseball, you got to find a way to slap a damn salary cap on the thing. It's a lot more complicated than that, but you get it. 412-928-9370. Mark Caboli has called Russell Wilson a scapegoat. Does Ray Fittipaldo agree with that? Does he think the Steelers should have paid Russell Wilson $10.5 million? Where do things stand now with Aaron Rodgers? All that plus more on the way with our Steelers Insider next. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Wash off winter with the new unlimited package at Wetco. Introducing Ultimate, featuring graphene and ceramic wax for enhanced protection, durability, and shine. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months of unlimited washes. Sign up now and save. Book your stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. Every day is Fish Fry Day at Get-Go with the captain back in town. Wild-caught beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the captain platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We want to see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia K4 LXS or the all-new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions. Since 2020, with Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More accidents in your way. This report brought to you by Staples. The latest one reported in Wilkinsburg at the intersection of William Penn Highway and Graham Boulevard. That's just before it turns into Penn Avenue. Also, earlier accident being cleared in White Oak on Lincoln Way between Long Run and McClintock Roads. And as well, an accident being cleared from the ramp from Camphorn Road to the inbound Parkway North. Watch for some slowdowns there. Speaking of the Parkway North, you're slowing down right around the bend at Bellevue Westview, while the Parkway West is jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill, Parkway East at Wilkinsburg, Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Traffic sponsored by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 4/5. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Ray Fittipaldo brought to you by the Western PA Injury Attorneys of LGKG, serving as your home team for over 90 years. LGKG.com. We are efforting to reach Ray Fittipaldo. This has never happened before with Ray, and I'm now concerned. I hope everything is all right with Ray. Ray never blows us off. Which means he's allowed one, right? Like, you're allowed a free pass.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if you're a kid at school who has perfect attendance and your mom calls in and says, yeah, Jimmy's sick, that teacher's probably not going to say, he's missed too many days, this kid sucks, can't do it. That's fine. So Ray's allowed to blow us off because he's never done it before, but I find myself worrying about our good friend's well-being.
Yeah, I do, too. I mean, he usually texts me, and his phone just went straight to voicemail, so I'll give him a call again in like a minute. We'll see.
Very good. Tweet us, brought to
there he
you
is.
by South Hills Kia Peters Township, or visit them at southhillskia.net. We can take Ray over the phone today. It doesn't need to be on the video stream, except it is. There's Ray's bright and smiling face. Ray, we were worried about you for like 37 seconds there.
Good morning. I've been on for 5 minutes. What happened?
Oh, really?
I thought I was.
Okay, well, good. Well, we're happy you're fine. I thought you might be in a ditch somewhere. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. All right, Russell Wilson signs a 1-year, $10.5 million deal with the Giants. That can push it to $21 million if he plays a requisite number of snaps, hits some incentives, and that would actually be a really good thing for the Steelers in terms of the compensatory pick game. But that's not sexy. Here's the sexy. Did the Steelers miss out in not signing Russell Wilson for a similar type deal that the Giants did?
No, I mean, I think the Steelers have a pretty good indication now that Aaron Rodgers is going to be their guy. I don't know what the delay is. I think Russell Wilson saw the writing on the wall, and I think the New York Giants saw that same writing on the wall as well. So, I think we all know by now that relationship with the Steelers went sour, at some point in December into January, and that wasn't going to work again. So, good for Russ for getting another job, but I think the Steelers now are 100% focused on Rodgers. I can't tell you when it's going to happen, Adam, but I'm fairly certain it is going to happen here at some point relatively soon.
Ray, help me parse through this because I tried to, and I guess it's up to the listeners to determine whether or not I did an effective job with it in the 6 o'clock hour. But Art Rooney II at the end of the season in his news conference, he said he wanted Fields or he wanted Russ, and then went on to talk about being able to survey the scene at the line of scrimmage and talk about some things that I think pointed to Art probably wanting Russell Wilson. I think Arthur Smith probably wanted Justin Fields. I'm not exactly sure where Omar Khan comes down in all of this, but I think that Mike Tomlin is the one who wants Aaron Rodgers here. Do I have that right in your opinion?
Yeah, 100%. And I do think conversations were had after Art Rooney did his news conference in January. So, we're talking 6 weeks out. Maybe they all got together after that, and maybe Art came to the realization that relationship couldn't be repaired. So I think that's one aspect of it. But in terms of Tomlin, I think you're 100% right, Adam. This is Tomlin's doing. He wants Rodgers to be the guy this year. I don't think that changes anything about 2026. This is just a one-year bridge. No matter if this is Mason Rudolph, if it would have been Russell Wilson, or if it's Aaron Rodgers, this is a one-year bridge to that future franchise quarterback that I think they're loading up to get, or to try to get, in 2026. So you referenced the compensatory picks next year. That's going to be really, really big if they're going to try to move up and get their guy next year.
Yeah, if Justin Fields plays a lot and Russell Wilson plays a lot, and both guys wind up getting paid, I mean, you could talk about the Steelers having 3 additional third-round picks with the one that they already have. So they could have 4 third-round picks next year, Ray, which would be wonderful for them in their search for a quarterback. I'm interested on the timeline of all of this, and I think you've done a good job and just did breaking it down there. Like, I know that Omar Khan at the Combine said he would like to have something done with quarterback before the start of the new league year because you're trying to get wide receivers to come here. Does them trading for DK Metcalf prior to all that tell you that maybe they had their eyes on Rodgers this entire time? Because it's not like that guy really had a choice. Hey, do you want $150 million or not? Like, they didn't have to dance in front of any of these free agent wide receivers.
I think you make a good point, because whether it was going to be Rodgers or Sam Darnold or anyone else. I think the Steelers had to go out and improve their offensive weaponry to show those quarterbacks that were going to be on the open market, hey, we're serious about this. We're going to have DK Metcalf. We're going to have George Pickens for one more year. We got Pat Freiermuth, and we're going to have a good offensive line and a good running game. I think that's the pitch. So in those conversations with Aaron Rodgers, they laid that out. They showed them that they were serious about, wanting to win. They went out and got DK Metcalf, and I think that was all part of it. Yeah, I mean, Omar, he was trying to do that for a year. He just couldn't get it done last summer. So I think he was motivated to get it done. I do think that was a big part of this quarterback wooing process, if you will.
I like that, wooing. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. How do you think Russ played? Like, looking at it in his totality last year, if you had to give him a letter grade for what he accomplished and then ultimately didn't accomplish, how do you view it?
I mean, for the first 5 or 6 games, it would have been an A, right? And then for the last 5 games, probably an F. So you average that out. I mean, for me, it's a C. I don't think he was a terrible player. The final month of the season was a disaster. But, Adam, it was a disaster all around. If Russell Wilson would have thrown for 400 yards in that playoff game against the Ravens, the Steelers still wouldn't have won that game. They were getting run all over. So, it was a total team collapse. I'm not putting all of that on Russell Wilson, but I think you mentioned Omar Khan. He also said at the Combine, and I always go back to this, you have to score points in today's NFL. Do you remember that quote? I think it was in reference to not having a receiver at that point. You have to score points in today's NFL. So he knows you got to win 30-27 some weeks, 27-24 some weeks. You can't always win 17-16 or 13-10 the way the Steelers were early in the season. So they recognize that, and I think that's something they're trying to address this offseason. They did it with Metcalf, and I know we're talking about DL in the first round of the draft. That's probably true, but you're probably going to take a running back, you're probably going to take a receiver, and you may even take a quarterback too. So you're still going to be addressing offense even if you don't do it in round 1.
Now, when you say quarterback, we're thinking middle round kind of guy, right?
Yeah, like Tyler Schaff or Jalen Milroe or Will Howard. One of those guys, like round 3, round 4, I would say.
Ray Fittipaldo joining us, our Steelers insider right here on 93.7 The Fan Morning Show. Ray, Mike Tomlin uses the phrase, the road gets narrow. I mean, I feel like that's what's happened with quarterback, and obviously they won Aaron Rodgers. If it's not Rodgers, it's Mason, right? I mean, or are they bringing in? They're not going to be interested in like Christian Kirk, or excuse me, Kirk Cousins. I got my Kirks screwed up there.
Yeah, I think it would be Mason. Cousins would be an affordable salary because the Falcons would be taking on a lot of that signing bonus. But I mean, at this point, 27, 28-year-old Mason compared to a late 30s Kirk Cousins who can't move anymore. To me, you just roll with Mason. I don't think the floor would fall out. If he's a starter, I would be surprised if they contended for the playoffs. But I don't think they would be one of the worst teams in the NFL either. So I think that's the way it's trending. Like I said at the top, I'm pretty sure Rodgers is going to happen at some point in the near future. Listen, if it doesn't happen by the weekend, I don't know that's going to happen over the weekend because Mike, Omar, and Art are all going to be at the owners' meetings, and they're going to be doing business down there. So maybe it happens in the next couple of days. If not, maybe it happens, next Monday or Tuesday when they get back.
If I remember correctly, we are going to get Mike Tomlin on the record at the owners' meetings, right? He'll be doing that breakfast thing.
Correct.
And I think last
Mike
year
hasn't talked since. Yeah, Mike hasn't talked since the end of the season, so he will, and he doesn't talk at the Combine. So this will be the first time that we get him.
And you'll be there, right?
Jerry's going. Yeah, I will not be there.
There's probably golf involved, of course, to get Jerry out there. I believe last year, didn't Tomlin show up all like glistening and late to last year's media breakfast? Like he just got out of the shower, the swimming pool, or he was like going on a treadmill or something?
Yeah, I remember something to that effect. Yeah, hey, everyone has a good time down there, including the writers. So.
Except for Ray. Ray doesn't get to go, and this perturbs me. Maybe you don't want to go. Maybe I'm just speaking out of my backside right
no,
now.
I'd love to go, Adam. I'd love to go. I got my passport for Ireland. I got that going for me.
That'll be the 28th, right? Like that's just it's a secret, but it's not really a secret. Is that what you understand with the Ireland trip?
That is my understanding.
Okay.
People always ask me. My nephew's going and he wants to know if he can book the trip. I said it's on this date, but wait until they release it because I don't want you blaming me when you get airfare and it's not that date.
I mean, Rodgers v. the Steelers. Rodgers v. the Packers in Ireland. A lot of eyeballs watching that thing at, let's check. At 9 a.m. local time. That'll be interesting. Ray, the Steelers, as I understand it, have $43 million in cap space. I could be off a decimal point here or there. Rodgers is going to take up a chunk of that.
Yeah.
The draft picks take up a chunk of that. And then they always like to have some wiggle room going into the regular season. I mean, this is it, right? They're not going to be making that many. They're not going to make another splashy move the rest of the way, right?
No. Yeah, they're done making splash moves. I think the thing you want to watch in the summertime is how do they structure T.J. Watt's next contract? So, do they want to still like have that low cap hit in the early years of that contract, and then all the pain is pushed down the road, or maybe will they structure that in a different way? Maybe they give him a higher salary the first couple of years this time. They have the cap space to do it. It's not like they're up against it. So that's the thing I'm watching. How do they structure Watt's contract? And you're right. After Rodgers, after the draft picks, save yourself $7-10 million for in-season moves, and they'll be there.
Ray, this was wonderful. We're happy you're alive. You were probably screaming into the void there as we're like, oh, my God, where is this guy? So happy to see your smiling face today and appreciate you coming on.
All right, Adam. Talk to you next week.
All right, buddy. That is Ray Fittipaldo of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. A lot to react to there from Ray. We'll do just that coming up next. If you want to chime in, you can at 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Russell Wilson signs with the New York Giants, a one-year contract worth $10.5 million. Could swell up to $21 million, though, with incentives. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Crowley here for Window Nation. Winters are long here in the area, and just when you think it's dead, it's gone. No, it rears its ugly head again. And if you're tired of seeing and feeling that winter weather coming in past your old windows like I was, you need Window Nation. They're high-quality, energy-efficient windows. They're going to get rid of those drafts. They're going to keep your costly heat inside. They're going to lower your monthly utility bills. They're going to keep your home comfortable year-round, and they're affordable, too. How affordable, you ask? Well, I'll tell you. Right now, you get 2 windows free for every 2 you buy. Plus, with 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 years, you could get new windows installed in 1 day and then not pay anything until 2027. Imagine what you could do with all that extra money in your pocket. Plus, they're guaranteed for life. Hurry, offer ends soon. Don't miss out on your chance to take advantage of the buy 2, get 2 free and pay nothing until 2027 deal. Schedule your fast, free estimate right now at 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our Pirates play here. From spring training and beyond, our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. The Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. So how stupid is the NCAA for opening its college basketball transfer portal 2 days ago, while 16 elite programs are battling for a spot in the Final Four? It's so stupid that Michigan State's Tom Izzo says he's already not eating or sleeping this week, so why would he even waste time thinking about the portal? Good point. I'm Boomer Esiason.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So, how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodin, and wrestling attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You think you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. There's somebody having a worse day than you. There's somebody that just got into an accident. There's somebody sitting at the hospital right now. Doctor coming into the hospital room, telling them you ain't never gonna be able to walk again. Telling them they gonna wear a colostomy bag for the rest of their life. And you know what happens after that? They gotta look at their wife and wonder, is it even fair? Should she leave? Should she go? She gonna leave anyway? That's the thoughts that's running through their head. And you thinking you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. They having a bad day. Real bad. Accidents are real. When they happen, call the dog. Big or small, you call the dog. Car accident, call the dog. Medical malpractice, call the dog. Top dog law.
At PJ Dick, we're breaking ground and building dreams. Since 1979, our firm has provided full-service construction management to build some of Pittsburgh's most iconic buildings. For our local listeners, the Peterson Sports Complex, Peterson Event Center, PPG Paints Arena, and the UPMC Event Center might ring a bell. We're proud to be a family-owned company with world-class expertise. Build big with PJ Dick and visit our website at www.pjdick.com.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Welcome to AT&T. How can I help?
Hey, I thought I could trust my twins with my phone, but, they outnumber me, man.
Whoa, that's a lot of glitter paint. Let's trade
lives.
At AT&T, everyone can trade in an old or glittered iPhone any year, any condition, and save on a new iPhone. Ask how to get iPhone 16 Pro on us. New and existing customers. Savings vary by device and trade-in combinations. Restrictions apply. See att.com for details. AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
So Still some problems out on the roadways, plus some good news. This report brought to you by Pool Party Gaming. Crew's final stages of clearing a couple of accidents, one in Wilkinsburg on William Penn Highway at Graham Boulevard, the other one in White Oak on the 2200 block of Lincoln Way between McClintock and Long Run Roads. The good news is in Castle Shannon, they've reopened Route 88 in both directions after fixing that earlier water main break between Castle Shannon Boulevard and Grove Road. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass to the north side, while the Parkway North jams from Camp Horn Road down toward Perrysville. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Pool Party Gaming. Free to play, free to win.
The college basketball tournament has tipped.
Busted bracket, no worries.
Pool Party Gaming is giving you more chances to win with the Restore Hyper Wellness 16 Restart and the Mario's Prop Pool.
PoolPartyGaming.com. Free to play, free to win.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Thanks, Ray Fittipaldo, for joining us in the last segment. A hell of a nice guy. Steelers insider. Lot to react to there in that conversation from Ray, including him confirming some things that I thought. That Mike Tomlin has been driving the bus for Aaron Rodgers going back a ways. And I said it to begin the show. Omar Khan said they wanted to get the quarterback situation figured out before free agency because they needed to sell a wide receiver on coming here. Well, they traded for DK Metcalf. They didn't have to sell him on anything, but hey, here's 150 million big ones. They probably knew then that they were chasing Aaron Rodgers. You've also got this Arthur Smith, Russell Wilson feud between the two. Russ not being able to audible, or so it was reported, and those guys never really saw eye to eye. Like, they just don't know how to handle quarterbacks, folks. Like, they screwed up Kenny Pickett. They misevaluated Mitch Trubisky. They misevaluated Mason Rudolph, obviously, for years. So next year looks like it's the year, right? And Ray talked about this, too, the compensatory pick formula. Like, they could wind up with 4 third-round picks next year. 4, depending on if Justin Fields and Russell Wilson wind up hitting their snap count totals. 4. Why? Well, because that's the way it works, and now you could go and use those picks and go up and draft a quarterback. That's all well and good. But they don't know what the hell they're doing at quarterback now. They didn't know what they were doing at quarterback with Kenny. They didn't know what they were doing with Mitch Trubisky. They didn't know what they were doing with Mason Rudolph. So when they draft that guy, as I meander along here, I don't know that I have a lot of faith that they're going to be able to develop that guy. It's a very nihilistic way to think about your football team, but hey, you know the score. Like, they have a plan for next year. Like, clearly they have a plan for next year. Comp picks. Use them. Trade up. Draft guy. Awesome. That's a good plan. But what do you do when you get the groceries? Like, I go to the store. I can buy all the ingredients. I can't cook as well as my wife can. And she made enchiladas last night. They were fabulous, Callis. They were just wonderful. They were delightful. I could add the same ingredients. I'm not going to be able to make the enchiladas taste as good as she did. The Steelers might well have a plan on how to go and get the quarterback. What are they going to do once they get that guy? And it sucks to feel that way. Now, he also said, Ray did, that it's going to be either Mason or Rodgers now. Like, the road has narrowed. Those are the options. He thinks Rodgers is going to be here. Okay, that is terrific. Fine. But there's not going to be anything else. So it better damn be Rodgers, way I see it. I don't think he's going to be great. I think he could cause all kind of trouble. But they've got $43 million in cap space right now. If Rodgers comes in, they're paying him At least 20, upwards of $35 million. They're going to need to pay the draft picks. I don't know, pick a number, $9 million, $7 million, somewhere in that range. They like to have wiggle room going into the season so they can make wonderful moves like bringing in Preston Smith or Mike Williams. Like, you need to be able to add guys to your roster over the course of the year. Folks, this is it. And even if it is Mason Rudolph, this is it. Like, you'd like to say, oh, you're going to spend that money on something. There's going to be guys that get cut. That happens. It's going to happen after the draft. It's going to happen before training camp. It's going to happen during training camp. There will be guys out there, but no impact guys. There won't be a single impact guy. Like the Joe Hayden thing, very rarely happens. And they will not be in a position to make that happen if Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback. Now, with Rudolph, okay, you might be able to do that. But guys who are going to change the trajectory of the franchise, they've missed out on all of them. So 2 weeks ago, if you would have told me, okay, let's go with Mason Rudolph, great, fine, build the roster. Can't happen now. So let's just see what happens with Aaron Rodgers. Ray also said he thinks they're going to go defensive line in round 1 to the surprise of nobody, but he thinks they're going to go offense beyond that. Now, if they had their second-round pick and didn't give it up for DK Metcalf, let's just say they have all their draft picks, I would have taken a wide receiver in round 1 because it's not a deep wide receiver class. I would have gone defensive line in round 2 because it is a deep defensive line class. And then there's going to be enough good running backs around in round 3. You can get a guy that can be a 1A, 1B dude with Jaylen Warren. That's what I would have done if they had all their picks. Well, now they don't. And they got their wide receiver with their second-round pick, DK Metcalf. I would draft a defensive lineman like Ray said in round 1. Because you wait around, they're not going to be a good enough impact dude in round 3. You gave up 299 rushing yards to the Ravens. There should still be a good running back, if not running backs in round 3. So go D-line round 1, running back in round 3. 412-928-9370. You want to react to that? We would love to have you. John Wehner makes his triumphant return next. The Buccos start things off with Paul Skeens on the bump tomorrow at 4 o'clock. You can listen right here on The Fan. Wehner gives us his season primer when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins lost to the Tampa Bay Lightning last night. They lost 6-1. Penguins, they play again tomorrow at 7. It's a road game against the Buffalo Sabres. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, has given all customers the chance to take a swing at $500,000 in bonus bets every day from March 27th to the 30th, Thursday through Sunday. It's all part of the $500,000 daily home run jackpot. All you have to do is use your jackpot profit boost on a player to homer. And if they go yard, not only we get bigger winnings on your home run bet, you'll also get a share of that day's $500,000 jackpot. This season on FanDuel, big wins are on deck, so just head to FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey and look for the daily home run jackpot. Make every moment more with FanDuel, your home for betting home runs. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling our heroes at Zero Res. The sun's coming in. You've got longer days. You don't want the sun to reveal dirt, dander, and disgustingness. No, step into a fresher, cleaner home this spring with Zero Res. Zero Res removes winter's buildup and lingering odors, giving your home a fresh, spring-ready feel, preparing your home for the brighter days ahead. Don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. And just check out the 10,000-plus raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms, Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or online at ZeroResPGH.com, and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
All right, imagine you're just like me, looking at your house, looking at your chimney, looking at your retaining wall, and saying, I need to get that done, I need to get that done, I need to get that done. Well, year after year passes, and then finally, well, it could be too late, and then sometimes more costly. So get on it now. With the weather really starting to warm up, you got to call Precision Pointing. They do it all. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, free estimates, no money down, so you don't have to worry about them running away with your deposit. Precision Pointing. Do what I did. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1242. That's 800-275-1242. That's 800-275-1242.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
If you smell what The Rock is cooking.
Wiener, deep left. Look at this. Steve. Oh, my goodness. He's done it. David Wiener. Unbelievable. It is unbelievable. He's done it in his home ballpark. John Wiener. That's not The Rock stuff. That's Rocky stuff. That is unbelievable.
Let's go, baby. John Wayner is back. Bucko season starts tomorrow. I bought hot dogs. I got buns. I got cold ones. I bought peanuts. I'm going to be sitting in my living room acting like I am at the game. John, let's talk a little Bucko ball. How you doing, buddy? What's going on?
I'm doing great. I'm tailgating right now. This was the day I've been counting down to right here. I couldn't wait.
John, we have changed pretty much every production element from the way the last show was, except for that, because it gets the heart pounded, man, and the people are jacked up about it, too. The text line has exploded. This is one of our favorite segments every week, and we're excited to do it again, man. So what do you say we get into this sucker here, huh?
I'm ready to go. Yeah, I'm ready to go. It's this time of year where everybody's excited, everybody's optimistic. You go in with this pitching staff starting tomorrow. You expect to win. You expect to be better than you were the last couple years. And if that pitching holds up and we can score some runs, this team should be in the thick of things all year.
Let's start with that big moose who's going to take the ball for the Buccos tomorrow. If possible, John, I think he could be better this year. He's added a couple of pitches. Is that even fair to ask of the guy for him to pitch 200-ish innings and have a sub-2.5 ERA?
Yeah, I mean, a sub-2.5 ERA for sure. 200 innings is hard to get to nowadays because you're only getting 30, 32 starts. And with him, we talked about this down in spring training, it's hard for him to be efficient. I mean, to get to over 200 innings, I mean, you're averaging pretty much 7 innings a start, just under 7 innings a start, and he's so dominant. It's hard for him to put him in play, So his at bats are going to take longer a lot of times because guys can't put it in play. They foul it off and what have you. But I'm not saying he can't go 200 plus innings. It's hard again these days just because hitters have taken more pitches. There's more swing and miss, less balls put in play. I think a lot of people want to complain about pitch counts and everything else. I think it's more than that. I think just hitting in general, you just don't see as many balls put in play, so it's going to tax the pitcher more. They're going to throw more pitches per inning just because of that.
John, I am pessimistic. I think a lot of Pirates fans are it's in their nature to be pessimistic. So we got a bit of good news yesterday, really good news, really, on Jared Jones. Right now, not going to have to undergo surgery, 6 weeks until he picks up a baseball again. But a lot of the beat writers and insiders are saying that they expect to see him before the All-Star break. You mentioned the hitting, and I do want to get to that side of things. Do you think they can be good enough in their starting rotation in his stead? Because this is the strength of the team. Can it continue to be a strength with him missing a couple of months here?
I think so, without a doubt. Everybody, Skeens, obviously, Keller, an all-star. Fulter, I thought, did a great job last year. Andrew Heaney has had great success throughout his career. I guess curious to see how Carmen Majinski does, for a guy that's been in the bullpen. I know he started in the minors, and he has pretty good stuff. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. But there's so much depth behind that. That's the thing I love about spring training is going down there and seeing these guys throw, seeing these guys hit, that you hear so much about the prospects. And, I mean, they're going to have a big league pitching staff in AAA Indy. So I think depending on whether it's performance or injury, I think we'll see guys coming up that can step right in and compete at the big league level. Obviously, Jones was really good last year, and we hope to see him this year. Hopefully, I don't know how long he's going to be out, but it'd be great to see him back. But I do think that's the strength of this club is the starting pitching. I think the bullpen's going to be good as well, and I think there's depth behind it to where if you miss a guy or two, if there's a guy banged up and you need to replace him, I think you have that depth.
Yeah, if you've got Kyle Nicholas as the guy you can turn to call up, I think you're probably in a really good place as far as your bullpen is concerned. Y'all know the voice out there. That's John Wehner, The Rock. We love this man. Talking Pirates baseball. The season starts tomorrow, and you can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan. Were you surprised at all to see that Henry Davis is not going to start the season on the big league club, John? And your thoughts on maybe Endy being your opening day first baseman? Greg Brown said yesterday with the PM guys that's what he thinks is going to happen. Endy at first tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. I mean, if you had told me that 2 weeks ago, maybe I'd be a little surprised. And I'm not surprised with Henry Davis. You knew coming into this year that Joey Bart was going to start. So for Henry Davis to be on the bench starting maybe once or twice a week, I don't think that does him any good. I think he needs to go play. I thought that was going to be the case with Endy as well, just because He hasn't played much last year, and if you can't get him at bats from behind the plate, he's got to go to AAA. So he has experience at first base. If he's going to be on this team, they need to find ways to get him at bats. So figure he'll start a couple days behind the plate. Obviously, he might, until Horowitz is back, he might face all the righties at first base to get him at bats, and he might see him in a DH spot here and there. But I think it's important that he gets at bats if he's going to be here.
Yeah,
I think he's capable defensively. He had a great spring, way better than I expected for a guy that only played a couple weeks last year. So excited about Indy.
I think people forget when they look at Oneil Cruz's season last year that he was coming off a year where he had 9 games that he played, and then you move him to center field. How do you think the move to center field is suiting him from what you were able to see in spring training? And could this be the year that we get maybe a 30-30 season out of Oneil Cruz? Because, my God, that would go a long way.
Yeah, I think his athleticism in the outfield will make him just fine in center. If he stays locked in and, his athleticism, his speed will be just fine out there in center. To me, it's the offense that we really need him. I mean, he's a guy that's got all-star talent, and we're waiting for the all-star seasons to start. And 2020 is nothing to. 2020 is pretty good, but he has the power, the potential, the athletic ability to be 30-30 or more, and so. We're starving for middle lineup bats. Joey Bart did a nice job last year. Looks like Cruz will be hitting third this year. Those are huge. And to me, the other is Jack Sawinski. He looked good this spring too. So, the offense is the big question mark. I think there's guys there that are capable to make this offense a lot better than we saw the last several years. We're just hoping that it shows up this year.
Tommy Pham with the White Sox last year in 70 games hit .266 and actually had a pretty decent on-base percentage. So if he's the leadoff guy and he gives you that production, I do not hate it. But John, would like to see a lot. You just mentioned him, Jack Sawinski. I'd like to see a lot of Jack Sawinski because he hit 26 homers 2 years ago. He hit 19 the year before that. I'd like to see if he could do that again. It's not like you got a ton of power in this lineup. I'd be doing everything I can to get this guy at bats.
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting thing. You wouldn't have said that at the end of last year about Jack because how miserable his season was, obviously, and he ended up in AAA. Tommy Pham's a pro. They brought him in for leadership. They brought him in for experience. That's going to be – I'll be very interested to see how that plays out. Who's starting in left field opening day? Is it going to be Pham? Is it going to be Sawinski against the a good right-hander in Alcantara? And moving forward, I think Jack has had such a good spring where we got to find him at bats. We might see him given not only in left field, we might see him spell Reynolds so he can get off his feet and DH for a couple of days or what have you. But I think Jack, with what he did this spring and what he did his first 2 years in the big leagues, is very intriguing, very interesting, and could be a game changer. But he has to get at bats. It's going to be very difficult if he's only playing a couple of days a week. And I think they got to be creative, and it'll be interesting to see how they work left field. How many games is Pham getting versus Jack? And if we can get Jack if Jack's swinging a bat, if Jack puts the ball in play, he's going to make a difference. A lot of the problems with Jack is the swing and miss, the strikeouts. He put the ball in play this spring. He puts the ball in play, average is going to go up. Home runs are going to go up, extra base hits are going to go up, and he can be that difference maker like we saw him in his first couple of years in the big leagues.
John, last thing here for you, and I can't wait to start breaking down what has actually happened in the games next week, but you mentioned Joey Bart. It's crazy what a change of scenery can do for a guy. Do you think he can have a similar offensive kind of season that he had last year for the Bucks? Is he here to stay?
I hope so. He has some big-time pop. And last year I thought he had a knack for coming up with big hits in big situations. He had a couple grand slams. I don't know how many 3-run homers he had. It seemed like he was in a good spot in those situations. I've always said hitting with runners in scoring position is the hardest thing to do for a hitter at the big league level. It's not easy. The pitchers are trying to pitch around you. They're trying to get you to chase. They don't want to give you anything good to hit. And Joey Bart did a really good job coming through in a lot of those situations. So, I think his approach at the plate's solid. I think he uses the whole field. He could be patient, and I think he'd come in with a lot more confidence this year than he did last year based on the results. So, yeah, that's another important bat in there. A lot of people were talking about Joey Bart, but you look at the run production a year ago, it was obviously very good, and there's no reason to think he can't repeat that.
John, this was fun. Can't wait to do it again next week and every week throughout the season, man. Appreciate you hopping on.
Hey, always a pleasure. Look forward to it. I was really nervous waking up this morning. Couldn't sleep at night.
All right. John, we'll talk to you next week. Thanks again.
All right, Crowley. See you.
See you. That is John Wayner. He's the absolute best. We'll react to some of what John had to say when we come back. Also, sometimes you ask for the bull, you get the horns. Someone found out yesterday on Twitter, you don't want that bull. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Quarterback Russell Wilson signs with the New York Giants on a deal, one-year deal worth $10.5 million, could be up to $21 million with incentives. That means that the Giants unlikely to pursue Aaron Rodgers any further, but Aaron Rodgers still hasn't made a decision yet. And the Steelers' quarterback room is Mason Rudolph right now, really. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Crowley.
How dare you forget about Skylar Thompson? That's his name, right? Skylar Thompson?
Yeah.
How about this? 16 teams remain in the college basketball tournament. They're back at it on Thursday night. The Bet Park Sportsbook and online casinos got you covered for all the tournament action and make futures bets still right now on who's going to win it all. 25 on favorite Duke pays 50 if they win the whole thing. 25 on Florida pays 68.75. 25 on, let's say, Tennessee pays out 350. But whether your team wins or not, whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live dealers, blackjack, roulette, poker, and more. Plus, hot online slots games based on the movies Rocky, Ted, and Goonies. Play hot online slots based on your favorite streaming shows as well. And new users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com, download the app right now, enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan for the BetParks app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Yet another accident in your way. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays from Parkway Center down to Carnegie, and then from 79 out to Campbell's Run Road. Accident on the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge heading over from Route 65 and at the ramp from the North Shore Expressway. Watch for delays in both directions there. Parkway East, you're jammed at Wilkinsburg, and the Parkway North delays at Camphorn Road down to Perrysville. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you feel stuck when you click yes to a subscription? Choosing Awaken 180 is the complete opposite because it's not a subscription. No fine print. Pay as you go, lose weight as you go with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
At Diamonds Direct, we believe luxury is an experience and not a price tag. Luxury is expert guidance. It's the selection of 10 jewelry stores under one roof. It's saving time on endless comparison shopping, and you'll only find this experience at Diamonds Direct. Our luxury showroom has it all backed by our lifetime warranties and our signature best price guarantee. Diamonds Direct is the perfect combination of luxury and value, so you don't ever have to compromise. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Spring is here. Let two men in a junk truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. Two men and a junk truck.com.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Going to be joined for the final hour of the show by Doug Whaley. He'll be live in studio. Talk about Russell Wilson signing with the New York Football Giants and where things go for the Steelers from here. There was a feud on Twitter yesterday that caught my attention. We'll get to that coming up in a second here. But great to catch up with John Wayner. Looking forward to Bucko baseball starting tomorrow. And we talked about a bunch of guys. And I think if you are a glass half full kind of person, you think, okay, Spencer Horowitz will eventually be there at first, and he's a better option than they've had in years. Again, glass half full person. You think, oh, O'Neal Cruz, 2020 guy last season, but he only played 9 games the year before. Oh, he could be a 30-30 guy. Oh, Jack Sawinski. He hit 26 homers in the bigs before. Can he get back to something resembling that? All these things could happen. They're not all going to happen. Maybe none of them happen. If they do, you got a shot. There's one guy we didn't talk about, and that's Ke'Bryan Hayes. And I would put him in the category of probably never going to happen for him because of just the reoccurring back issues. But if he were to just stay healthy and play 130 games, 145 games, somewhere in that range, you know he's going to pick it at third. And I think, again, if healthy, he's going to hit you 270. I just don't think it's likely. They've got a lot of guys who have potential to do stuff. They've got a lot of guys who have done stuff in the past and then fallen on hard times. They are counting on all the planets aligning here. And it's just not all going to happen. Can you get a couple of those guys? Can Sawinski figure it out and maybe O'Neal Cruz is a 2020 guy again? Or could Spencer Horowitz be your answer and Ke'Bryan Hayes doesn't figure it out? All on the table. And it all starts tomorrow. All right, how about this Twitter feud that happened yesterday? You know, Andrew Filipponi puts a lot of stuff out there on Twitter and responds generally to very little. He puts his opinions out there. He'll report some stuff. He'll put the blinders up. Well, yesterday, Pony tweeted out something that Greg Brown had said about Jared Jones. And some slap named Cody Duncan tweets out, who do we believe more? Jared Jones' dad, who said nothing was going to happen, or Andrew Filipponi? I think we know the answer here. That's what he wrote. Well, we find out that, yeah, Greg Brown, he was not right about Jared Jones. Jared Jones going to stop throwing for 6 weeks, but he doesn't need to go under the knife right now. That has nothing to do with Pony or not. Pony put out what Greg Brown said. So Pony quote tweeted this Cody Duncan cat and said, "Hi, Cody. Hope everything's going great with your tennis coaching career, and I enjoy your Pirates news and opinions. I guess reading comprehension isn't your strong suit because I didn't say that. Greg Brown did. Enjoy Pirates baseball this year." Man, you ask for the bull, sometimes you can get the horns.
Don't give publicity to that guy. I hate that guy. I muted
So
him.
I thought about that myself, Callis.
That guy sucks.
Don't give oxygen to this guy out there who does stuff like this all the time.
He went. He was on the PM team once too.
Yeah, the guy's a jerk.
Yeah, he sucks.
And he's a jerk on Twitter.
Absolutely terrible.
What else is there to say? And I don't have anything against bloggers like Raise the Jolly Roger. McElhaney, I think's how you say his name. That guy's awesome.
Sure.
I love Jim Rosati. I think that guy kicks ass. He's a big Louisville fan. He likes college basketball. We get along. His Pirates opinions are great. He's asked me to be on the podcast. I've declined because, well, 2 kids and I never sleep. But, like, what is this Cody Duncan guy added to the discourse besides just ripping people on Twitter all the time?
He also rips tweets off. Like, I remember I saw on my timeline back-to-back tweets. One was the Pirates announcing a list of, like, their injuries or active players or whatever, and right below it was him it was the exact same tweet.
Yeah, beat writers have had a problem with him for that reason, and I've probably already given him too much oxygen. And maybe I'll... This is going to sound like backtracking really quick. I don't know the guy from Adam. So for me to say he's a jerk, I don't know. Maybe he's not
From Adam as in yourself? Or
That's a saying. Maybe he's a great guy. Maybe he is. But I don't respect some of the stuff that he does on Twitter.
Terrible.
And Pony, my God. Pony does like one a year where he's going to just rip some dude's head off. Hey, enjoy coaching tennis. Damn. And part of me believes that Pony doesn't respect his Pirates news and opinion.
I don't know how he has more followers than me. I'm more likable. There's no way.
Well, that much I understand. Love you, Callis. All right. Doug Whaley joins us for a full hour coming up next. We know where Russell Wilson is going. We don't know where Aaron Rodgers is right now. Where's Waldo? Don't know. Talk about all that and more with our good friend Doug when we return. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Adam, ever since we got our Guardian Protection video doorbells, I feel like a security expert.
Same here. Plus, with package detection, I finally know just how many boxes my wife has delivered every day, and let's just say it's a lot.
Right? No more mystery boxes showing up out of nowhere.
And now Guardian's giving away free Video Doorbell Pro when you get their Essential Security Package.
Just call 1-800-PROTECT today. That's 1-800-776-8328 or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia Sportage EX front-wheel drive or the all-new 2025 Kia Telluride LX front-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Getting more accidents now. This report brought to you by Coit. The biggest one is at the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge, right at the ramp coming over from Route 65 in the North Shore Expressway, really affecting the inbound side of Route 65, which is stacked back to the West End Bridge. Also seeing some delays coming from the North Shore Expressway. That's back to the Parkway North. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill, outbound heavy from 79 to Campbell's Run. Parkway East, that is stacked before Wilkinsburg, Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. And we do have an accident now in Dormont at the intersection of Crosby and Potomac Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Coit welcomes spring with huge home cleaning savings. Save 40% off all Coit cleaning services, carpets, area rugs, drapes, upholstery, and more. Call 1-800-FOR-COIT and schedule your home cleaning appointment and save 40% off all Coit services.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Luck is on your side here at Mitsu by the Mall. Learn more at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's Wednesday with Doug Whaley, the Fan's football executive insider. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Wednesdays with Whaley is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, yeah, it's a Wednesday with Doug Whaley, and he is in studio. He is back and better than ever, and I know Doug is excited for Pirates baseball. We got to figure out our opening day plans next week. I think
let's do it.
Okay.
I'm in double D seat, so I don't know where the controls are, so I'm a little late there.
That's
I'm
right.
a little off now.
You're filling in for Doran today. You joined us yesterday. You made a charitable donation to the cause. 258,000 meals.
Whoa.
Wound up being donated yesterday, Doug. So I can speak for everyone here when we thank guys like you for making that happen. Seriously.
No, thank you guys for putting it together. Absolutely. 258.
258. Which is awesome.
Which means next year, let's go for 3.
That's right. And every year, we'll just try to keep outdoing ourselves and keep putting
striving.
our nose to the grindstone, as they say. And a lot of people behind the scenes deserve a lot more credit than well, me in particular. I mean, I just sat here and talked. It's what I'm paid to do. But a lot of people behind the scenes, Amy Mock here, Craig Riley, just a bunch of people did a great job. So we wanted to thank you, the listeners, as well, for making it happen. 258,000 meals. I think everyone should be proud of themselves. Doug, Russell Wilson winds up with the Giants. $10.5 million, could wind up being $21 million depending on the incentives. And I saw the Giants win total. The over/under in Vegas was set at 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
They signed Russell Wilson, and that moved all the way
to 4.5.
Nope, still at 3.5. Still at 3.5, which makes me wonder if those incentives are going to be met. If they suck and they could fire the coach and they have Jameis Winston there, you might not see him reach that $21 million mark, which would actually affect the Steelers negatively because if he reaches those numbers, if Justin Fields reaches his numbers, they could wind up with an extra 3, as I understand it, Doug. 3 compensatory picks in the 3rd round next year.
And I tell you this much, and that's why I said last week that this offseason I'm really intrigued at how they're going about it because it is setting themselves up for their next move. And everybody's pointing their next move is going to be to have flexibility if they target a quarterback in that draft to go up and get one. And the draft, it may not, who knows how it's going to end up turning out. But when you're forecasting, you're going to have maybe 3 or 4 legitimate options. 3 or 4 more options that will, if you put them in this draft, would push these guys all the way down behind them. Projecting. And you know what I'm saying?
There's going to be guys who we don't think about that are first-rounders next year. There are going to be guys that we think are first-rounders now that fall out of the first round.
Absolutely. So think about it. When the 18 draft, going in the end of 17, Josh Rosen was the bar none number 1 pick. And then Baker Mayfield comes from out of nowhere. So, but what I'm saying is you want to have a class that doesn't have 1 or 2 or 3 like this year's class. You want to have options like 4 or 5 to give you that flexibility to go and target the one you want and not have to have so much fierce competition because of lack of availability.
Yeah, and people have been texting in all morning. The Steelers aren't going to be able to trade up to number 1. I think that's missing the point. They don't need to trade up to number 1.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you could be 20th again. That seems to be where they're picking these days. Can you move up 6 spots? Yeah. Can you package a 3rd? Or do you feel like you can give up your 2nd-round pick because you've got so many 3rd-round picks?
Absolutely. Gives you just that flexibility to really manipulate the draft in your favor. You can look at your board and say, okay, we have this guy at the bottom of the 1st round, and we're at 20. We can get our 20th pick and then package and still go get a guy at 31 or at 32 or 33. So that flexibility, that's when you stop treading wheels, but start gaining traction. And when you look at it, when this defense is starting to get a little older, you can add to the defense, but still add to the offense and maybe still get that quarterback you're looking at. So next year's draft, I think, is going to be the key to really putting Omar Khan and his personnel staff stamp on this organization.
And I had argued at the beginning of the offseason, knowing that they wouldn't do it, hey, maybe tanking's a great thing. In a way, by getting all these compensatory picks, if things should bounce their way, you are tanking. Because you tank, so you get better draft position. Well, if you can use these picks and move up when the draft's in Pittsburgh, which I do think matters, that's a good plan. If, again, it all falls into place. So Steelers fans, it might hurt at the time. You should be rooting for Justin Fields.
Yeah.
You should be rooting big time for Russell Wilson.
No doubt.
If they play well, that sets you up for success next year.
No doubt about it. And when you look at it, they are starting to play that look past the forest for the trees, look through the trees for the forest, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't even know what it is.
That stupid saying I screw up all the time. Yeah.
But they're starting to say, okay, the Baltimore Ravens, king of compensatory checks. So when you look at a guy like Cole Marcoux, the director of administration that's right behind Omar, maybe he's whispering in his ear, hey, here's a way we can improve our chances of getting that quarterback by playing this compensatory pick game. Hey, why re-sign these guys when we can, instead of having to wait to see if someone wants to trade with us, which, again, I hate when everybody says, just trade down. If it was that easy, who's trading up if everybody's looking to trade down? Now you take it into your own hands, and you're not hoping. They have a plan. And that's the difference and that's why I like what they're doing now.
Yeah, and if all else is equal, Doug, it just evaluating Rodgers v. Russ. If you could only have one, if all else is equal, if you think you're going to get exactly the same out of both guys, you might as well go with Rodgers.
Right.
And because when he was released, he doesn't factor into the compensatory thing.
No, Slay does not factor in.
Right.
So, again, that's where I'm trying to get the Steeler Nation when they're, it's going to be a long year. Yeah, it's going to be a long year. But we've always said you're going to need to take a step back to take a step forward. But when they're taking the step back, it's a calculated step back. And they have a plan to go forward. Now, in the end, they got to pick the right guys. But I like the plan that they put in place.
Yeah, and from that standpoint, I don't dislike it. Like nobody, and again, DK Metcalf, you trade for him. He doesn't factor into it either. Like apart from that, I look around, and I do like Darius Slay, but I go, But they didn't lose a single piece that I wanted back next year. Mm-hmm. Justin Fields would be the exception. He's who I wanted them to get at the very beginning of this thing. But no one's crying over Najee Harris. It was his time. No one's crying over the Larry Ogunjobis of the world. And I would like Alanda Roberts to be around because, hey, he did a great radio show with Donnie Football, but I'm not crying about that guy leaving. There's not a single piece that they've lost that I thought, damn, they let one get away. And that's all part of it, too.
No doubt about it. They are, again, they're not spinning their wheels. They're starting to put the drivetrain in motion to start getting tractions, to getting back to not making the playoffs or trying to win a playoff game, but to being a contender. And that's what I like.
And in the meantime, you take a swing at Rodgers and you see what happens. And I think it could be quite ugly, but I also kind of want to see it, Doug. I've changed my tune a little bit on this.
That car wreck?
Well, yeah, man. Like, we've talked about it so much, and we've theorized about it so much. Like, the general listeners, fans, us here on the radio, what would it look like if it's Rodgers and Tom? Well, you know what? Damn it, I want to see it now. Right. I want to see it.
And let's think about this. Let's really break this down, and maybe we should do this in the next second.
Yeah.
The Rodgers, Tomlin, Artie Smith, just triumvirate. How is that going to look? And just knowing what we know of the words that have come out of Tomlin's mouth, the rumors we've heard about Artie Smith, and what we know about Aaron Rodgers. This is going to be a beautiful disaster. We love it.
Yes. Let's get into that coming up next. Because what I found, Doug, a lot of the people, like we opened the phone lines today, did the Steelers make a mistake on not paying Russell Wilson like $10.5 million? And there were people that defended him. There were a couple of prominent media members that went out and defended him. These are the same people that say, well, Rodgers just isn't going to get along with anyone. Mm-hmm. Okay. You wanted Russ. Russ didn't get along with the damn offensive coordinator. What are we doing here? So we're getting all that coming up next. The power dynamics involved as well, because I think, like you, Doug, that it's fascinating. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. You could text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates announced yesterday that Jared Jones, he's going to be out for 6 weeks. There's nothing torn in his arm, but they're taking an extra precaution to rest him because of the pain that he claimed that he was experiencing in his arm. So we're not going to see him till about the beginning of May, somewhere around there. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Doran Dickerson.
Look, I need to get this off my chest. The Mac Discount app has brought the competitor out in me. I log onto the app, I find an item that I want, put a bid on it, and then the fun begins to see if I win my bid at a discounted price. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh, Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown. That's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new, open box or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about the product so you know what to expect. Have you heard about Instant Win? If you got to have it now, you can instantly secure your savings with just a click. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location, pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit their website, mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. UCLA coach Mick Cronin isn't John Wooden, but he too has encapsulated a simple philosophy that transcends basketball. For 99.9% of players entering college, Cronin explained it's harder than they thought it would be. So he adds, you either make excuses, quit, transfer, blame others, or you get the work. That's what life's about. Hear, hear. I'm Boomer Esiason.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample Rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserve seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant. Our house features live music all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. Check out the website for details. And the menu at Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh features traditional, freshly brewed beers and a fantastic menu with something for everyone, from the best burger in town to our braised pork shank, and also plenty of options for those observing Lent. Check out their menus now, HofbrauhausPittsburgh.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. These offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went...
I'm so excited.
Yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now. Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news, bad news on the North Shore. This report brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. The good news, they cleared the earlier accident from the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. However, the bad news, still have delays on the approaches from both Route 65 and the Parkway North. Meanwhile, we do have an accident in the final stages of clearing in Wilkinsburg at the intersection of William Penn Highway and Graham Boulevard. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 heavy from the 31st Street Bridge in toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, there's a lot we want to get to football-wise with Doug Whaley. He's with us until 10 o'clock, as he is every Wednesday. You can chime in on all of it, any of it, on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I think there's a fascinating power dynamic at play here with Rodgers and Tomlin and Art and Arthur Smith, and we will get to that. But you stopped me in my tracks on a non-football related topic. You said, Crowley, fries or tots? And I think it depends, but I'm a tot guy, man. I love a good tot.
Wholeheartedly, tots over fries.
If you get a crispy tot.
Nothing better in the land.
You can get the world's best fry. You take the world's best fry, you put it up to the world's best tot. I think the tot has a higher ceiling.
No doubt about it. And for me, it's easier to get a very good tot over a very good fry.
Mm-hmm.
The consistency
is
just spot on with tots. And we talked about it. Tots even travel. If you're taking takeout, a slightly soggy tot is so much better than a slightly soggy fry.
Yes, because
you don't like limp stuff.
No, no. Mulsey does ads for that during the commercial breaks. If you have a slightly soggy tot, there are still crispy parts left. You get a soggy fry, fry's ruined. Now, you can always air fry those. I don't want to have to do all that work. You can always pop it in the oven for a couple minutes. You get the broiler on, crisp them back up again. I don't want to do all that work. A tot also, now I've thought about this a great deal, Doug. A tot, based on the consistency, it's going to hold the salt in its nooks and crannies and crevices in a way that is pleasing and delightful to my tongue.
Yes.
Whereas a fry, like, what's the salt quotient? Is the salt sticking on those bad boys? You just don't know.
Just don't know. Now, the question is, and this is what brought it up, I was with a guy having dinner the other day, and he asked, is a tot a fry? What does our listening audience think?
Well, we got a text here. Crowley, you are a tater tot. Thank you. Texter, sleeping on beer-battered fries. I love beer-battered fries.
Love beer-battered fries.
Love a beer-battered fry. I'm not denigrating the fry.
No.
We are just simply saying the tot is superior. Texter, is this 93.7 The Fan or the Food Network? Well, it is whatever we want it to be.
Mm-hmm. We just got to bring out something different. Because, again, we're going to talk about Rodgers. We're going to keep talking about Rodgers until he signs, which may not be until after the draft, may not be until start of camp. So we can put that aside for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, people know how we feel about Rodgers.
Yes.
People know how we feel about Russ. And we'll still get into the power dynamics at play. We're not going to talk about tots for the next 35 minutes. I also think certain foods call for certain potatoes. Like if I'm getting a steak, I'm going to have like potatoes au gratin or whatever you call it, or mashed potatoes, or even a baked potato. I'm not going to get fries next to my steak. I will, however, get steak fries on Friday whenever I have a fish sandwich. Steak fries with fish sandwich is very good.
And I'll say this. My favorite fry is a steak fry. but that's the hardest fry to master.
A lot of people can screw up. A lot of kitchens screw up the steak fry, Doug.
Yes. But if you get a great steak fry, that's number 2 behind tater tots for me.
I can agree with that because there's so much potato up into that little dude right there.
But you get the crispiness, too, of the fry.
If it's cooked right.
If it's cooked right.
Right.
Yes. No.
It's like one of those quarterbacks in the draft that's got a super high ceiling but also a really low floor, like a Malik Willis or Jalen Milroe. Yeah.
There you go.
Jalen Milroe, and we could do this. Jalen Milroe is the steak fry of quarterbacks.
Of this year's draft.
This year's draft. Like, holy cow, this guy could be outstanding. He could also not be good. Texter. The only problem with tots is you're limited with your toppings. Totally disagree.
No.
Permanis does. They got all kind of different tot combinations. Jalapenos. You could do tot nachos. You get the sour cream in there. No.
And if you dip it, you get maximum coverage on the tot. Whatever you're dipping it, cheese, gravy, mustard, ketchup, whatever.
The poutine
honey mustard,
tots.
The poutine tot. I'm just telling you. And it still stays crispy with the poutine on top of it.
Yes, it does. And we got dozens of texts in the previous segment. We're now dwarfing that with tot talk. I'm just telling people, more people are texting in about the tots than the quarterbacks. Texter, last one. I'm your biggest fan. I listen to you guys all day, every day since you started Crowley. Sending you that Crowley is a tater tot text was just to see if you'd say it on there, and you did.
There you go.
Texter, a tot is a hash brown. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, like a McDonald's hash brown. I mean, that's basically just a long, flat tot.
Now, do you put the McDonald's hash brown on your sandwich?
Oh, my God. I've never done that.
You are missing out.
Yes, I am missing out.
Next time you go, put the hash brown on the sandwich.
Next time I go.
You're about to go now, right?
We're talking 40 minutes from now. I'm going to have myself. We could also do that. Callis is paying. Back to our regularly scheduled football talk here. So I don't know that Rodgers and Arthur Smith are going to see eye to eye. I'm not sure that matters so much, but we parsed through this at the very beginning of the show today, Doug. Art II said in his end-of-the-season news conference he preferred to keep Fields or Russ. Then he went on to describe what he thinks is the ideal kind of field general. And it really sounded like he was talking about Russell Wilson if you were talking about those two guys. Omar Khan at the Combine also said he would like to keep one of those dudes, and he would like it to get done before the start of free agency. I buy what those guys are selling. I think both of them ideally would have rather it been Russ or Fields. I think Arthur Smith would have rather had Fields. This is all Mike Tomlin, man. Like, I think Mike Tomlin wants Aaron Rodgers, and they're saying, okay, you want Rodgers, we're going after that guy. What do you think?
Well, I think if he truly does want Aaron Rodgers, which all signs point to that, then there's a lot of times when we already know that when he says what he says on his soliloquies, that's a word I can't say.
We were talking before the show about words we can't say. My list is longer than yours, but soliloquy is a tough one.
Yeah. About I want a mobile quarterback, and mobile quarterbacks are where this game is going, then we can throw that out the door. We can start picking holes in a lot of things he says. So, all right, Coach, we love the soliloquy.
You tried it again.
I can't do it.
You went back to the well, Doug.
I tried. I thought I had it.
Place to be, man.
I thought I had it. Anyway. They're great for sound bites, but we're not reading much into it. And then, for me, I'm interested in Aaron Rodgers. Why is he picking the Steelers? Because they must have sold him, when you come in here, this is going to be your offense. At this time in his career, I can't see him signing up to be in a place where he can't audibilize, and it's 3 yards in a cloud of dust and protect the football type of mentality. He wants to go out with a bang. He wants to go out showing that it is Aaron Rodgers that resurrected the Pittsburgh Steelers. Oh, excuse me. The Aaron Rodgers Pittsburgh Steelers won their first playoff game in X number of years.
Yep.
That's where he wants. So this marriage is, like I said, I'm interested. And then you get Arthur Smith in there. Now, is Arthur Smith bought into an Aaron Rodgers knowing it's going to be Aaron Rodgers' offense? Think about it. Anything that goes positive for the Pittsburgh Steelers this year, Mike Tomlin's going to take a step back. Art Rooney's going to take a step back. Omar Khan's going to step back. Arthur Smith is going to take a step back because it's all going to point. See what Aaron did. It's, again, Aaron Rodgers, Pittsburgh Steelers. So this whole organizational decision-making process is interesting to me, but I will say this to the fans out there. When you are talking about plans in sports, everybody should just qualify it as of today, because tomorrow somebody could come available that they never thought would come available. Something could happen in the negotiations with the people that you're talking to that sour it or turn it, that you have to turn to a different one. So as of that's why I said qualified as of today, this is what we think. Because tomorrow could bring you something totally new.
No, that's well said, because it happened last year with Pickett.
Yeah.
We have full faith in Kenny Pickett, Omar said at the Combine. Well, they didn't know Russell Wilson would be available. They didn't know that Justin Fields would be available. They probably had a pretty good idea that one or both could be, but it wasn't set in stone that they could get either of those guys. You're right. It's a qualifier. I mean, it does seem easy to me, but we can sort of suss this thing out here. Like, okay, the coach in Green Bay, LaFleur. I almost called him Guy LaFleur. So you got LaFleur there, right? And I just watched the Rodgers documentary. First year LaFleur comes in, they ran all LaFleur stuff. And there were some things that Rodgers wasn't quite comfortable with, verbiage or whatever. And that offseason, they made it a collaborative effort. We're going to do a lot of stuff from the old offense that Rodgers likes, and we're going to try to meld it with my offense. And so they did that, and to great success. It seems easy to me you would do that if you're Arthur Smith. But here's the thing. Arthur Smith was up for the UNC coaching job last year. Arthur Smith just coming off the heels of being a head coach for 3 years. Arthur Smith wants to be a head coach again. So he wants to have his fingerprints all over the success. And I'm not saying he's a bad guy. That's ambition. That's life. But that's why there could be a little bit of a tug of war there.
No doubt. And I'm sure it started with Russell Wilson. So now Arthur's like, I'm back in the same. I'm actually going to be in a worse position than I was with Arthur. With Russell. Because at least Russell will try to fake it a little bit and try to be.
He'll just blow you up after the season with sources and such.
Exactly. But Aaron will go on Pat McAfee on Tuesday and be like, blah, 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 Arthur Smith and this and that.
And that's true, and I hate to say this because I do happen to like Arthur Smith, the guy. From everything I've heard, and Doran has had a good relationship with him in the past. Like, I don't really care who the quarterback is. Like, I need my offensive coordinator to be malleable. You can't just be, here's my system, and does this guy fit the system? Right. You don't live in an ideal world. You're going to need to be light on your feet. You're going to need to adjust. Mike Tomlin says it all the time. When you got red paint the barn red. Well, okay, stand by your words then.
There's two things that I will say. The best coaches put their system around the players they have, and they don't make the players fit into their system. And secondly, when you talk about just ego and wanting to advance and what this profession brings you not only monetarily but fame-wise, I was taught from the day I got into this, be the best at what you are contracted to do to help the team win. And once you win, everything else takes care of itself.
Right.
So Arthur, everybody, let's put the best product out there on the field to win. And if it's Aaron Rodgers and you have to bow down to what he wants and you want to make sure he's complicit in every decision on the field and off the field, do it. Because if you win, you got a quicker route to getting that head coaching job again. And that's where I think a lot of it has changed, because people want, especially coaches, want it to be the name on their back. They're going like, cause of me. See what I did. I changed this guy cause of me. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's why guys like Jalen Milroe are probably going to get drafted higher than, because they were the one that fixed, and then that propels them onto Ben Johnson, $13 million a year.
Right. Look at this project we took on. Look how we refurbished this this 2-bedroom house with only one bathroom. Doug, when we come back, wonder what they talked about in that 6-hour meeting last Friday, Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. I have some cap space related questions for you. That's all on the way next, but first a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins, they lost 6-1 to the Tampa Bay Lightning yesterday. Penguins are off today. They've got a game on the road against the Buffalo Sabres tomorrow at 7 o'clock. More Fed headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
What up, dudes and dudettes? It is Rob Brown here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Diamondbacks had a rough 2024, but they are ready to bounce back in 25. Arizona's rotation ranked 6th best in MLB by Fangraphs, but they added Cy Young winner Corbin Burns to strengthen the bullpen. And after winning 89 games last year, I'm betting on them to top 86 because 89 is more than 86, and they got better. It's Rob Brown. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month, truck month, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About truck month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, truck month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is truck month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So, schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for truck month.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions. Since 2020, with Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3-room Zero Resified starting at $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. Spelled backwards or forwards, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Hello. So many in the Pittsburgh region are fortunate to have enough food and drink to never go to bed hungry. Your friends at Vicini Distributing Company would like to ask everyone who raises a pie today to take a moment to raise some much-needed funds for Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Just $1 can provide 5 meals to a neighbor in need. We're thankful for your support of our craft beers and would like to thank you for considering a donation to this very worthy cause. On behalf of all of us at Vicini Distributing Company, thank you and cheers.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Jerry Dulac just tweeted out, Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan met with 3 Ohio State players of interest last night in Columbus. Running backs Quinshawn Judkins, love. Trayvon Henderson, love.
Yep.
And quarterback Will Howard.
Check, check, check.
Yeah, I mean, would be fine with a quarterback in the mid-rounds.
Mm-hmm.
I got zero problems with that.
And I just actually looked at Will. He is one of those guys that it's the steady Eddie. Like, oh, I like this. I like this. There's nothing dynamic, but he puts the ball where it needs to be, makes the right decisions. And when he was in Kansas, was he Kansas or Kansas State? Kansas State.
Kansas State.
Yes. He was actually more of a runner than they had him at Ohio State. So he brings that combination. It's one of those things that would be a solid number 2, low-level number 1. If you had a bunch of dudes around him, he could help you win some games as a starter, but he's probably best as a number 2.
See, Doran saw the same things in him.
Mm-hmm.
So when you guys say that, I pay attention. And, you know, one of the things I had said before, and I need to start reevaluating the way that I think about collegiate sports is, okay, he got beat out, so then he transferred. But he got beat out by a guy who was going to be a redshirt freshman that was a 5-star recruit who is one of, if not the best recruits in the history of Kansas State football. You had to move on.
Right.
Or you're going to lose him. He's not going to sit around and wait an extra year. It's just not going to happen.
It's just the nature of college athletics right now. And we can go down that rabbit hole for a second.
Oh, there's only 1,000 players in the college basketball portal, and there's 4 tournaments going on right now. That makes total sense, Doug.
So to me, I think a lot of what's going to get rectified with this system is when this revenue house share comes out on April. Now there's going to be a lot of litigation and suits and all that stuff, but I think that's going to really market set this NIL payment plan or lack of plan that they have now. To me, though, the most detrimental thing to college athletics is the transfer portal. Like you're saying, we have a transfer portal open in basketball when there's still 4 tournaments going on. We haven't even crowned a national champion. In any sport, you can transfer twice in the same year. And now the DB from Wisconsin wouldn't sign his transfer papers. He just transferred it on his own and just said, "I'm out."
Yeah, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Stop me? What? Come on.
It's nuts. Sorry, Doug. You got a kid from Michigan, Scottie Pippen's son, actually. They're in the Sweet 16. He's in the portal. Like, they're in the Sweet 16.
Exactly.
And he's in the portal. I got no problem with transferring. None. I think players should have been paid for a long time. Coaches leave whenever, and apparently they're talking to other teams for like months on end, Darren DeVries, before they wind up taking another job. If they can do that, I think the players should be able to do it too. But it needs to be more free agency-like.
Gabriel's.
Yes, season's over. Give it 2 weeks. Bang, portal's open. In football, you have multiple portal windows.
Yeah.
There needs to be one.
Winter and spring. Yeah, spring comes right after spring ball.
Yes. One portal window. That's it. Now, NIL, that's a whole different can of worms. Can of worms. See, I can't say things either, Doug. But this idea that you can multiple windows, and while tournaments are going on, while the bowl games are being played in college football, none of that stuff makes sense.
No.
And those are the things that they can put guardrails up now without any sort of litigation.
Absolutely. And you can go back to if your coach leaves, transfer. You get one transfer without sitting out. Or if you graduate, those 3. After that, you got to sit out.
Yes,
you
can't just do it forever.
Exactly. And then I think what's going to happen too is with this revenue share, start getting into contracts where you have almost similar to coaches. You got to have a buyout agreement.
I like that.
If you do want to transfer, all right, it's going to cost you X amount of money to buy this guy's contract from us. You have to.
Or you start signing, right, like 2-year deals.
Absolutely.
Yes.
No doubt.
Yes.
So it's an easy fix. It's just once these presidents and ADs wrap their head around, like, all right, let's get out of this student athlete. It's a business. Let's mimic it like the pros. And that's why a lot of colleges are starting to set up their personnel departments just like professional coaches.
Right. We saw Andrew Luck fired their football coach yesterday. He's the GM of Stanford. It's wild right now, man.
I'll give you a date. 2028. There might be, from what I'm hearing, from upper echelon, a titanic shift in college athletics, especially football and basketball and non-rev.
You heard it here first. West Virginia wins the national championship in 2028. All right, coming up next, what did the Steelers and Rodgers discuss in their 6-hour meeting? We'll get to that. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates announced yesterday that Jared Jones, there's nothing torn in his arm, but he is going to be sat out for 6 weeks, so we probably won't see him pitch until May. This coming as a precaution right now. Like I said, nothing physically wrong with him, nothing torn in that arm, but they're going to rest him since he was dealing with some pain in his throwing arm in spring training. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley, yeah.
How about this? 16 teams remain in the college basketball tournament. They're back at it on Thursday night. The BetPark Sportsbook and online casinos got you covered for all the tournament action and make futures bets still right now on who's going to win it all. 25 on favorite Duke pays 50 if they win the whole thing. 25 on Florida pays 68.75. 25 on, let's say, Tennessee pays out 350. But whether your team wins or not, whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live dealers, blackjack, roulette, poker, and more. Plus hot online slots games based on the movies Rocky, Ted, and Goonies. Play hot online slots based on your favorite streaming shows as well. And new users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com. Download the app right now. Enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan for the BetParks app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew McCutcheon. Just one more day until Pirates baseball on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Earlier accident long gone from the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge, but the delays remain, especially on Route 65, where you're stacking from Allegheny Avenue up past the span and heading over toward Route 28. Meanwhile, the Parkway West jammed inbound near the top of Green Tree Hill, outbound delays from Roslyn Farms out toward 79, and on the Parkway East, you're heavy at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, hockey, pro and college basketball, and exciting Premier League action. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of The Fan. Brackets busted. New customers on FanDuel can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from clutch shots, last-second heartbreaks, even who's cutting down the nets, all there on FanDuel. Into the round of 16 now this week. So many options still on the board. So many good picks to still end up winning the whole thing. And for me, I've been riding with Florida the whole time. I will stick with them as one of my favorites. What a great team that is. What a complete team. So many options. So many guys inside and outside that can get it done. Played in the best conference in college basketball. That's the team I will continue to back. FanDuel.com/Andrew and get into college hoops all tournament long. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. For sound real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrili on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochrane Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Hard hit ball to short, scooped up and tossed to second. Quick turnaround, it's going to be close. Throws it to first, and he's out. Double play.
A Pirates double play is a well-oiled machine, just like Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes while you stay in your car. The only thing that'll be out here is your old oil. Drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location today. No appointment needed. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Social media's biggest loser, also brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Cal's now in a Twitter war with Cody Duncan.
It's not really a war. I'm crushing him. I got like 50-some followers
Well,
now.
you're drone striking him is what it is. It's not like boots on the ground. There's no hand-to-hand combat, but you're just firing off left and right missiles.
I don't like him, so he's social media's biggest loser, and thank you to Awaken 180 for being a sponsor of mine and this particular part of the show.
The New Art of War, authored by Harry Cal.
That's right.
Write that book.
He's going full he's just going missile strike after missile strike on this guy. I'm here for it. I did not think that we would land ourselves in that position today. Doug, I've teased this for like 30 minutes now, but you got Rodgers meeting with the Steelers for 6 hours. Do you think it was more Rodgers selling what he can do to Pittsburgh, or the Steelers doing what they could to convince Rodgers this is the fit for you?
I think it was let's find a common ground where this is going to work for everybody. And talking about, is he going to be Tuesday McAfee? If so, what are on limits? What are off limits? Okay, Arthur Smith. What type of offense are you looking to do? Mike T. What type of offense philosophy are you guys going to try to employ with me here? This is what I'm thinking about doing. This is where I feel comfortable at what I can accomplish at this time in my career. And then now looking at your weapons, here's what I think. So I think it was like, hey, what do you think? I think this. Let's find that middle ground where it's going to be very beneficial for everybody. But more importantly, everybody knows what they walked into and signed up for.
They've always been so forthcoming.
Exactly.
Doug, this was fun. I'm going to
doubt.
go put a hash brown on my McDonald's sandwich, and we're going to have ourselves a hell of a day.
Yep, and I'm going to the Pitt Pro Day. So,
let's go. You'll see Doran down there. Have a blast. Appreciate you coming on. Doug, we will talk to you next Wednesday. Callis, keep up the good fight. Oh, This is how we end the show every day. Will we know about the Steelers quarterback situation tomorrow at 5:40?
Yes.
I think this time we actually will. How about that? Pomp and Joe up next. Talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TAXI for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TAXI for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TAXI.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rate supply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Let the madness begin. Stop into South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport, payment starting at $249 for 24 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More accidents in your way. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. The latest one is in Mount Lebanon, 500 block of Washington Road, Route 19 at Florence Place. We also have one reported on the inbound Parkway West near Parkway Center. Delays there from the top of Green Tree Hill past the scene to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Also an accident on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Watch for the right shoulder blockage on the eastbound side between the Pittsburgh and Irwin interchanges. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
So long, Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson, according to Adam Schefter and various others, has signed a one-year deal with the New York Giants worth 1 year and $10.5 million guaranteed. The deal could go up to as much as $21 million this upcoming season, as another option is off the board for the Steelers. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's the plan. I mean, obviously, I love it here and everything else. And I think we have a great football team. Obviously, it didn't go in the way we wanted it to, and I think there's a lot more to do. And I said to you guys before, I always just trust God in the process and all that.
No, it hasn't changed. I think, your quarterback has to be able to, read the defense and get the team in a play that is good against the defense he's looking at. And I think no matter whether he's mobile or not, that's got to be what you start with.
Down the gut. Fake it.
Nope. They didn't listen.
Wilson to the outside. Can he get there?
And he gets there.
Touchdown, Steelers.
I think that it's an exciting time. I think obviously to be a Pittsburgh Steeler and the opportunity of what we can do.
Steelers win, they win the division. Ravens win, they're in the playoffs and keep their division hopes alive. Here's Wilson again. Going this big seam there. Wilson going to take off. Look at him go. Inside the 10. Russell Wilson decked inside the 5. Ball comes out. Who's going to grab it? Ravens have it.
Wilson steps up. Spin around. Wilson avoids it. Wilson looks. A floater. Intercepted. Marlon Humphrey. Turnover, Pittsburgh. Wilson trying to make something happen.
I think that it's an exciting time. I think obviously to be a Pittsburgh Steeler and the opportunity of what we can do.
Play fake. Wilson, pressure. Has to get rid of it, and that's picked off the other way. Marlon Humphrey, pick 6.
Just running a naked bootleg, and Russell's exposed, and he tries to flip the ball out to Pruitt, and behind him is Humphrey, and he is not dropping that. Gets pressure by Owe, and he knows it as soon as he let it go.
I think that it's an exciting time. I think obviously to be a Pittsburgh Steeler and the opportunity of what we can do.
Was my mic on that whole time, Limits?
Yes, it was.
Did I swear?
No, you just laughed once or twice.
And I also sang, didn't I?
Yeah, I think so.
You did all of that. The hat trick to start the day.
Actually dangerous. I didn't know my mic was on. It's Pomp and Joe. Good morning. Pomp sitting across from me. He looks absolutely splendid. Limits to my left. He looks good, too. He has a fresh haircut. What's the sweatshirt game today?
Today is the KDKA high school basketball hoodie.
Look at this, man.
From
Bob.
last year.
Hoodies are very popular. We all have them. We all wear them.
Love them.
He's a national treasure.
I do too.
First things first today, coming off Feed the Need yesterday, just a tip of the cap to everybody out there who stepped up. People who called the show, coaches and things, but mostly the populace, you out there, the listeners, as we raised. What was the final tally? Limits. Did we get close to 250,000 meals?
Yeah, we had a really successful day. The total was 258,375 meals.
Amazing for the Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon in conjunction with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Just incredible. Special thanks to our sponsors and our partners, Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, Memorial Highway, Chevy, Greater Pittsburgh Auto Dealers, Aetna, Isley's, Beano's. And the important thing is this continues today. Like yesterday we had the event, but this is 365 days a year. You can text NEED to 50155. Bob, I thank you for joining me yesterday at the top of the show. It proved to be an unbelievable day, really. Once again, Pittsburgh steps up.
That's what Pittsburgh does on the situations like this. And, the thing about it, I always tell people, how much money do we waste every day purchasing, $8 cups of coffee or whatever you throw money at?
Yeah.
I mean, $8 makes a big difference for people who need food. And this program, the Feed the Need program, it is really well done. So they know exactly what people get. It's just, it's if you have money that you're just going to waste today, think about doing that just to change it up for a little bit. And I think people can do that. So you're right. It's all year round, Joe, and people are always in need. It's always good to help.
An amazing day is what it was. Meanwhile, when I got home, the news broke of Mr. Delusional signing with the Giants.
You missed it again yesterday.
Yes.
Seems like it never happens in the hours between 10 and 2.
Mr. Delusional goes to the Giants. I mean, this is incredible, Bob. That's the big news today. In fact, we're going to kick this off. We're going to form a six-pack because there's a lot going on here. So why don't we thank you, Limits. And that was a wonderful sort of reprise of Russell Wilson's time with the Steelers. This guy gets like a third of the guaranteed money that Justin Fields got. And now the Steelers' 2 quarterbacks from last year are the 2 quarterbacks in New York, of all places. Of all places. Like the biggest market in the country, I think. I don't know, Bob. Is L.A. bigger than New York? I don't know.
They're close, 1 and 2. I know that.
So $10.5 million guaranteed, a possibility of $21.5 million with the Giants. And I'm left with questions here. First, I'd love to hear us, let's ride, me, you, and Donnie, and maybe even Sean, don't call me Seth Meyers. Do you have that handy? Limits, if you could play that when Russ
Steelers Nation, let's ride.
Steelers Nation, ride with me, baby.
Oh, boy. Steeler Nation, let's ride.
Steelers Nation, let's ride.
I kind of like the last one.
Broncos country, let's ride.
But don't forget about this one that I found.
Let's ride my ass. Bob, I never blame the Steelers for taking a swing. In fact, I endorsed the idea at the start with Russell Wilson. But you know what I came to learn? That Mark Schlereth, what do they call him? Pig? Stink? I don't know what.
Pig. Pig. From stink to pig.
I don't know. What's worse? Would you rather be called pig or stink? I don't know.
He didn't play for the Washington Redskins in the 80s.
No, I don't know why pig came to mind. He was right. I came to see what toxic positivity meant, and he just left here in like a cloud of false platitudes. It's just like, goodbye. What happened? What happened over the last 5 games? And then Art at the end of the year saying, yeah, we'll take Justin or Russell, meaning if not one, then the other. Okay, Justin left. They wanted no part of Russell anymore, ever, quite clearly. He went for the paltry sum of $10.5 million guaranteed dollars, and this seemingly would clear the tracks for Aaron Rodgers. I've got lots of questions, Bob. I'd like to start out with this one. What happened with Russell Wilson and the Steelers? Was Art just using that as leverage to put that out publicly to let Justin Fields know, hey, we got another option here to try to get him to sign for a lower price, or what?
Yeah, I don't. He said that he wanted to have preferably one of the two, and they made their choice, and it was Justin Fields, and they made an offer to him. I just would have, upped that offer or negotiated more, because I really think if they wanted him, they could have had him. And for whatever reason, he decided to move on. But never once, from what we know, that they ever approached Russell Wilson, because it did sound like he wanted to be back. Of course, sounds can be misleading with him. He says all the right things at all the right times. Down deep, I wonder what he really thought. So there may have been a disconnect between Arthur Smith and Russell Wilson, which makes me also wonder about Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers, because there's more high maintenance with Aaron Rodgers, Joe. There really is. And if he doesn't like something you're calling, I imagine a lot of that 6-hour meeting on Friday had to do with what schemes they run, how they run them, what's my role in them, can I change plays, all of that kind of stuff. And just see if there's a philosophical compatibility.
Yes, to all of that. And it never made sense to me. I never believed from the beginning, ever since the Dulac story, it never made sense that Russell Wilson was going to come back here. The story clearly painted a picture of a guy who couldn't play football the way he wanted to here, who wasn't given freedoms at the line, who may have leaked a story embarrassing the organization, and also painted a picture of a coordinator who didn't really like the quarterback, at least on a professional level. So it never, ever made sense that Russell Wilson was going to come back here. So let me ask you question number 2, Bob. May I have another one? Limits?
That's a great sound.
It truly is. Mm-hmm. Ron hears it 11 times every morning before 11 o'clock.
Over and under before noon, 11.
And I want to hear both of you answer this. Limits, I invite you into the fray. I personally do not see any difference between Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers on the field. They're basically the same guy right now. Look at their numbers. Russell Wilson completed about 64% of his passes in 11 starts. He had 16 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. You project that over 17 starts, And it's right about where Aaron Rodgers was, Bob. The touchdown percentage, the interception percentage, the sack percentage, the completion percentage. I would say Russ is maybe a little bit more mobile at this point in their career, although not that mobile. Do you guys think there's a huge difference between what Russell Wilson gave them, which was a game over 500, helped get them to the playoffs where they got hammered in a playoff game, and Aaron Rodgers? Somebody, one of you, tell me if you think that there's a big difference here or any difference. Tell me what it is.
No, I agree with you generally because the numbers reflect their styles, which is, if they get pressured in the pocket, most times than not, you're going to see throwaways. You saw a lot of that with Aaron Rodgers last year. We didn't watch every game, but if you did, you would have seen that. That's what Russell Wilson. Now, that's fine to throw a ball away instead of taking a sack. I get that. But generally speaking, there's no secondary option. There's no escape from the pocket. There's no, ad-lib ability. And if you are behind offensive lines that tend to give up opportunities like that, you're a sitting duck. So they're both that way, and you're right. Wilson's a little bit more agile that way, but not much. Rodgers can't move at all. So that will be very interesting to see how it plays out if in fact it happens. I'm never going to say it's going to happen, Austin, because I don't know what's in Aaron Rodgers' mind right now. You can't predict that.
I think at this point there's a 75% chance that Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, but would you be surprised if he said, "I'm retiring"?
Nobody would.
No, I would. Maybe a little bit. Because I feel like at this point, why if he was actually going to retire, why would he spend 6 hours at the Steelers facility to begin with?
To confirm what his thought is, that I'm not going to be able to play my system with my people or the people I don't know.
I think that him flying to Pittsburgh and spending that meeting with Tomlin and all the buzz that has gone around it is him basically making that extra effort.
Why didn't he?
But he didn't sign. But he didn't sign. I mean, he knew what the contract was. If he tried to get that hammer out, why didn't he leave with a deal? And why is it taking how many days now has that happened? That's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Here we are 5 days later.
Yeah.
How long does it take?
That's just what does not make sense in this equation. What are we still waiting on here, Aaron? I feel like he still does want to play. Granted, we all just don't know in the end. Maybe it is just the further attention. I wonder if – here's one thing that I don't think we're considering. You know how he did that documentary last year, Enigma, with the ayahuasca retreat and everything?
Yeah.
Do you think that Rodgers behind the scenes might have another type of documentary going, whether it be with ESPN or someone else this time around?
It's a good thought.
And they want some more footage and they want to build this up a little bit internally. And Rodgers knows that he holds all the cards, so he can wait it out a little bit.
I mean, I'm convinced that this is going to be an announcement on the Pat McAfee special.
Me too.
Over at the arena.
I hope not.
I don't think it should be that. That's the direction this is headed. Well, tell me, Limits, do you believe that Aaron Rodgers is that much different than Russell Wilson?
Not that much. I do think he's better, but not that much.
In what respect?
So one thing that I kind of look at it is I think that the roster for the Steelers is better than the roster for the Jets. And I also think that Rodgers just had so much power with the Jets. He was basically like another coach and general manager for them. Now, he's going to have power once he comes here. He's going to have some. I think we'd be naive to think otherwise. But I don't think it's going to be like the Steelers handing the entire keys to the franchise over to him like he did with the Jets, which basically allowed Rodgers to screw it up for himself. I feel like there will be more limitations on him if he comes here, where it'll just be, okay, sure, you'll have some say in the playbook,
I don't think
but
that'll
go play
go
football.
well. I don't think that'll go well, and I think we'll hear about all of that on the McAfee show. They're inviting the Steelers, if Rodgers comes here, are inviting everything they're going to get, and they're going to deserve it. And you said that the Steelers have a better roster. If I went into a season, and this was last year, and I was a quarterback where my running back was Breece Hall, my top two receivers were Devontae Adams and Garrett Wilson, compared to what Russ had here with Najee Harris and George Pickens and I don't even know who else, Scotty Miller.
You also need some
Van
time to be
Jefferson?
able to get the ball to those people and somebody to be able to block for Breece Hall. And that offensive line in New York is not good at all. And I know that the Steelers' offensive line isn't very good either. But it's definitely better than the one they have in New York.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I'm
the
sure about
Steelers'
it.
two tackles led the league in sacks allowed. I think Aaron Rodgers had better weapons in New York than Russell Wilson had here. And he went 5-12, and their offense mostly stunk. Bob?
Yeah, they did. And here's the other thing that has to happen. Your defense better be very good.
It's not going to be.
And it's got some ways to go. They have a lot of needs at a lot of positions because I think Rodgers, the one thing he can do, though, if he is protected the right way, that he can still sling it, and he can make the right reads and the right throws. I never doubt that about him. His arm is a lively one, even now at age 41, soon to be 42.
For sure. But, man, that's, I was convinced, I might still be convinced that Mario could still play on a power play, especially if nobody touched him. Like, you don't lose the hands, and if you're not injured, you probably don't lose your arm strength. But the idea of Rodgers standing back there like Tom Brady used to with the Patriots with nobody ever touching him and him having a chance to scan the field 6 different times, I just don't see it, man. I don't. And I don't see a difference at all between these two quarterbacks. They're essentially the same guy at this point in their career. And if people want to convince themselves out there that this is some sort of football savior coming to town, have at it. But I think there's a way better chance of a complete implosion, which might not be a bad thing, mind you, than there is that Aaron Rodgers takes them to a playoff win.
Yeah, but even if he comes here, they're still going to draft someone. And I saw today, per Jerry Dulac, that Will Howard from Ohio State and a bunch of Ohio State guys are over there visiting. Anytime they bring guys in, you're definitely on their board, which means at some point they're going to need another quarterback, and they're probably going to try to draft one, develop, hopefully be pleasantly surprised. If not, if they don't see, then next year they could redraft. I don't mind drafting quarterbacks every year if I can't get it right.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out eventually.
Well, sure. But you have T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward, and Minka Fitzpatrick getting a year older all the time.
I realize that.
And Mike Tomlin has put the Steelers in this position. He has. He put them in this position. They lost years because of the disastrous Kenny Pickett selection. He's 0 for 5. I think he's about to go 0 for 7, really, in Ben replacements, including Mason Rudolph twice. Next. We'll get back to that, Bob, but there's so much big news out there. The Pirates got a big piece of news.
Mm-hmm.
With Jared Jones will avoid surgery on his right elbow. I think he's expected to miss, 6 weeks or so?
And then a rehab, which needs another 6 weeks. He's probably gone for 3 months.
Yeah. Well, however, having said that, this wasn't the worst case, which is at least a bit of good news.
For now.
Yes.
These things can also lead to, there's no guarantee that he can't come back, go through a rehab, start, and then have more pain, and then who knows.
Right. I agree with that. And I wish that instead of going with Carmen Majinski, I read John Parato's piece today where he says it seems like the Pirates are making up things as they go along here. I thought Majinski was going to be, they didn't want him to be a starter. They wanted him to be a reliever as recently as a year or two ago. And we're clear that that was his track to success in the majors. And then the Endy Rodriguez thing, that seems to be sold for some people. Like, oh, yeah, that's a believable thing, that they just wanted him to focus on catcher and then at the last minute make him one of the winners of the first base derby without having played any first base in spring training. I'm sorry. That strikes me as very odd. You?
Yes. I would have tried real hard to get Henry Davis in this lineup somehow, some way. And with a vast opening at first base in which they've tried just about everything, why not him? He is a number 1 overall pick. You've got to extract anything you can from him. And he's done everything every time they send him back to AAA. He hits. He does well. You have to give him a leash here. You have to. And they won't. So if they're not, you're going to see Adam Frazier at times playing first base. Again, I'm sorry. It just $1.5 million for Adam Frazier, and he makes it because he's being paid on a major league contract, it appears. I'm sorry. That does not strike me as somebody and some team that is focused on winning now because every game matters. These in April matter.
Man, the Pirates get underway tomorrow, and every day that Paul Skeens pitches is going to be Mardi Gras. Every other day, I'm not so sure about, and even those days, I think he's going to pitch great. But as we saw in a number of his starts last year, what is around them? And that brings me to my next item, Limitless Wonder. Did I thank the various affiliates at the top of the show, Limits, for the highlights?
No.
Would you like to thank them, please?
They must get their time.
I would love to, including Russell Wilson on the McAfee Show.
Yeah.
The Amazon broadcast, our good friends at CBS, from Robert Pompiani, and our friends at Fox Sports.
All of them, and more, I might add. So the next item, Bob. What happened? Oh, I thought Limits had a news item in my ear there. He was talking to somebody else. I thought
he was on the phone, I think.
I thought we had an Aaron
Maybe
Rodgers.
some urgent call that's going to reveal itself. We'll see.
News item, and I apologize for that. The next item is, as I look around, and believe me, I scoured the internet this morning for everybody's predictions. You know, MLB.com experts, Jeff Passan and ESPN, CBS had 5 different people, The Athletic. There's not one human being, and I would urge our texters, if you can find somebody who picks the Pirates to have a winning record, somebody in the national media, please forward to our friend City Limits at 412-928-9370. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And I might add that Off the Top's brought to us by JP Roofing and Siding. I couldn't find one person who said they're going to have a winning record. I found maybe 2 out of many who said they're going to finish anywhere but last place, and that was 2 people from CBS Sports who said they'll finish 4th out of 5 teams. Keith Law predicts them to go 69-93. Bob, what do you make of the national perception?
I think it's the right perception based on what they've seen over the last decade and more beyond those 3 years. Jason Mackey on our number 1 Cochran Sports Showdown predicted 85 wins, if I'm not mistaken. So he's one of the more optimistic guys.
85?
I think I'm correct in that, but he had a winning record, yes.
85?
So, Jason, if you're listening, please tell me that's the right or wrong number. I thought you said 85, but it was a winning record for sure, and he was bullish on some of the things that could happen, and who knows? If they get the right – if guys start to play the way they're supposed to play and there's more offense than we suspect right here, then, yeah, you can see that scenario if the pitching holds up.
No, I can't.
No.
85 wins? I mean, if everything turns out great.
Right.
But I don't think everything's going to turn out great.
Nor do I. But I'm just telling you, I think the logic behind making a prediction like that is you think things are going to work out. You think Hayes is going to have a much better offensive year than most of us think.
I think he's lost his mind. He was overly optimistic on the Pirates 2 years ago. He had them with a winning record. I don't think they're ever going to have a winning record in this regime. I don't.
Well, if they don't, Derek Shelton has said it's all about winning, and that's the focus. He's, and Ben Cherington has said so too. Well, these are their words. Now you have to back up with action, and if you don't, then there's need to be a change.
I was going to say if they win 85 games, I'll wash every jock in that clubhouse, Bob. But I don't want to turn into John Seibel.
You don't want to do that, no.
I will make a bet though. Give me something, either one of you. If the Pirates win 85 games, I will what?
Ooh, do you want to be like Pony and Crowley and walk across the Kalene Bridge in a thong, which they never did?
No.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to see that.
I think that would be not a good idea.
No, did that actually happen?
No, it was supposed to, but I don't think it did.
It's never going to happen.
If they win 85 games, I will do a show in my underwear, Bob. Would they allow that around here?
I don't think anybody wants to see that.
I don't think anyone wants to see that either, and I'd say that about me too. No, I'm not doing that. I'm going to do something that, you'd have to come up with something that puts you in your non-comfort zone, whatever that may be.
Yeah.
You're going to bungee jump.
No.
You're going to jump out of a plane.
No.
You're going to eat a spider.
Now we're getting warmer. Yeah, a sauteed spider.
Wait, hold on. You wouldn't bungee jump?
Are you kidding me? No, I don't even want to go up that high and look at it.
Austin,
No.
I'm never doing that. Never.
Are we talking about like at the mall, or are we talking about that huge bungee thing
off of a bridge?
I always think the person's gonna hit the pole on the way back as I'm watching that. I have no desire to do that.
When I think of bungee jumping, I think of just the people in the mall that just jump on the trampoline for like 10 minutes and that's it.
No. This would be the real deal.
Oh, yeah.
I would never do it.
I ain't doing that. No. There's zero chance. We'll think of something. Perhaps the texters could engage us there.
Oh, they will.
If they win 85 games, I will be absolutely blanking stunned. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, at that point, you'd be definitely, I would think, in a playoff position. You may even win the division with 85. It's been happening before with 84 wins, 83 wins. So maybe, although I don't think that's the case, I think there is a chance that you're going to see one of these teams, whether it's the Cubs or the Brewers, win it by getting over 90 wins.
Yeah. I think barely over 90, though.
Yeah, but just in that range.
I saw somebody write that, was it Jeff Passan? It was ESPN anyway, that the Pirates rank about 25th in the power rankings, below the A's, and it's just not enough offense. Not enough offense, and I think question marks even in the rotation and the bullpen. Other than that, they're in great shape, Bob.
Well, I'm now, I'm a little disillusioned about the starting rotation now that Majinski's in it. Nothing against him. I like his arm, but I like it better served in a bullpen role. I had, obviously, with Jones in there, it's a different look. You have three guys you can really, I think, count on. Falter's been good at times. And then I thought maybe one of these young guys, whether it's Chandler or Harrington, would occupy a fifth spot. Now, that's not happening. They bring in another veteran on a one-year deal in Andrew Haney, and that's fine, I suppose, until it's not. So I want to see results from their system. I want to see results from their farm system. That's what needs to happen. You have to have players come up here and become really good players. And Henry Davis that's a bothersome thing for me. They got to try to do everything to get what they thought he was out of him.
Yeah. I agree wholeheartedly,
Austin's
Bob.
smiling back there, which makes me think there are some texters suggesting some very diabolical things.
Justin from the FedEx truck says that if the Pirates win 85 games, that Starkey should end up doing a little darkness retreat.
It's 4 nights of complete
I like that.
Other people.
I like that.
I will do that.
You know why?
That I would do.
But that may not be safe because some of these dark places are out in the woods. You're going to have to be all alone where there's a potential for a snake to somehow sneak in, and you won't see him because you're in the darkness. So you better.
I've been there. I've told you. I've been spelunking. I've been in a cave. I've swam in
How is
dark
it possible
waters.
that you're afraid of everything and yet you go into a cave?
That was the whole idea, to face my fears, Bob. But now I'm afraid again, probably more afraid.
And the hot coals that he walked on, Bob.
Yeah, I also walked on hot coals, Bob.
Others are saying that you should do like a polar plunge right outside of PNC Park. You could participate in the Special Olympics polar plunge, Joe. That would be a really good thing.
I would do that. I would absolutely do that, join in that, and jump in where? The River Allegheny?
Yeah, just jump into the Allegheny.
Hokie did that once. I watched him do it after a practice, jumped right in the river with all his teammates yelling his name.
Would you do the Waffle House Challenge?
What's that?
Where you have to stay, Bob, you know what this is. I can see the smile. You stay in a Waffle House for 24 hours, and every waffle that you eat takes off 1 hour of time that you spend there.
Absolutely, I would do that. Yes, there's one right out in Washington County by the Meadows,
yes.
I think. Yeah.
You've often complained about your stomach.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
but I do like those waffles.
I know,
Bob.
but that's a lot of waffling.
Very good. I do like that. Next, please. All right. The big news on the college scene locally is St. Francis will drop from Division I to Division III. Essentially, the explanation is we've been priced out. And I get it. And you know what? In the end, my thought here, Bob, is good for them. They're better off. And others will follow suit. They dropped out of the rat race. Before all this, before NIL and transfer portal and all that, I think it was very difficult and for a lot of the smaller schools, not even justifiable, for example, to have Division I football with all the expenses there. And I think they weren't Division I football, were they? I don't think so.
No.
But other
they
smaller
were Division
schools,
I in basketball. And
right. I think they're better off. I think this is good. I think readjusting your academic mission, still providing sports for what they are, but dropping out of the rat race. I think they're the lucky one here. You?
Yeah, and I think you're going to see more of this. This is the way it's going to be. No sense spending money crazily and not getting much for your reward. I would assume that if we walked through this parking lot, we had 10 people and asked them, St. Francis basketball, Division I, 2, or 3, what do you think? I guarantee you nobody would have said Division I.
Right.
You know, because and so you have to define what's good for your school, what's good for your athletes. You still can compete, and I think down the road we may see a Power 4 thing, and then the leftovers create their own conference and do it without NIL money or a more controlled NIL system. I think that's going to happen eventually too, by the way, because it has to.
Their football program is Division I.
Oh,
they play FCS football in the NEC, which is the same conference as Duquesne and Robert Morris.
Okay.
That's fine.
They went 4-7 last year, and my overall point there was that trying to, uphold and keep a Division I football program, even before all this stuff, Bob, was difficult. This makes it nearly impossible. And sort of what you said, like, is there that huge of a difference when you're already that small of a school in just dropping a couple of levels? Like,
No, you're still playing, and you're still doing what you have to do. And most of the people who will go there do have academic things they want to accomplish. So if you're going to do that, then do that and still play. You can still get whatever you want to get out of it. I mean, your thought of getting to the pro level is probably non-existent anyway when you're there. Very few do it. So it's about what your mission is as a university. It's about what you want to provide. If you're trying to compete at that level, you're going to have to spend money that you don't want to spend. It's hard enough raising money as it is these days.
Right.
So why do it that way?
I agree with every syllable and half syllable you just uttered. Limits, you had the who from St. Francis on your show last night?
No, so I had the commissioner of the President's Athletic Conference, Joe Ondurko, on the show.
What did he have to say?
So I will play for you what he originally said about when they were first contacted from a consultant about St. Francis.
I was approached in probably early October, I would say, by a consultant that deals with a lot of Division I schools. And in fact, it was confidential enough. They didn't even want to let me know who they were representing, first of all. So we kind of established some ground rules on how we were going to deal with this. And then basically they, introduced the folks at St. Francis to us, which, brought about some discussions. We gathered information. And then they came and presented at our PAC President's Council meeting in December at the Duquesne Club. After that and a lot of discussion, our presidents voted unanimously to bring them in. And then it was just a question of when and how do you best announce this? And is the one thing you've seen is, this is such an emotional topic for so many people on both sides of it. There really is no perfect time to do it. But I think they felt like they needed to find time that had the least disruption possible. And so rather than doing it, say, in January, which would have been right in the middle of basketball season, I decided to wait until now. And I think looking back on it, when you look at the incredible run that the Red Flash men's basketball program had, winning the NEC and going to March Madness for the first time since 1991, that was absolutely the correct call.
So what Commissioner Ondurko basically continued to say later on in the interview is that, they realized that probably a lot of kids might just leave St. Francis basically from going D1 to D3, and they would understand that perspective. And also just understanding the gravity of the emotional time that it is now, which I thought was interesting.
Tough for sure.
October
on the kids there right now, but they'll probably find other places to play, I would imagine. And they've readjusted their mission. I say good for them.
Yeah, I say good for them too. It's all about what you want to provide as a university, knowing some of the limitations that come with Division I sports and what you have to do to achieve success in those Division I programs.
Our six-pack brought to you by Bet365 Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And the text line, where you can interact with the one and only City Limits, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, Bob, next there was a giant move in the NFL that could potentially affect the Steelers. And also back to the quarterback situation. How do we look back on the Russell Wilson, Justin Fields era, such as it was?
Can you call it an era? It was 1 year.
Yeah, and the fact that the Steelers have completely redone their quarterback room, or will, for the third straight year. I was reading a couple places. There hasn't been an NFL team that has blown out all its quarterbacks 3 years in a row since the early 70s or something like this. What are they doing besides waiting on Aaron Rodgers? 412-928-9370.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Opening day is tomorrow for the Pirates. 4:10 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 3 o'clock with Paul Skeens on the mound in Miami against the Marlins. First of a four-game series. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Shattapet Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Beyond Lincoln, join the family. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Bummer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get the Zone AutoZone. If you thought transfer portal, free agency, and name, image, and likeness money have revolutionized college sports, wait until revenue sharing goes live this fall. Yesterday, St. Francis of Pennsylvania, which lost in the first four last week, announced it was reclassifying to Division III because the new collegiate business model is unsustainable. Expect more schools to follow. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Colorectal cancer is the leading cancer killer in men under 50 and the second leading cause of cancer death for women under 50. The American College of Radiology urges you to get screened, starting at age 45. Now, Medicare and insurance companies are required to cover not only colonoscopy, but less invasive exams like virtual colonoscopy. Talk to your doctor about your options. For more information on virtual colonoscopy, visit radiologyinfo.org/virtual CT.
Furnished by American College of Radiology.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Welcome to AT&T. How can I help?
Hey, I thought I could trust my twins with my phone, but they outnumber me, man.
Whoa, that's a lot of glitter paint. Let's trade
Lives? At AT&T, everyone can trade in an old or glittered iPhone any year, any condition, and save on a new iPhone. Ask how to get iPhone 16 Pro on us. New and existing customers. Savings vary by device and trade-in combinations. Restrictions apply. See att.com for details. AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code BAN25 and save $25 with 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in. A groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. You know, there was a time if you handed me a bread basket at a restaurant, you better pull it away quick. Bread, pasta, pizza, carbs, they were my kryptonite. And boy, did they have a hold on me. But then came Awaken 180 weight loss. Now listen, I've tried a lot of different diets, but Awaken 180, it's different. It's not a diet. It's a new outlook on life. That craving for carbs, the one we've all somehow convinced ourselves is just normal, it's gone. We get used to certain foods being pushed our way. We don't know any different. Now listen, I still eat pizza. I'll eat bread. I'll eat carbs, but I don't need them. And that's the difference. So now, 7 out of 10 times, the waiter drops that bread basket, I'll just smile. I know that I can handle myself. Awaken 180 has been a game change, a life change, and it will be for you too. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com. It will change your life, enhance your life. Trust me.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So are you ready for your show?
When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What the heck, limits? Let's make a 6-pack, a 12-pack. Why don't we? Bob.
Let's go keg. Toga. We'll have one
Toga.
Did you host keg parties in college? And were you one of the guys, more importantly, Bob, who set up the keg, who went with your buddies to go buy the keg? Somebody always was the. We
had a lot of toga parties. And I was more of the person who would facilitate it. I never let myself get to the point where I lost control of myself just because I was worried about a lot of things. So,
did you wear a toga
to
the parties? Wow.
Maybe that's what you could do when Pirates win 90 games.
Have a toga party?
Yeah, no, you show up in a toga.
I'll do that.
Okay. Something simple.
I'm trying to picture you circa 1980 at a toga party.
Well, yeah, 1980, 81. Why? You think that?
I just think it's interesting. What would have happened?
It's a code of the road, baby. We don't talk about those things.
Now, I was always near the keg just because I was afraid it was going to run out. Were you, Bob? Did you tap the keg?
No.
There was always somebody who was interested
I was
in that,
more
right?
interested in just, again, setting things up. We did card parties, poker parties, things like that.
Of course.
Stayed up late when we're supposed to be studying and did poker.
Yeah.
But, I didn't do that.
Tim Hurley was the guy in our group. He was very interested in being the person who purchased the keg and tapped it. And, of course, there were the executive beers before anybody got to the party. That was tremendous, right? Once it was tapped, it was a moment of celebration, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you get those first fresh, cold beers. Were you allowed to do that at Waynesburg limits, or don't you want to talk about that?
No, I think that what's more appropriate is to talk about when I was at Robert Morris, because my friend Colin, who listens, I think, probably every day, is probably listening right now. His frat would have huge basement parties where you could barely move.
Oh, yeah.
Barely move in that place.
Yeah.
And those were the parties that we frequented a lot.
With kegs?
There were some kegs, I think, involved. Not me. I was not the one, because I'm not a beer guy. I'm a liquor guy.
I forgot about that.
You know,
now, would you have parties, either one of you, where it was you dump all different kinds of liquor into a trash can, that type of thing, and you dip the cup in like it's Christmas season?
No.
We had that.
You had some very interesting things in your childhood and your young adulthood.
Yeah, not always healthy, I'll acknowledge, Bob. Limits, did you have any of those? You just pour everything in a garbage can and everybody dips in?
No, I've never seen that before.
Well, perhaps you still will. Next.
That's possible.
Bob, as I was saying, I'm still trying to get over the fact that the Steelers' 2 quarterbacks from last year are now the starting quarterbacks in New York, of all places. Let me ask you right now.
These teams all have quarterback issues, and they don't go away.
I know.
So these are Band-Aids.
They're Band-Aids. They're all Band-Aids.
Every single one.
Let me ask you this. If all these guys stay healthy, who has the most wins this season? Aaron Rodgers, if he's here. Kenny Pickett in Cleveland, if he starts. Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. Did you tell me the Giants over-under was 3.5?
Yes.
They picked up Russell, and it's still 3.5.
Still 3.5. It didn't move.
And they may draft a quarterback, too.
Who has the most wins, Bob, of those 4 players?
Oh. I'm going to probably say Justin Fields. I think the Jets,
So am I.
They have some good offensive weapons there, and I think they're better suited than a lot of people think.
I agree with Bob. What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at the textures.
What are they saying?
Seeing Limits plastered would be absolutely incongruent.
It's going to be absolutely incongruent.
What are you?
I don't know about that.
You have been there before, that plaster. I'm not going to go that far.
No.
But what do you like when do people tell you what you like? Like, some people are happy. I think when I get a little too much wine, I'm a happy guy.
Can you imagine if Limits turned into like a bitter, angry guy?
Yeah, it's one of those Snickers commercials.
Yeah, what does happen
you need a
to
Snickers,
you, Limits?
take a bite.
Do you become nicer than you already are? Or,
Yeah, probably.
Or do you turn?
I definitely become I let my guard down a little bit more.
Are you more talkative or less?
Well, you know how talkative I am already.
But I mean, sometimes it works the reverse way.
Probably more talkative.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had guys like Marshall Reinhardt, Bob, who would not say a word for weeks at a time, and then you pour alcohol into them, and they become an entirely different human being.
And they talk way too much and tell you all their secrets.
Right.
That's also dangerous, and that's why I try to stay away from that.
So, Limits, this happens to you, and you must just keep talking then throughout the whole night.
Until one of my friends starts talking more, or I just am told to shut up, which doesn't happen, but maybe I just tell myself that it's time to not talk as much.
I like that. Next, and I know the general's on deck here, play us Tony Grossi, at least briefly. I mean, this is even more unbelievable than Fields and Wilson. That he thinks Tony Grossi's been covering them forever, the Browns. Yeah, he thinks Kenny Pickett might be their opening day starter. Let's hear this.
On ESPN Cleveland.
Is there a possibility Pickett could start the opener?
I think there is. I think there's a possibility of it. Sure. He thinks there is.
They're booing in the background.
I mean, what? Wouldn't that explain why Myles Garrett came back? They told him we're trading for Myles Pickett.
How about that? They have their own drops like we do.
Speaking of that, clip that laugh by that guy at the end. Can I hear that laugh again, Bob? Did you hear that?
That's great.
It's like a Vinny Ricci laugh, I think.
All right, so anytime one of these ex-Steeler quarterbacks comes up in conversation, let's have this be a rule, Limits, whether it's Fields, Wilson, who else is out there? Trubisky, Pickett.
Rudolph.
Well, he's here, though.
He's here now, yeah. Kyle Allen, I want that laugh. I really like that. Bob, this is an epic disaster. Are they going to go with Pickett? Don't you think they'll draft? But they're going to have to draft Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart? Because I think Ward's going to go first. Do you?
Yeah, I think
to Tennessee.
I think now those 3 quarterbacks we mentioned here are probably going to be gone by the top 5. So where does Cleveland pick? I've lost track.
They pick second.
All right. I think I absolutely would do that. They need quarterback help. Deshaun Watson's just taking a check, and he's not going to be heard from again, so you may as well just do it there. You have a chance to right a wrong, and it's been a major wrong for them for a long time.
I mean, as much as we laugh at the Browns, they do have some talent. And I wouldn't be surprised if Kenny Pickett got more wins than Russell Wilson in New York.
Miles Pickett.
I think that's going to be good, Bob. That's a show rule. Are you up for that?
We're going to really test Austin here because he has to pay attention every time. For example, I think Kenny Pickett is a quarterback who,
Limits, you should have been on top of that. See, we're testing you now.
Miles Pickett.
I'm trying to clip it as an individual file now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So anytime we mention an ex-Steelers quarterback, that has to happen.
Miles Pickett.
That's so good. So last but not least here, Bob. Can I have another one, please, Limits? Not the guy laughing, but the other thing. Yes. Ovi is now six goals away. I think he's going to do it before he gets here. He needs 6 goals to break the record he scored last night. He's got Buffalo, Boston, Chicago, Columbus twice. Those are all teams in like the bottom 7 or 8 in goals against average before he even gets here. But I do think there's like a 30 to 40% chance that he's gonna be within 1 of the record when he comes here. But I'm betting on him breaking it before that. He still has, I think, 11 games to get 6 goals, and with a lot of bad teams.
Yeah, I mean, I could see him getting 2 or 3 in their next couple of games. So
if he does
I'm kind of hoping it happens here. I want it to happen.
Are you?
Here. Yes, I am. I want to see it happen. There's been not much left in this season to get excited about. And I know it's Alex Ovechkin, and I know it's the Washington Capitals, but to watch history, I think is always something special. I don't care who the history is from. You agree with that, Limits?
Do you want it to happen?
Yes, I do want to see it happen here. I really do. And I feel like it would be a special moment, especially for a city that over the last 30, 40 years has seen so much great hockey and so many great stars be able to accomplish so much here.
Yeah.
I don't think that it would be that bad of a thing if Ovechkin did it here. I would welcome it, especially because we all know it's going to happen. So why not happen in your own city to be able to witness it?
I would. I want to see it.
Why did you just whisper pizza into my ear? What?
Because I got an email that the pizza's here, yes.
Oh, I look behind me. There's no pizza.
From Slice on Broadway.
Oh.
Well, then why was the email sent out that there was pizza?
I don't know. It's usually right on the ledge behind me.
Maybe the people in the newsroom got to it first very furiously,
possible.
And it's all gone.
Oh, boy.
Bob, this is incredible, the things that we've had to talk about today. We never even got around to Stephon Diggs. Man, I think the Patriots reached on this one. I really do.
Totally. $69 million. He may not even play until he's coming off surgery. I don't know.
Just draft a guy and don't spend the money on something else. I know you're trying to get Drake May weapons. Draft a couple receivers then. I don't get that one. I really don't. Anywho, it's time for the General. And you can listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. General, you were an integral part of us raising money for nearly 260,000 meals at our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon, working in conjunction with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. We thank you for that. It was quite a day and quite a week, really, that you helped to kick off.
Thank you, guys. It was an honor to have you here. You're welcome anytime, and especially for a cause like Feed the Need. What a great way to contribute.
Well, it's time for Starkey's Card of the Week. And do we have guesses here, gentlemen? I'm going to guess, you know what? I'm going to guess Sidney Crosby again because he's closing in on a point per game for yet another season. Bob, do you have a guess?
No, I really don't have a good one. I'm trying to think of things that happened in the last week that make me think Crosby's one away. Ovechkin.
Maybe Ovechkin. Wonder Twin?
I know he's been so prevalent in these before, but he's starting opening day tomorrow. I'm going Paul Skeens.
What do you got,
now
General?
We're talking Austin. There you go. We're thinking prophetic this week. We're looking forward. How can it be on baseball eve, not be Paul Skeens?
There we go.
In fact, you guys saw firsthand the needle move. In fact, the needle kept moving. Last week, the bids were supposed to stop at 2 o'clock, and we had 100 people still on the line bidding on the Skeens card, so we came up with 4 more lots.
Wow.
And it's Skeens demand on baseball eve. We're going with Paul Skeens. I got a 2023. This is from the first set he was ever a part of. Bowman draft stained glass insert. Awesome card. Great pitcher. And you know what's even more interesting about the guy? Not only is he a best pitcher, he says everything the right way.
He sure does.
We got to do more.
He's a very confident guy, isn't he? I mean, he will tell you how he feels. You know, I love it when he smiles when someone's all confounded by a pitch that they call strike three, and he just, I'm toying with you, dude. I'm sorry.
I love it. I love it.
Well, on top of it, you know this would never happen, but this isn't hyperbole. But if you're running the Pirates, you think you'd have to say, go downstairs tomorrow and offer him 10 for $350 million. He may not even take it, but even if your payroll's $90 million, he's got to get the first 40, right? Build around him. We got Michael Jordan, and you got to decide whether it's Michael Jordan with Brad Sellers and Enos Watley, or is it Michael Jordan with Horace Grant and Scottie Pippen.
General, you're a wonderful man. Thank you again.
Appreciate you guys. Have
Thanks,
a good
man.
week.
You do the same.
All right, take care.
There he goes. And again, contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township. Ray Fittipaldo next. Is the road now all clear for Aaron Rodgers? Will there be any last-minute glitches here? Let's talk to Ray about that next.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates opening day is tomorrow on Thursday against the Miami Marlins. For the second consecutive year, the Pirates will begin the season in Miami. It's a 4-game series. Paul Skeens on the mound. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 3 o'clock. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, Joe.
Limits, I've made a horrible mistake here for which Bob is laughing at me. I got my Ray and my Jay mixed up, and I'm deeply ashamed of that. Of course, Ray Fittipaldo's not on today. It's Jay Caulfield.
That's one big important letter, Ray and Jay. The second two are the same.
And you'd think I know the letter J. So he's going to come on, and we're going to talk Penguins. What happened to Tristan Jarry last night? Where is this team going down the stretch? All of that. Jay Caulfield. Next, Ray Fittipaldo at 11 o'clock on Friday.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked on The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Are you sports betting again?
No, I just got outbid on some sweet headphones on Mac.bid.
So how much money did you lose?
None. I'm just not winning.
So you can't lose money?
Nope. In fact, if I win, I could save up to 80% off retail prices.
So you don't lose money, but if you win, you save money?
Exactly.
Well, is it over?
No.
We'll get back in there and win those thingies.
Headphones.
Yeah, whatever.
Save up to 80% off retail at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, I won.
Attaboy.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. With the in-game event, receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me your coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts, and savings and eligibility vary by state.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/31/25.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now at Mike Hamlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE. Both available with financing as low as 1.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Insurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia K4 LXS or the all-new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we wanna see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Hard hit ball to short. Scooped up and tossed to second. Quick turnaround. It's going to be close. Throws it to first, and he's out. Double play.
A Pirates double play is a well-oiled machine, just like Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes while you stay in your car. The only thing that'll be out here is your old oil. Drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location today. No appointment needed. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tough one for the Penguins last night against the Tampa Bay Lightning on the road, 6-1 as Tristan Jarry. Well, it got late early for Jarry as he allowed 4 goals on 7 shots that were faced, all in the first period before being pulled for Alex Nedeljkovic. Penguins' only goal was Brian Rust, which was assisted on by Sidney Crosby and Matt Grzelcyk. So Crosby's just a point away from once again having a season averaging 1 point per game. It was Rust 26 of the season. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Jay Caulfield joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Get on to this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bob, I'm looking at the Joey Bag of Donuts media bracket. I've eliminated Jerry DePaula. I'm a 5 seed. And now I'm locked in an absolute battle with Missy Matthews. 281 votes in. She comes in at 53.7%. I'm at 46.3%. I'm in trouble in round 2 as I thought I would be. I thought I would be in trouble.
Well, Missy is great, as you know.
And I am. I know.
And so are you. And so you're
no,
gonna.
I'm not.
Yeah, you're gonna. This will go back and forth probably until the very end, but it'll be close.
Yeah.
And that's a tough one. Anytime you have 2 popular people going up against one another, this is what happens.
Everybody likes her. 40% of the people hate me. Did Jay Caulfield? Here we go. Jay Caulfield survived round 1. He's locked in a battle with Crowley.
He pulled off a stunning upset. Jay, a 16 seed. He pulled the UMBC.
This is unbelievable,
Bob. Be a 16 seed. Jay has been around doing this for. He should not be a 16 seed. That was misseeding.
Jay Caulfield on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Jay, a 16 seed, you upset Colby Armstrong, and I'm now going to vote for you over Crowley. However, you're down by about 17 points to Crowley. Do you feel like you can make a comeback?
Oh, I don't know. I'm surprised I survived that first. I just heard about this morning, and when I hear you talk about it, it's kind of entertaining. But no, I'm surprised I've survived that first round. So if I have any luck and have a chance to battle back, that'd be great. But it's the first I've heard of it really this morning.
Well, I'm soliciting votes for you here because I want Crowley eliminated.
You're not a 16, Jay. You're one of the most respected people in the media. All the work you do with the telestrator and analyzing the Penguins, which is a tough assignment these days, I know.
Thanks, Bob. Thank you very much, Bob. I appreciate that. But I think just being included is very nice. That's awesome. That's very nice to be a part of that.
I'll tell you who's making an unexpected run here, and he was underseeded, Jay, is Dan Potash as a 15 seed is about to go to the Elite 8. Or maybe the Sweet 16.
He shouldn't be a 15 seed either.
Who did he beat in the first round? Limits, do we remember? Potash? Now he's up against Mike Pursuta in a clash of veterans here. But Potash is playing well. He's up 63-37. Bob is the heavy favorite for the whole tournament, and he's a 3-time champion. Yeah.
Well, you should be that, Bob. Absolutely, it's well deserved.
Like you, Jay. I'm just glad to be. I'm glad to be included. That's all I say.
It's Bob versus Doran right now, and Bob is absolutely crushing Doran in the votes.
Oh my God!
What happened to the first? You told me. I don't even. What's the first one? I didn't know.
Ashley Lyotis.
Oh, so that was okay. I didn't know that it was only a day. I thought it was more than one day.
2 days. 2 days.
2
Bob.
days. Okay.
And now 2 days to vote in this. On more important matters, Jay. The Penguins were actually playing pretty well for a while, and then it all went out the window last night. What did you make of that affair?
Yeah, that was a tough one. I just thought the first 10 minutes, I mean, as the game was going on, and when you look at the goals against Jari, look, one off the skate, bad break. Two, lack of aggressiveness in front of their own net that didn't help them out, right? They get a free stick, a free body, and they bear it. The only one I thought he really, if you're a goaltender and you're reviewing it all today or looking at the tape in the film, you probably think the third one that he's got to come up with. But the other three, I mean, it's no help in front of them. There just wasn't. And I said, the other two, the one was a bad break off of a skate. So, and then the game, then there was just they were chasing it then, right? They're chasing, and it just wasn't. It was just one of those nights, Joe, that, I mean, you look at it, it's this time of the year, 10 games left, and you're playing Tampa, and it wasn't a good evening. But it got away from them with that under 4 minutes, 4 goals in under 4 minutes, and I can't fault Jari. I said the third one, I thought that's probably one he's himself saying I need to have that. And he'll probably say he needed to have the first one by Cirelli, but when you're not – you just got to be tougher. It's got to be tougher in front of the Penguins net, and last night it was not.
No, totally agree there. And I think Ryan Graves had a bad game again. And he's on the one. There was he let a guy go all the way by him. I forget what it was. I don't know if it even resulted in a goal, but he slid to his right and just created this vacuous opening for this whoever it was at the time. But yeah, I agree with your
point. It was great
point, right? You know that play I'm talking about, right? I mean, you just can't do that.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. No, that just didn't. It just doesn't. I will tell you, if you are, I believe this would be in any professional sport, go football, baseball, basketball, hockey, whatever it is. If you come in and you're not mentally ready to play a game, if you're just a little bit off, that's what happens. That kind of thing can happen. On top of Braden Point being a great player, but you don't usually see that. You don't see that in the NHL. And if you're off your game, or thinking, or just not feeling right about your game, you're not mentally there. That's what happens, and that's what happened there. Braden Point turned him inside out, and that was looking. He did not score. Ned made a big save there. Braden Point did that one other time later in the game, even against Timmins. I'm telling you, if you're flat on a given night and the guy's on top of it, feeling it. That's the kind of play that happens. And he just didn't finish. Braden Point could have had 5 goals himself last night.
Jay Caulfield on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line, Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, Jay, different topic here, but the one that everybody in hockey's talking about. Ovi needs 6 goals to break the record. He's got 11 games left. It seems like there's at least a decent chance this could come down to the finale in Pittsburgh. So let me ask you, if you were coaching the Penguins, would you just play this the way that you normally play it? Or, for example, if there's a chance, if you're down 2 or 3 at the end, would you not pull your goalie? Would you want to keep Ovi from doing this? Like, how would you play this? And what do you think of the idea that this could happen in Pittsburgh?
I think number one, it's one of the greatest stories. First of all, what Sidney Crosby's doing, we know that a chance to, have another record, all that. I think what he's doing, what Ovechkin's doing, I think is phenomenal, really. So, and the game needs it. The game needs the story of Ovechkin and what that means, which nobody ever thought that could be taken. I think it's a great story. And if you're the chance that it happens in Pittsburgh, well, I think that's the entertainment factor that goes with it, and I think a lot of people would want to see it, or be a part of it, or say they were there to witness it, even though it's a rival and it's Ovechkin, but he's meant a lot to this game. The two, again, I mentioned Malkin, Crosby, Ovechkin. What they've done for the game in these years has been outstanding. So I think I'm going to go to the Mike Sullivan question. If you're a coach, Mike Sullivan's going to coach them the same way to win the game. And you do not want to be the goaltender that lets it in. You don't want to be the team that lets it in, but you're not going to do anything against the norm not to let it. Maybe if you're down a couple, you're going to pull your goalie. Maybe that doesn't happen. I'm not even sure Ovechkin would want it to be an empty netter. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Either way it comes, I think he would want that one to be something pretty special if it could be. But they all count, and Gretzky's had plenty of empty netters himself, so that part really doesn't matter. But I think as a player, you'd like it to be some phenomenal play, whether it be a one-timer, which he's done so many. I think Mike Sullivan's going to coach it. The team's going to play it the same way. Hard to play against, and those points might be really big for Washington for the President's Trophy. All that could come into play. I think it's amazing that it seriously could come down to the Pittsburgh game, the Penguin game.
And I agree with that, because I think he, for the integrity of the game, and that's how I look at it. If you can deny them because they have something to gain, and you're not just laying down and whatever you're doing. I mean, you got to play. You owe it to your team. You owe it to the league, I think, to play it.
Yeah, I definitely believe that. Look what Brett Favre has to deal with about the sack that he took with Strahan, right?
Yeah.
Man. I mean, nobody wants to. You don't want to. Yeah, right. I mean, you don't want to. It's a different topic, a different story, but you don't want to be part of it. Mike Sullivan's going to have his guy. The guys will go out and play the game the way he's expecting them to, and all that goes with that. I think Ovechkin, what he's doing, and the big goal he scored again last night, he just keeps producing. Just as we say, what Crosby does at playing a game, professional sport, the way they've played it, and the hard minutes, guys, the hard battles that go with to be that successful, pretty special. And I think to break a goal-scoring record, to me, it's a great story. And I believe the Washington Capitals have fed off of that all year long. They've been a better team because of it. He's been a better player because of it. And he's rising up at times in big-time moments, and however he gets it, that's great for him.
Jay, we appreciate the time, my friend. Are you out on a golf course right now?
I am not today, Joe. I have to say one thing, I got to tell you this. My wife and I were traveling over to D.C. to watch my nephew play Georgetown in baseball, and we stopped in Breezewood. And some guy runs up to me and goes, "You got to go golf with Joe and Bob. You got to do it. You want to see it done." This is at a rest area on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. And then once he said that, multiple people are going, "You got to go golf." So we'll make sure we get that done.
We'll set it up, Jade. Absolutely. Meanwhile, Joe's going to Florida for another weekend of golf coming up, and he's all beside himself because there's a chance of a thunderstorm.
Oh, my God. Wow. This is like his training camp, Bob, right? This is like Joe's training camp.
It is. He's getting ready.
I mean, we got
south.
We got what?
All right, we want to hear good stories. All right.
Thank you, Jay. We'll be talking soon.
All right, guys.
Take it easy, man.
Take care,
Good
guys.
to see you.
Bye-bye.
Stanley Cup champion Jay Caulfield. Yeah, the scores start to count, I guess, April 1st, right, Bob? On our little...
on the gin list?
The
Yes.
gin list, yeah.
Yep, they do.
All right. Then I still have a couple more days of spring training, although they count in Florida because the courses there are...
It's year-round.
Yeah, it's
You
year-round.
can do whatever you want.
This counts, Bob.
Right.
And this may be where I start my book with your friend, is it Alex in Florida?
Alex Uria, yep.
Yeah, I may start my book with...
He'll give you a nice time down there. Very good golfer. Very knowledgeable about golf and sports in general. So you'll have a good conversation with him.
It's going to be called Bad Rounds in Every State. I want to play 50 bad rounds in all 50 states.
You're going to be like, what's that guy's name who was the worst avid golfer? Angelo Spagnolo. Do you remember him?
Yeah, I do.
You don't want to do that. No.
But I do want to play 50 rounds in 50 states. That's the idea for the book.
Or you should try to play the best 50 holes. Or whatever, 60, 100 holes.
Well, I can't get into these courses,
Or if
Bob.
you're doing
That's
a
the
book,
problem.
they would let you.
I don't want to go to that trouble. Part of the fun is going to these public courses, but I do want to play with Alex at a very nice course. I'm excited for that. I just texted him. Said that you said hi.
Let me know how it goes. I'm sure you will, especially if you do well. I look forward to those pictures.
Coming up next, let's get into a little more football talk. We just touched on these over-unders and how the quarterback changes may affect those, like the Giants at 3.5. What about Aaron Rodgers? How much would the Steelers over-under change? And how many wins would he add here? Because now the coast is clear for him.
Maybe not. Ding, ding, ding. I would offer this up. Maybe.
Hold on. Can we tease to this?
Yes.
You have an alternative theory?
I just think there's a potential based on what I heard yesterday from the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, my gosh. Let's talk about that next. Brackets busted. New customers at FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 to bet on everything from clutch shots to last-second heartbreaks and even who's cutting down the nets if you've been waiting to join. There's no better time. Take a look at some of these veteran coaches who have been there before. They can be worth some points in the end. There's tourney action almost every day, and FanDuel has amazing bet types like spreads, totals, game props, so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and get in on the college hoops action all tourney long. And, man, we're just heating up for the big games now, the biggest games. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, and get in on the college basketball action all tourney long. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, after the two-game losing streak for the Penguins and losing in Tampa Bay last night, Penguins will play against Buffalo on the road in Buffalo tomorrow at 7 o'clock. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our Pirates play here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 100 miles an hour. What a man. Wow. There he goes. You gotta love it, Pittsburgh. Smash. He's yours.
From spring training and beyond, our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Ego, power beyond belief. All of a sudden, the New York Giants have the most interesting quarterback room in the NFL. Maybe not the best, but find a more unique set of personalities at Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and Tommy DeVito. There's also a possibility they add a rookie like Shedeur Sanders. You know what? Why not add Dion to the mix? Win or lose, this is a team where everyone is going to want to interview the quarterbacks, all four of them. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Cloud, sun, and windy this afternoon. The high 44.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Let the madness begin. Stop into South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram and Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 25 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo. Payment starting at $229 for 24 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You think you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. There's somebody having a worse day than you. There's somebody that just got into an accident. There's somebody sitting at the hospital right now. Doctor coming into the hospital room, telling them you ain't never gonna be able to walk again. Telling them they gonna wear a colostomy bag for the rest of their life. And you know what happens after that? They gotta look at their wife and wonder, is it even fair? Should she leave? Should she go? She gonna leave anyway? That's the thoughts that's running through their head. And you thinking you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. They having a bad day. Real bad. Accidents are real. When they happen, call the dog. Big or small, you call the dog. Car accident, call the dog. Medical malpractice, call the dog. Top dog law.
It's March matchup season at BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Lock in your picks for this year's tournament with the sportsbook Born in Vegas. Plus, you can turn $10 into $150 if you win your first bet at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on any sport, including your favorite college basketball team in the big tournament. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets if you win. This March, get into the game with exciting state-of-the-art live tracking technology, exclusive sportsbook selections, and so much more. Download the app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Jerry Dulac with an interesting but not surprising report. Tell us about it, Limits.
Yeah, so Jerry tweets, Russell Wilson wanted to remain with the Steelers right up till the end before he agreed to a deal with the Giants, per sources.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, Russell Wilson wanted to come back here, and the Steelers said they wanted him if Justin Fields moved on. Art Rooney plainly said it was the preference and the priority to have one of those two, and he had to know at the time that Aaron Rodgers could and would be available. I mean, that seemed very obvious. Something happened here. Gee, Bob, maybe it was the fact that the offensive coordinator didn't really care for Russell Wilson, at least as a player, it would appear that they clashed, and that Russell Wilson perhaps leaked a story that embarrassed the organization, in which it was revealed by Jerry Dulac that he couldn't play the kind of football he wanted and couldn't change plays at the line. Otherwise, it was a marriage made in heaven, right?
Yeah, there were certainly stumbling blocks along the way, but I think he realized that at the end, he still wanted to somehow stay. And it says a lot that they did not, because they didn't have Justin Fields. If they have both, they made their choice. It was an offer to Fields. He chose not to take it. So he never got the offer that he thought he or the Steelers thought might be forthcoming to one of the two. The only one who got it was Fields. So we'll see how this goes. But in New York now, they have Tommy DeVito, Jameis Winston, and Russell Wilson. And they also have the third overall pick.
Can you say that again? Danny DeVito, Russell Wilson, and Jameis Winston. I know. And Jameis Winston. And they also have the third overall pick.
Which this signing may indicate that they're not going to take a quarterback. They've decided they need other things in a third, or unless they're, playing a little bit of a game. Not sure.
Wow. Are you surprised to hear that Russell preferred to come back here, even despite the obvious? Here's the thing. Here's the thing about toxic positivity, and I would call this optimistic delusion is what Russell may suffer from. He doesn't think anything was wrong around here. He must think that everything was great with Arthur Smith. Like those stories come out, and Russ is probably, first of all, he probably doesn't even know the stories came out unless his agent tells him. And secondly, he's probably like, I didn't have a problem with Russell Smith. I loved it. We had a great year together. Even the last 5 games were great. Even the playoff game was great. It's great. Everything's great. What did he say at the end of the season? Limits, do we have that clip after everything fell apart, Bob?
Yeah, it was very positive.
I think that it's an exciting time. I think obviously to be a Pittsburgh Steeler and the opportunity of what we can do.
No, it's not. It wasn't an exciting time. You were 10 minutes away from Kirk Herbstreit saying your team quit against the Ravens. You lost 5 in a row. You got historically embarrassed in a playoff game. Everything was not great, Russell. Sometimes things are bad. And that's okay. In fact, sometimes to make things better, you have to acknowledge that they're bad. What was he thinking, Bob?
I don't know, but he obviously rubbed them the wrong way. And so when you do stuff like that, And listen, there's nothing wrong with being critical of your own team and saying, well, this is what we need to do. We didn't do it. Disappointed. This is, instead of saying everything's all positive. It's not positive when you lose 5 in a row. There are problems. And quite frankly, a lot of this has to do with their defense also. We should not just eliminate them from the conversation here, because their defense did not do what they were supposed to do, given the fact that they classified it as an elite defense. They need to do a lot better than what they've done. So it was a whole bunch of stuff not going well at the right time.
And I'm sure he was sitting. How could he probably was thinking like yesterday. Or this morning. He's probably sitting around before he signed with the Giants, before it became abundant and obvious, abundantly clear the Steelers don't want you. He was probably still holding out hope. Like, man, I don't understand. What went wrong there?
Broncos country. Let's ride.
Why don't they want me? Everything was so great there. So away he goes. That's it for the Russell Wilson era. How will you look back? How will you look back on that, Bob?
I thought it was interesting. Cabali had one word on it, and he called it scapegoat.
Scapegoat?
Yeah.
Saying that Wilson was a scapegoat?
Apparently so, yeah. Look that up for me, Austin, to make sure.
No, you're 100% right, because I saw it last night during my show, and I ripped Cabali for it.
Okay, so I'll bring up a couple of things. One was the game that he single-handedly lost in Baltimore. Single-handedly lost a game that might have given them the division with a goal line fumble, which, again, you want to put your shoulder down and try and score. I love it. But you can't fumble. And then he gave up a pick 6 when it looked like they had control of the game on the worst pass of the year.
Worst pass of the year, right.
And by the way, he almost blew the home game against Baltimore with a ridiculous end zone interception. So that's 2 games against Baltimore. Then I would bring up to Cabali, which I guess we will at 12:30 today, the horrific end game sequence against the Bengals at home in the season finale, where it looked like a 17-year-old quarterback was on the field.
That game, more than any of them, was...
Scapegoat?
Well, I mean, maybe he's doing it in reference to what I said earlier about the defense. The defense had a prominent role in this 5-game losing streak. They couldn't stop
Bob,
anyone.
Just because there were many other factors in the Steelers losing doesn't mean that the guy who plays the most important position wasn't a significant one.
I'm not
I know you're not
agreeing
defending
with
him.
I'm just saying that was his word. You asked me for a word. I would say... I guess disappointing. I expected more from him, especially being what he was. But I also knew he was getting up there in age. And, looking back, Mike Tomlin made the switch, and maybe he shouldn't have made the switch. I know it's 2020 to look backwards here, but, Justin Fields, you would have gotten a better read out of Justin Fields, and you also would have kept him engaged here to the point where he might have said, I'll be your starter moving forward.
I mean, I think right after the season, I characterized my thoughts on the Russell Wilson era. Let's ride my ass. I know it didn't sound right, Bob, but I was a Russell Wilson fan coming into all this.
I think we all understand, like even the Trubisky train and then the Russell Wilson, let's ride.
Yeah.
It all sounded good on paper.
Right.
But you're also dealing with guys who have...
too.
Broncos country. Let's ride.
But
the Russell Wilson situation looked pretty good. I hear people saying that the Mason Rudolph 3-game set was the best quarterbacking they've had since Ben. I disagree. I think it was Russell Wilson for a good 5 or 6 games there was pretty darn good, but it turned out he was like them. His best work was against bad teams mostly, although he had a good game against the Commanders.
Well, that throw was the one. If you're going to look at one thing that he did, and that throw to Mike Williams at the end where he's being pressured, back foot throws it perfectly. That was the best throw of his era here.
Yeah, and then when the going got tough, he got going, as in leaving. He was like the team, and unfortunately, he's the most important player because he's the quarterback.
Right.
He proved to be unable to put a team on his back or make the biggest plays in the biggest games. And so he didn't work. Doesn't work. And I fear that Aaron Rodgers will be the exact same. He'll look good at times. They might run off a streak of games against bad teams. He even won against bad teams with the Jets. But when it comes to winning time, it's just not going to happen. It didn't happen with Russell. It's not going to happen with Aaron. That's my feeling.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's just, at this point, you're just, again, Band-Aid is the word that comes to mind for me with all these things. They're Band-Aids. They got to figure out a strategize. And again, I'm really looking forward to the draft coming here in Pittsburgh in 2026. I think that could be the day it happens.
Yeah, me too.
I think it's going to be phenomenal if it happens in front of a lot of Steeler fans. And they make the pick, and the pick turns out to be the right pick.
What if the Aaron Rodgers announcement is in front of a lot of Steeler fans at the Pat McAfee event? I am willing to call, if that happens, it will mark a low point of the Mike Tomlin era.
Yeah, I don't want to see that there. I just don't. That's, and by then it's not much of a surprise anyway. Although I will say this. I listened to Kevin McConnell was on.
Yeah, you were going to say this.
And it just makes me wonder, and they had a discussion on ESPN about it. Do the Vikings really believe that J.J. McCarthy is their guy moving forward? And there was a discussion there because he said that basically there's no givens on anything, which sounds like a typical coach thing to say, except you just turned your back on Aaron Rodgers.
Diana Rossini says that's still a possibility.
Well, that's what I'm suggesting. Maybe he came here, heard what he had to hear, didn't like necessarily what he had to hear, and then go back to them. I don't know how this works.
And adjust his demands with them. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could be a lot of different things. Maybe that's why there's a delay again. Or maybe it's just he's someplace in a dark place.
Ages and ages hence, when you're sitting around with your wiffle ball friends, how do you think you'll look back on the Russell Wilson era?
It's 4 nights of complete darkness.
Not a lot of light. Dark. I'm going to say wishy-washy as my word, because when Wilson originally came here, I wanted them to trade for Fields.
Yeah.
So when they did trade for Fields, I was more excited for the idea and the prospect of Justin Fields than Russell Wilson. He proved me wrong when ultimately, Tomlin, he was the guy, he was the head honcho that made
the
Lone Ranger, there's the word, that made the ultimate decision, and it panned out at first. But then the Russell Wilson we saw in the final 5 games is more the Russell Wilson that I expected. So very wishy-washy season, won't think of it that fondly.
Yeah, me neither. And I was hoping to be right about that because I will still defend them going out and moving on from Rudolph and Pickett and taking some bigger swings. But now it looks even worse because now Rudolph is back here. They moved on from him for one of these guys. Now they brought him back, and now they're bringing in a Russell clone, I think, in Rodgers. I really do, Bob. Meantime, who do we have at the top of the hour limits?
Destiny's Child's farewell single.
Oh, my God.
He says goodbye.
Yeah, he's leaving.
That makes me sad.
Yeah, he's a very good writer.
So Destiny's Child with a pirate update as we head into spring training, and then Kabali. We're going to challenge him on the scapegoat line. Do people out there agree that Russell Wilson was a scapegoat?
It was a joke.
Apparently it wasn't. 412-928-9370 if you agree with Dr. Kabali. Meantime, Bob, some updates from the media bracket from Joey Bag of Donuts here on X. He runs this 64-team NCAA-style bracket. We're in the second round. You and I have advanced. Unfortunately, Limits was eliminated in the first round, but he got there. He was Mount St. Mary's. This was his first year in the tournament. You felt good about that, Limits, to at least be in a game?
I did. I was excited to be there. I was hoping last year I would potentially get in. I thought last year at that time, I was like, next year, I hope that I make the field, that I make the tournament, and then continued growth from there.
And you grew in the 24 to 2 days of the voting.
Now, unfortunately, some of his players are going to get poached from bigger programs. That's right. But I think he'll be back.
I almost took down Kabali, who one texter said, we should all know by now that Kabali is the greatest water carrier of all time, the Michael Jordan of water carriers for the Steelers.
That's a little harsh.
That's a very harsh text.
That's a harsh one. Well, let me update you on him and others from the 4 regions, Bob, as we look to get to the Sweet 16. I'm going to update you on some matchups here. You ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
In the Three Rivers bracket, we have Kabali leading Taylor Haas of DK, and he's up by 38 points. He's going to win. He's going to advance. Here's the interesting one to me. Bob Labriola, a 3 seed, is up 13 points on Donnie Football. Okay, it's now up to 15. And I think that Donnie is being hurt here. As much as I love Donnie's family name of Donnie Chedrick, that's what he's listed as I don't think enough people know that that's Donnie football when they're voting. There's almost 500 votes, and Donnie's down by 15. If he could petition Joey Bag of Donuts to change his name to Donnie football, I think he survives Labriola, Bob. Do you agree with that?
I think anytime you go by one name, even though that's not his name, but it's his identity, yeah, you run the risk of people not sure who you are, just because you don't hear the name Chedrick so much.
I think or include both. Donnie, quote, football. Donnie football Chedrick. You got to have that in there, Limits. I think.
But I
really do.
I don't know that that's his doing.
I think it's Joey Bag of Donuts. I think you have to drop him a line saying, could you refer to me as Donnie football? It gives me my best chance to win. Labriola from the Dean Smith era with a 15-point lead, he may go to the Four Corners, Bob.
Four Corners. And Bob's very good. Historian over there writes good stuff about the history of the Steelers.
I knew that he was dangerous, sort of underrated dangerous. All right, let's take a look at some other brackets here. Let's go to the PPG Paints region. Jenna Harner quietly making a run, although Rob King is up by a point on her. She's played well. Muller getting blown out by Mackey. He's down by 21 points to Jason Mackey. Is this the time for the 9 3-pointers?
I've done everything for Mosey. He's done nothing for me.
You might have to do some more for Mulsey.
Let's hear Bob on Bob and I are Mulsey's cheering section. Bobby's down 21 points right now.
Well, it's early in the proceedings. This is the time for comebacks.
Yeah. 9 3-pointers would give him a lead.
It would cut into that lead.
I've done everything for Mosey.
Stop.
And he's done nothing for me.
I do like that. Here's a surprise, Bob. A big surprise in the PPG Paints arena. Billy Hillgrove, the wily veteran who has played in all kinds of big games, is destroying Andrew Filipponi. He's up 50 points. 50.
Wow.
What happened here?
It might be a little bit of a hate vote for Pony, but you're also going up against a potential Mount Rushmore candidate in Bill Hillgrove.
That's a tough matchup for Pony. I didn't think 50 points, Bob. Did you?
No, I thought that'd be closer. I think a lot of these I thought would be closer, but it's early. It could change.
And then in a Penguin-themed match, I don't know, 50 is a tough one to change. In a Penguin-themed matchup, the old 2-9er is also up 50 on Rob Rossi, who advanced to the second round. That's a mild surprise to me. You?
I think Bork is very well received, though. He's one of those guys. He has a role on television and radio now.
Yeah.
And nothing as Rob. It's just that he's not seen as much.
You, Bob, as we move to the PNC Park bracket, with 500 votes in, you're up 59 points on Doran Dickerson. You're playing your best basketball at the right time of the year.
I caught him at a bad time, apparently. But he still has the cardiovascular wherewithal to come back.
Ray Fittipaldo and Mike DeFabo quietly on their way to advancing to the Sweet 16. And then we get to the Heinz Field region, where maybe the matchup of the entire round. Oh, my God, I just went on a huge run against Missy Matthews here, Bob. I was down 10. Now I'm up 9. What's happened here?
It's the power of the show.
It must be. I'm headed for a Crowley matchup. Crowley leading Jay Caulfield by 15.
You said that.
This is the one I wanted.
You wanted this
I've had this one circled, Bob. I want to go at Crowley. Pat Bostic having a very tough time with Greg Brown on the other side of the bracket. And very quietly, there's a 15 seed out there who I think could win the whole thing. That's Dan Potash. He's up 40 in his matchup right now. Bob, he's headed to the Sweet 16.
Well, he was misseeded.
Clearly, he was underseeded. He's headed to a Sweet 16 matchup with Greg Brown that I think you got to send. Who's the number one team over there? Limits at CBS.
Oh, Ian Eagle and Bill Raftery, Grant Hill.
Grant Hill. They're headed for the Greg Brown, Dan Potash matchup, Bob. This is what we live for, right, in this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, it makes it interesting. I got to give Joey a lot of credit. He created this, fun opportunity to do it, and a lot of people will watch it and vote.
Did you think Crowley was going to be up this many on Caulfield with 800 votes in?
No.
I'm a little surprised. Do you, Limits?
Jay was actually leading that early this morning for a little bit before Crowley started to rally the vote after he tweeted it out.
Oh, so
Little
that's how that
campaigning.
done. It's a little campaigning, I guess.
Man, I want a piece of Crowley in the next round. And I think I'm going to get it, Bob. And if I win that one, I'm in the Elite Eight. How about that? Nobody. What if you and I met in the final?
You'd win.
You're winning again, Bob. Everybody
No,
knows
you'd
that.
win.
It's almost academic at this
No,
point.
it's not. I mean,
you're
that's-
you're like the John Wooden dynasty. Everything is just an exercise in futility, and you're going to win the thing.
Joe, you have charismatic qualities that you don't even realize.
I
Not to
suck.
mention, you're a savvy old news hound.
I do have that going for me, but you're a savvy old news hound as well.
Not really.
Are
not, not as houndy as you are.
Are the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers an inevitable match?
I don't know.
Ray
So-
Fittipaldo writing about that. Mark Cabali saying that Russell Wilson is a scapegoat. We're going to talk to Cabali at 12:30. What were you going to say, Bob?
No, I just think that this delay could very well be that it's re-engaged in Minnesota for some reason. I wouldn't rule anything out dealing with Aaron Rodgers. And
Me neither, including retirement or waiting for the best
Yeah.
opportunity later, which is something you've been on the whole time.
well, guys have done it, and he may not want to go through the rigors of all the training camp, preseason, all that, and just wait. And someone will be desperate enough to get him. All teams think about at that point is winning, and if they feel he could give them something, I'm sure they would do whatever it takes to get him.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. And thank you again, all of Pittsburgh, for your amazing generosity during our 2025 Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon. With your help, we were able to provide 258,375 meals to our neighbors in need through the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Special thanks to our partners, Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, Memorial Highway Chevy, Greater Pittsburgh Auto Dealers, Aetna, Isley's, and Beano's. Man, that was something to be part of. And, of course, it continues. The need to feed continues today. You can text NEED to 50155 and make a donation. Destiny's Child up next. His last appearance on the Fan, Andrew Destin, a.k.a. Nostradamus. Is that correct, Limits? He's going to come on to talk Pirates. And, man, there's a lot brewing the day before the opener here. A lot of questions unanswered with this team. We'll talk to Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette next.
You know, Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting a date out there.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All things considered, good news from Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette on Jared Jones yesterday. No torn ligaments for Jared Jones, no Tommy John surgery. He will not throw for 6 weeks, and then the Pirates will evaluate from there. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, this afternoon will be the coolest of the week, and it won't be close. Highs today should hit the mid-40s, with noon temperatures expected to be right around 40 degrees. Winds will be out of the west-northwest, 10 to 15 miles an hour this afternoon, so it's not going to make you feel any warmer. The cold air will be in place for one more morning, with Thursday lows dipping to the 20s. Thursday highs will hit the upper 50s, and warmer weather and rain chances will be around for the weekend. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Mueller think they know football until they talk to a Didi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see a Didi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. A Didi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarburg Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. With the in-game event, receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Meet Justin Wright, savvy spender. He always spends his money just right. Justin saves on gas and fills his tank far from freeway prices. He skips the overpriced coffee shops and makes it at home. He even writes his own name wrong for that authentic barista cafe feeling. And Justin backs into every spot like a getaway driver. Because time is money. And he chooses Now by Xfinity. Dependable internet, unlimited mobile, and the TV he loves. All with no annual contracts, no credit checks, no hidden fees, and no surprises. Get Now internet starting at $30 a month, all in with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Go to Xfinity.com/now to learn more. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary. Prices subject to change.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Rostraver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
DJ's Barbecue Grill and Lounge, the home of legendary ribs, invites you to watch all college hoops games and enjoy icy lake drafts for just $3. DJ's also offers party packs to go for all in-home watch parties.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson Reyes, the family reunion tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates opening day is tomorrow. Hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Buccos and Marlins. Paul Skeen starts for the Pirates at 4:10. North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Dan Zangrilli will begin at 3 o'clock. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Andrew Destin joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Where's what we came for? Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know, Destiny Style thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
Sorry, Bob.
I had my mic on, and that not only you heard it here, but the Calliopes in Sewickley.
Oh, the Calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
Oh, Bob, I was up all night. Do you know that? I woke up at 4 o'clock in an anxious, just...
For what?
Fever dream. I don't know why. I'm back on caffeine for once. I'm having trouble sleeping. I'm thinking about the state of the world. I'm thinking about the trip to Florida. I'm thinking about, is Bob going to be here for the whole show tomorrow or today? All
Part-time
kinds of
pump,
things.
baby. You know me.
Daughter getting ready for college in a year from now.
That should be a bigger concern for you because it was for us.
Daughter driving. The
bigger.
whole thing.
That's even bigger.
Yeah. Who am I? Why am I on Earth? I didn't have a choice, but here I am. I'm a person. Where am I going? I'm getting older. My parents are getting older.
Nostradamus.
My nephew's getting married. How are we going to get there? We need passport. How does anybody survive any day, Bob? There's too much to think about.
Well, you need to just trust whatever you want to trust and let it happen. You know, Andrew Destin has done that, and he's he with us?
He's leaving.
Yeah, there he is. And he's leaving. I'm disappointed to hear that, but it sounds like a great opportunity for you, Andrew, so congratulations.
Yes, I second that. Where are you going?
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I appreciate it. First, I mean, just relate to a lot of what you were feeling right there, Joe, talking about, the world at large. Definitely relate to that. But yeah, I'm very excited about what's to come next, which is official, and I'll get that out on social media here in the next coming days. But I'm headed to Seattle to write for the Associated Press. So
nice,
I'll be out there covering, general Washington area sports, primarily in Seattle, but the Seahawks, the Mariners, the Kraken, A little bit of UW athletics, occasionally make a road trip out to Gonzaga or something like that.
Nice.
You got to do the Gonzaga thing. Absolutely. That's such a cool program.
Yeah, so should be a good time. I'll speak candidly and say it's been a lot to come to terms with, just in terms of leaving Pittsburgh and all the time and memories I've made here and all the friendships I've forged. It is a ton to come to terms with, but I'm certainly excited about it, but cautiously excited. That's probably the best way of putting it.
Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette has been a wonderful guest for us. I met him once. Is there a going-away party for you?
We'll see about that. I officially leave here on April 5th, so I'll stick around for the home opener. Make sure I say my goodbyes to all the beat reporters and all the media folks there. But I got my dad flying across the country to meet up with me, and we're going to fly across, or we're going to drive across the country and road trip it together, which should be good.
Oh,
so
wow.
I'm looking forward to that.
That is fantastic.
That's the best way to find out about everything, actually, I think, Andrew. When you make trips and you stop places and you see things instead of just getting there quickly.
Yeah.
It's a great learning experience.
No doubt. Yeah, the longest road trip I did was when I graduated college. I flew from San Francisco to Chicago and met up with one of my good buddies, one of my old roommates who was doing a road trip. And we went Chicago back to San Francisco. So for absolutely no reason, I did a road trip. I was just joining him for it.
Because you were young and you were agreeable to everything. When you're young, you say, sure, I'll go. Where are we going? I don't know. I'm going to go. That's how it is.
Exactly. It was, doing that right before starting at the Post-Gazette, and since then it's been a treat. But first long road trip like that since college. So
4 things I would like you to do in Seattle: go to the original Starbucks, go have dinner in the Space Needle, visit Vinny Riccici, and drive to Vancouver.
The last one, big time.
Yeah, the last one for sure. I gotta get up there at least for a Canucks game or something. And check out the whole city. That's mandatory.
City. Well, the Vinny Riccici thing is mandatory too, I feel like. Have you ever met Vinny? He still lives out there, I believe.
I can't say I have, but I have been told that I need to meet all of, former Penguins brain trust and folks that are running the ship there, coaching the team. The whole Kraken operation is basically just Penguins West.
And what's it called? Pike's Market, Bob? Is that what they have in Seattle?
They do have that, yes. There's a lot of great places there.
And right around there is the original Starbucks. Have you been there, Bob?
No, I missed that one.
The very first one is out there, Andrew. Were you aware of that?
I am, yeah. Actually, funny story real quick. I haven't spent a lot of time in Seattle since I was a little kid, but when I was probably about, 11, 12 years old, we went there one time on a family vacation. We drove from the Bay Area up to Seattle to take a cruise up to Alaska, which is, one of the more memorable family vacations. But we stopped at the original Starbucks, and I got myself a chocolate milk, so I did pretty good for myself, I guess.
Bob, do you mind if I ask Andrew a question or two about his trip to Alaska?
No, go right ahead. I find it interesting.
I mean, is it stereotypically Alaska, where you go there and it's just like frozen tundra, or what did you do? What was Alaska like? Did you go ice fishing? What happened?
Well, so it was in the summer, so it made it a heck of a lot more tolerable. But yeah, so we went from Seattle to Alaska, hit Juneau, hit Skagway, hit a couple of these cities. We had one day where it was actually very hot. We rented a car I want to say we rented it in Juneau. I might have that wrong. If my folks are listening, please correct me. But we rented a car and then drove to the Yukon Territory so that we could say we went to the Yukon Territory, where they had these mosquitoes that were the biggest darn things you'd seen. They were the size of a palm of your hand.
Did you see Yukon Cornelius?
I wish. He was nowhere to be found, nor the abominable snowman. It was very disappointing.
Limits, do you have a question either about Andrew's trip to Seattle or Alaska?
Yeah, I'm very curious just about Alaska in general, because I hear that it's just so picturesque. It's such a beautiful place to visit. And I feel like there are some hidden gems in Alaska. And I'm just curious about the state in general and why I should visit.
Yeah, gorgeous place, man. Can't recommend it enough. Well, it's funny, though, because looking back on it, part of why that trip is so memorable for our family is we were considering doing like a whole family of 5 trip out to Europe. Like, we had it all slated to go. That was going to be the big powwow, like, knock it all down family vacation. And me and my older brother, at that time, I would like to think, relatively uncultured. All we cared about really was sports and the United States. So we kind of poo-pooed those plans. And my older sister, who was in college, well-versed, very intelligent woman who works in creative writing now at Florida State, was devastated. And instead, we drove up to Seattle and caught a Mariners game and went to Alaska. So, like, don't get me wrong, it was a great vacation. It's just funny thinking back on it because it's like, oh, we could have gone to Europe and hit all of these different spots. And me and my brother were like, no, let's go catch Mariners Red Sox. That sounds way cooler.
Bob, do you have any lingering questions about Andrew's trip to Alaska?
No, other than that's one of those places that I think is on my bucket list too. So if it ever comes to be, I will call you and ask for some advice, Andrew.
Should Anchorage have sports teams, Bob? Like in the NFL, maybe an MLB team, something like that? No?
No, I don't. I think it's too far away, and I don't know if there's enough there to support it. Am I wrong? I don't know.
I don't know. Ask the guy who's been to Alaska. Could they support a team
Can they support a team?
I don't know about that. And I can't speak for Anchorage. I've never been there. But, I mean, God, like yeah, that's way too remote. I mean, I think the flight from Seattle to Anchorage is like 3 hours or 3.5 hours.
Wow.
So, and Seattle is as remote as it gets for any North American major pro sports city. So,
all right,
yeah,
Andrew.
probably shooting that one down.
Yeah. Well, we'll say our goodbyes in a moment. But in the meantime, we have a season opener with the Pirates and a lot of unanswered questions. The first of which is Jared Jones. And I should start you out by saying, when's he going to come back? And that way we can get Shelty's attention immediately. I guess this was a pretty good break for them, all things considered, that he doesn't need surgery, right?
Yeah, it sounds like it for right now. And obviously 6 weeks is not preferable, right? Like you'd obviously like for the guy to be back sooner, but it sounds like they've dodged a bullet for now. We've gone down this road before with various guys, right, where they get out there and you think 6 weeks, the recovery time is going to be okay and they'll be able to return from it. It doesn't turn out to be that way, so remains to be seen. I think as of right now, hey, this is as good as you could ask for in terms of a clean bill of health for Jared Jones. It's just troublesome from the stance of, hey, when he comes back, will he be 100%? Will he be able to actually be operating at a full capacity? Will he have any limitations? That remains to be seen. But in terms of what you've got right now, effective March 26th, hey, this is optimistic. This gives you reason to believe he could be back by sometime in mid-May or June or something like that. Because if not, the worst-case scenario was if this was Tommy John, I mean, you could have been looking at Jared Jones not coming back until mid to late 2026. Like the timing of Tommy John surgery, if it is required, really couldn't be much worse. So to avoid that for the time being is a good sign for the Pirates.
I think the key word there, phrase you just said, is for the time being. I mean, these things can be tricky too. So, 6 weeks of nothing, and then all of a sudden it would take at least 6 more, I think, Andrew, to get back. And then how will they approach him? How will they use him at that point? Because I don't know if you want to rush him back thinking, especially if you feel like you need him, how do you think they'll play him?
Yeah, exactly. I think the way that you'll do it is you kind of take your sweet time. You've got other pitchers, right? Like, by no means are you better off without Jared Jones, but you take your time with this guy. You let him build himself back up. You let him start throwing in a timely manner. Give it the rest that he needs. Because worst case scenario, hey, you've got Carmen Majinski for the time being. Thomas Harrington evidently was very close with how long they kept him around big league camp. Braxton Ashcraft is in the minors. Bubba Chandler, in theory, shouldn't be too far gone. So, like, you have other guys that can fill in the holes and can plug in the gaps for the time being. It's obviously not perfect. It's obviously not optimal in the sense that, hey, Jared's not healthy, right? Like, he's not ready to go right now, but you've got other options that should be able in the interim at least allow the Pirates to proceed with caution rather than rush this guy back sooner than he needs to be.
Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette. You can read his stuff at postgazette.com. So give me your best. You may already know this, but if not, give me your best guess at the opening day lineup in order and by position.
Ooh, great question. I would say that Tommy Pham batting leadoff in left field. Brian Reynolds in right field batting second. O'Neal Cruz third in center. Andrew McCutchen DHing. Joey Bart behind the dish at catcher in the 5-hole. Let's go. Whoever will be at first base. Which, God,
that's the dilemma right there.
I'll put the word whoever in there, batting sixth. Okay.
Yeah, I would say I guess that could be Endy, but he also hasn't gotten a whole ton of time there. I mean, we'll see. And then you just kind of fill out the rest of it with
Gonzalez.
Going around the diamond. So you would go Hayes 7, Gonzalez 8, and then kind of Falefa 9. Maybe in that order, or maybe you drop down whoever's the first baseman, you put them at the 8 or the 9 hole, but something along those lines.
Why not Bart cleanup as opposed to Andrew McCutchen? Just flip-flop there. I think Bart is the bat that you really want to have in that situation based on what I've seen.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's more just out of respect to McCutcheon for the opening day purposes. I think that's more where that comes from.
Okay.
I don't know that that's necessarily a given, but he did it last year a good amount. He batted leadoff last year a good amount too. I think it's more just, hey, off the top of my head, this makes some deal of sense and pays homage to the guy who's been here for a number of years. But Joey Bart had as good of a spring as anybody, man. He looked pretty darn freaking good there behind the plate and hitting wise. So he certainly earned the right to be in the cleanup hole if they want to so put him there.
When are we going to see Henry Davis?
Great question. It's tough to say because, right, you've got Spencer Horwitz, who is coming back from the injury theoretically at some point in April. Henry Davis at some point will get up here. If I had to guess, maybe sometime in June. And maybe that's because of an injury to a guy like Endy or Joey Bart. Knock on wood for the Pirates' sake, that doesn't happen, but maybe it's one of those two guys. Maybe it's because you have an opportunity to get reps at DH. Maybe it's because they decide, hey, we really like what we have in Joey Bart and Endy Rodriguez. Maybe this allows the Pirates to move around Henry Davis to another position over the next couple of months. Now, I'm not implying that that's happening. I'm not suggesting that that's anything that's in the works. But this would allow the Pirates to give that a couple of months if they so choose it. I think still personally they view Henry Davis as a catcher first and foremost. But, it would allow them that kind of flexibility to give it a couple of months, let Henry Davis get hot hitting-wise, and let whatever plays out on the catching front play out.
What is your concern with the bullpen, if there is? And is David Bednar, from what you've seen, I know it's not been a good spring, but does he still have the closer label at this point?
I think he still has it as of right now, just in the sense that, let's say the Pirates take the lead tomorrow and it's the 9th inning, somebody has to close. I think David Bednar is still your closer at that point. But by no means does that suggest that David Bednar has this job on locks and nobody else is going to take it from him. I think what you're looking at is he has struggled this spring. He struggled last year. There's other guys in the bullpen who have warranted the opportunities to be 8th inning, 9th inning guys. So sure, David Bednar might get those chances from the outset, might get those chances from the get-go, but I think there's going to be other guys who are going to get save opportunities, and my concern with the bullpen is relatively high. For myriad reasons, whether that's, hey, you fired the bullpen coach in Justin Message and brought in a new guy in Miguel Perez. That was a sign that there was discontent with the bullpen and its performance. Bednar obviously hasn't been great. Guys like Kyle Nicholas are going to start the year in the minor leagues. There are some relatively unknown commodities who I think are going to be on the opening day roster, like a Justin Lawrence, or, that's one name that certainly comes to mind. Some lefties like a Ryan Baracki coming off the injury-plagued 2024 season. There's so many question marks that I think some of these guys are going to hit, but others much less so, and that leads me to believe that this roster, this bullpen, it's got a good potential to be shaky, and I think that could really be an Achilles heel for this team.
Bob, may I engage Andrew in a game of free association?
Absolutely. This is his last free association.
Andrew, we hardly knew ye, which is why we're going to get to know you better in this version of my free association. Are you ready?
I'm ready as I'll ever be, Joe.
The best sports book you've ever read is what?
Heat by Mike Lupica.
The best book you've ever read is what, Andrew Destin?
Also a sports book, but not as much of a sports book, Moneyball by Michael Lewis.
Your favorite sports movie?
Tough call. I'm going with the Bay Area one. I'll go Coach Carter.
Coach Carter comes out of nowhere.
I wouldn't have expected that.
Your favorite
Coach Carter or Hoosiers?
Yeah.
There you go.
Your favorite city in the world is what?
San Francisco, California.
Which player was the best interview on the Pirates when you covered them?
Soft spot for Nick York. Reps the South Bay. Reps California. I miss that guy already.
Best interview on the Penguins was who?
Marcus Pettersson. What a nice human. What just a great guy.
And the best game you ever saw during your time in Pittsburgh at any level was what?
Oh, man.
It's a tough one, ain't it?
That's a tough one to think about on the spot.
I'm sorry.
No. It's just such a great question. I would say in the worst way possible, unfortunately, the Blackhawks-Penguins game to end the 22-23 season.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
That was not a good one. City limits.
Not a good Not a good one for the Penguins, but the energy in that building was the best I'd ever seen. And unfortunately, I never covered a Penguins playoff game or anything like that, but the energy in the building that night was unbelievable.
City Limits has a question he'd like to add.
What was it like dodging a foul ball in the press box at Milwaukee that almost crushed you?
Good point. Good question.
Which one?
Good point. There were two.
Yeah, that was a memorable one because that was the first time my phone started blowing up and I started getting the meme generator moments on Twitter. That was a fun one for me. I will not forget that anytime soon.
Well, Andrew, it was a hell of a run. How long were you here in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I moved officially January of 2023, but I started coming to Pittsburgh in November of 2022. I was covering Penn State for the Post-Gazette, and I was doing, crazy enough, I'll keep it short, but I was doing like the back and forth drive from State College to Pittsburgh once or twice a week, where I would cover Penn State stuff, Wednesday through Saturday, and then I'd come out and help out Mr. Matt Venzel for a little bit of Penguins coverage on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and I'd stay with some family friends in Squirrel Hill. So I did that for a couple of months, then moved full-time into Shadyside in January of 23, and then moved to Lawrenceville, where I currently am, in October of 2023, where I've been since, and it's been a blast, man. It's been what a good ride. I won't forget it anytime soon.
You did a great job here. You're a talented
Very
guy.
much so.
You're a good guy. I wish that you and Bob had been able to form more of a friendship, but maybe in another lifetime, Bob.
You never know. Things happen when you least expect it, so maybe we'll cross paths time. But really enjoy your writing and wish you all the best. Because and it may sound like it's a tough thing to get over, but you will. Just leaving and getting through all the nerves that comes with that, but you'll have a great time.
And you're going to a great city.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. I'm looking forward to it, but really appreciate you guys. Thanks so much for having me on, and it's been a great run. Thanks for having me on the Fan all these times over the last couple of years.
Our pleasure. Right. Limits, did you want to say goodbye publicly to Destiny's Child?
I would love to. It's been a blast, Andrew. Good getting to know you, and appreciate you always jumping on.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Appreciate you, Austin, Joe, Bob. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Tip of the hat.
See you, buddy. Good luck with everything. There he goes,
Thank
Bob.
you.
That was sad. Did you see him fade off the screen like that?
I think he was getting a little emotional.
What do we do with this, Bob? Everybody's crying now. You're crying. Now you're sobbing.
I cry every time. Yeah, open a new Walmart, I'll cry. Open a
I love
Costco.
you. I love you.
Dan Zangrilli pops in out of nowhere.
He's here to help. Sharing love for everyone.
I did. Andrew's a good guy. He really is. So off he goes to Seattle to forge his way in the world, Bob.
Yeah, he's going. Well, he seems to be interested in traveling and moving around a lot. So good. He's going to have different experiences. And it's best to do this when you're young.
Yes.
You get older and you don't have the same energy to move and to change it, especially if you're like me and you hoard everything. I don't know what to do with some of this stuff.
Well, we have Mark Cabali up next. He
Yes,
ain't
we
going
do.
anywhere, is he?
No, he's here.
He's here
He'll
for
be
the
live.
duration. He has referred to Russell Wilson as a scapegoat in this whole Steelers situation. Let's elaborate on that with the big boy, shall we? The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider. For over 50 years, text line, you can communicate with our friend Limits, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And check this out. The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball softball showcase. Presented by Sheets. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan might make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. The big boy, Mark Cabali, next.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Russell Wilson officially gone. He will join the New York Giants on a one-year contract worth up to $21 million. 10.5 is guaranteed. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew McCutcheon. Just one more day until Pirates baseball on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Jimmy Butler's return to Miami was a disappointment. The Warriors got blown out by the Heat, and Butler didn't play well. But the real test is coming in a few weeks. The Warriors looked like a legit title contender before Steph Curry got hurt. They're currently the number 6 seed in the West and in real danger of falling into the play-in. We all know Curry and Butler's playoff pedigree, but last night was a reminder they still have an uphill climb in a very tough Western Conference. I'm Andrew Perloff.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Great Rewards Hunt is on. So join the adventure with DraftKings Casino. For fun seekers, follow the trail to huge jackpots, weekly bonuses, and exclusive games. But the excitement is only getting started because new players can get their losses back up to $1,000 in casino credits on their first day. Just sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. And start playing to get up to $1,000 in casino credits back with a minimum $5 net loss. Only on the most rewarding place to play with promo code THEFAN. DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Loss back for 24 hours up to $1,000 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guaranteed, valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. At Giant Eagle, we combine exceptional customer service and quality foods, all at great value to make the most of your shopping trip. Visit Giant Eagle or Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick
6, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Luck is on your side here at Mitsu by the Mall. Learn more at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
You're invited to the Dick's House of Sport one-year anniversary celebration at Ross Park Mall from Saturday to Sunday, April 5th to the 6th. Have a chance to meet Pittsburgh cornerback Joey Porter Jr. on Saturday, April 5th from noon to 1:30 p.m. Plus, check out special giveaways and more. And while you're there, climb the rock wall, swing in our golf simulators, test your skills on the field, and score spring's hottest new arrivals. A weekend of fun awaits. Visit Dix.com/House of Sport for details.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan's angrily reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Well, that leads into our first question for the big boy, Mark Cabali from the Pat McAfee Show.
Joey!
And what a man he is.
Joey! Tony!
He's on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Our friend, and you can also see Mark Cabali on our YouTube channel. Look at that bump. He just waved.
He's right there.
You should subscribe to our YouTube channel. It don't cost nothing. Get there via our website at 937thefan.com. Especially, Bob, because part of our ratings is how many people are watching us, and lately it's been an awful lot. They want to see your handsome face, I imagine.
Don't.
Yes,
They're
they do.
interested in your run to the Final Four.
All right, big boy. You tweeted something out. You said, what did he say, Limits? Read him his own tweet.
One word to describe Russell Wilson's tenure with the Steelers. Scapegoat.
You think that he was a scapegoat. Tell us why.
Well, I was referring to the last 5 games of the season and how everything went south. I think a lot of people blaming Russell Wilson for how those last 5 losses and how the season just totally imploded on itself. And partly that's the reason, but that's the only thing people want to talk about right now. That's the reason why they struggled down the stretch. And you only needed 2 eyes and 1 brain to realize there was much wrong with this team that led to that, as well as Russell Wilson. I mean, you have a defense that was a sieve, giving up 22 play drives. You had an offensive line that couldn't block. You had a running game that was non-existent. You had just wide receiver crew at one point consisting of Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin, and Scotty Miller. So when I say scapegoat, I said people were really looking at that is the reason why they went 0-5 down the stretch. And
so you didn't mean that
it's not the only reason.
Yeah, you didn't mean that the Steelers were making him a scapegoat, did you?
No.
Okay.
No. Well, no, because I just think that he's going to be remembered by being a guy that just can't play football anymore, and the 0-5 getting run out of the building 4 of the last 5 weeks of the season. And the scapegoat is not much has been really said about the defense, and that's much more, and that's just as much his fault as anything else.
Yeah, well, I said that earlier to Joe. I think that's the one thing that the Russell Wilson and all quarterback talk tends to dominate over everything else, but that defense allowed way too much and made it too easy for the other team. But you had something else to say? No?
No, Bob. I'm sitting back in my chair watching you.
No, I meant Joe because I thought he had something more that. But, hey, let's talk about this now. Russell Wilson, all right, New York. Jerry Dulac says he wanted to be here until the very end, and it didn't work out. So what did they not like about him after they went to him as a starter in Week 7?
That's a good question. I mean, nobody knows for sure. I mean, Russell's not going to say anything. That's not his personality. The Steelers aren't going to say anything publicly, but, you can do the math and use your brain here as well of trying to figure out what really happened here. And, I mean, he still played well enough to be in the conversation here at the end, but obviously there's some other stuff that was going on behind the scenes where I would tend to believe that they chose Arthur Smith over Russell Wilson. And I think that's just using common sense right there. I mean, if you're at this point now, where are we at? 3-4 weeks into free agency and still not making a move to that guy, one of two things must have happened. You don't want him back, or you're pretty sure that Aaron Rodgers is going to sign here. And I think both of those things are kind of true right now. So that's the way it is.
All right, so that means Aaron Rodgers is left out there. But there's a part of me that wonders, this delay that we're seeing here, Joe and I talked about this earlier, that Minnesota, could they have been, re-engaged here? Maybe Rodgers came here, heard what he had to hear, and went back to them, because there are some reports out there that indicate that maybe Minnesota isn't done because they haven't necessarily said that J.J. McCarthy is their opening day starter.
Yeah, probably the same reports that said that Aaron was going to go visit the Giants the next couple of days, right? Things that tend to get thrown out there right now. When one thing happens, there's a counteraction to it. Once the Minnesota decision came out, so to speak, it was, maybe he'll wait until somebody gets hurt in the preseason, even though you didn't hear anything about that. Nobody really knows right now. I don't get the sense at all that retirement is on the table. I think I would be pretty much stunned if he came out and said, I'm retiring. What is he waiting for? I mean, there's no really true options out there. Maybe he isn't waiting for something. Maybe he's just wanted to see what they had to say on Friday. Now sleep on it for a couple days and make sure this what it is. But I don't think Aaron really has that many options right now. There's not going to be a surprise team that comes up. There's not going to be Cleveland Browns are going to come waiting for you. You're not going to wait. Do you really want to wait till September or October if somebody gets hurt for them to call you up? Then you have no choice, and you have to go to that team. So I think it's pretty much a done deal. Why is it waiting so long? Only plausible explanation I have for that is because it's Aaron Rodgers. Whatever.
I have another explanation for that, and it's the show that you work for. I think he and Pat McAfee might be waiting until April 9th when McAfee has his big event here in Pittsburgh with thousands and thousands of people. It's already sold out. What better night, what better time, given their history together, to announce that Aaron Rodgers is coming to the Steelers? A, do you have any knowledge to that end? And B, as a person who works for McAfee, are you involved with this event, big boy?
First of all, I will say what the players say. It's above my pay grade, so they really haven't passed on any information if it's going to happen or not. I would assume absolutely not, but I wouldn't totally cross it off the list. It would be a spectacular event if Aaron Rodgers comes out to some music, WWE wrestling music with his belt around his shoulder, getting ready. I mean, he would get the cheers of all cheers right there from the 19,000 people there. But then there would be the backlash from people like you, Joe, and people in the national media. So I don't know. I would say no, that's a very, very,
you think
very
Pat
long
McAfee
shot.
and Aaron Rodgers care about backlash?
No, but I don't. No, I don't think they care whatsoever.
Are you involved with this event?
No, not that I know of. So we'll see.
Bob, this is an outrage. I think the big boy should be announced.
Absolutely should.
Maybe I'll be there, but we'll see. Come on, we got A-list superstars, and you're acting like I should be even in the conversation.
Wait, who else is involved that night that you know of?
I bet you a lot of wrestlers, right? You're going to have wrestlers there.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people. There's a lot of superstars. I'm not quite sure exactly who it is, but it's not going to be, whoever it is. Chuck from Uniontown, put it that way. It's the only name I can think of right now.
How about Mulsey?
Big namers.
Will Mulsey be involved at all?
I don't think his head could fit in there.
Oh,
you were going to say that anyways, Joe.
you outthought me there. Bob, what's your next question for the big boy?
The next question would be, what happens? I know you say you're confident it'll get done. What if it doesn't? So what is plan B or
what
C
if it
or
doesn't?
D? I still think they're going to draft someone, Mark, in this draft. It'll be in the middle rounds. It won't be high. And then they'll redraft that position again next year because they have to find somebody. But in the meantime, what do they do if Aaron Rodgers, for whatever reason, decides not to come here?
We know who he is. He was number 2 in your heart. No, number 1 in your heart. Number 2 in the old game book. Mason Rudolph, baby.
Yeah, but they need somebody else, don't they? They need somebody else. Here comes the Mason train.
It's the Rudolph train.
There was no doubt about it.
I don't know if there's anybody else really out there.
Joe Flacco? I mean, as a veteran.
If you're Flacco, do you want to come here to be that backup? And that's what it would be. I mean, if Aaron Rodgers decides not to come here, you're coming as a backup because then Mason would be your starter.
You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm
So you think he would be in the pole position, Mason, to use Mike's term?
Yeah, I would love to see how they would label it, though. I wonder if they're going to say he's our starter. I doubt it they would if that would occur. I don't think we have to worry about it, but hypothetically speaking, I think Mason's your number 1. That brings some mid-level quarterback in. I really haven't stayed up on my free agents who have gone and who's still out there. But I don't know about the draft, Bob, just for the fact that they don't have a second rounder.
Right.
So you got 1 pick. Well, you got a first. You got 2 picks in the first 2 days, right? The first and the third.
Mm-hmm.
Man, if Milroe can be around in the 4th round, which it doesn't seem like that would be possible, then maybe take a flyer on that. If not, then what are you talking about now?
Just somebody like that they brought in with who's the guy who's now with Kansas City? He's won 2 Super Bowls.
Oladukin.
Somebody, an arm. At some point you're going to need one. It may not be. It may be a free agent. Whatever. They're going to still need somebody.
Maybe Spencer Horwitz, Bob.
Spencer from
Or it won't be Jared Jones because he can't do anything for 6 weeks.
Yeah, I just don't think they'll bring somebody in. Obviously, they have to have 4 quarterbacks. They'll find somebody to bring in. I don't think it would be a draftable guy unless, I don't think they're willing to go in the 3rd round.
Hypothetically, let's say they really fall in love with, say, Quinn Ewers or Howard from Ohio State. Would they bypass a need?
Bob, I'm having an emergency here, and I have to leave for a moment.
Yeah, blowout? You're going to have a blowout?
No, I got to pee like a runaway billy goat. And I'll be right back.
Check out prostate.
Don't tell him that. He has a long list of things. He has a long list of things he's worried about. And now if that has to be on the table, he'll think about it and not sleep all night. So we can't go there with him.
Why does he let us know that? Why can't he just walk out of the room and just pull an Irish goodbye?
He was going to get a piece of pizza. He could have done anything. But, yeah.
That's what it is.
The fact that he had to tell us on a play-by-play notion that he was going to, have to. Billy goat, what is that anyway? I never heard that. A runaway billy goat?
Runaway billy goat? I don't know. Does the billy goat run away?
Hey, Bob, you got to mess with him with the prostate thing now, saying, man, there's 80-year-old people that can hold it longer than you.
Well, maybe the prostate's getting the size as his ego. I don't know that. Maybe that's
how about that?
Just kidding, Joe. Joey. Shots fired. Hey, Joey. All right, so
Joey.
Hey, so what about that? What about in the 3rd round? Would they bypass a need to go for some? If they really liked Howard, if they really liked, I don't know, Ewers, do you think they would do that?
I guess it would have to depend on who's left on the board. I'm not giving up a guy that can help you this year or next year for a guy that potentially could be your backup in 2 or 3 years. I don't think that's the proper way to go. I mean, I'm sure you guys talked about the abundance of potential compensatory picks and what you can possibly do with it. Now, they could package some of those picks to move into the 2nd round. You can't package those compensatory picks per se because they're not really official yet, but you can package some other picks to maybe move up into the 2nd round, and that maybe brings something back in. I don't know about Will Howard. I mean, stuff you hear or I heard during the season when Mike Tomlin's talking to players, didn't seem like he was the most interested in a Will Howard, but that was before that run they went on to in the college football playoffs. So maybe that changes it. But Quinn Ewers is a guy that's you have to keep an eye on too. But to me, he seems like destined to be a long-term backup, which I guess in your case is not bad, right? You're going to eventually need one, right?
Right, that's what I mean. Just that because, and I could see a situation where they draft one this year and then really move high and draft somebody who they really believe in next year as the franchise guy. So Joe's back. He's corrected his. Is it ED? What do you have going on?
What? No, that would have been no. All right, big boy. Thank you for the time today. Yeah.
Hey Joe. You know they got those little bedpan things. You might have to.
Can you imagine that? We used to wonder about Ron when he was in here if we were going to have to put him in a diaper during the show.
We're all headed in that direction.
Limits was going to have to burp him, and then we're going to have to put him in a diaper.
Oh, no thanks. That's well above my pay grade.
What's worth is a catheter. You get one of those things in there, you know.
Oh, that's not happening.
That ain't happening.
You take the bedpan.
That's not happening.
Yeah.
So
that's my biggest fear right there.
Yeah, I think about that a lot.
I'm telling you, he has a list of things he's worried about. It's going to drive him crazy. The stress over just thinking.
I've been up since 4 a.m. just thinking. I don't know how anybody, how do any of us do it? There's 8 million things to think about. I don't think about my parents enough. They're getting old. They're back in Buffalo, 93 years old. I don't think about them enough. And I woke up in the middle of the morning thinking about them. And then my daughter driving. And then my future. What am I going to do? And then this trip we're taking this weekend, and we're going to have the dog. And then, my brother, how's he doing? And my little nieces back in Buffalo. Everything, the future of this, of radio, of terrestrial radio.
You can't do anything about it, so why worry about it? Right?
That's true.
That's actually a good point.
It's a down payment on stress.
But that's like saying to someone who's addicted to cigarettes, well, why don't you just stop? Because I can't. Not that I smoke cigarettes.
You can go get some
You
help.
have to put your faith in something. You can't just sit there and worry about every little. I know how that is. Trust me. I just came
I don't. I really don't. But the point is, sometimes it'll all hit at once, and then someone will say, "How are you doing?" Hey, Joe, how you doing?
You got to clear your head
I don't
when
know.
you sleep.
I don't know
can't-
how I'm doing.
You can't bring that to bed. Period.
I know. Well, Bob, again, that's like saying just quit smoking. It's easier said than done.
No, this is not. You're not addicted to these thoughts. You just bring them up.
The thoughts rush in. What are you going to do?
Turn them off.
How?
By not thinking about them. Go to sleep at night. Think about positive things. Kiss Susie. Think about your daughter and all the success she's had. Think about your career, which is flourishing to the point now where you're moving into Joey Brackett.
No, it's not my career. My career. What?
Think of that golf shot you dropped 2 feet from the pin.
There is none to think about.
Oh, yeah,
he has a hole in one, Mark. He has
Limits,
a hole in
do you
one.
have thoughts rush in like this ever?
Sometimes. But I try not to think about it too much. Sometimes I do get a little bit paranoid.
Yes.
Hey, Joe, he woke up in the middle of the night sweating because I beat him in the Joey Bag of Donuts Sweet 16 matchup.
We didn't talk about that yet. He blew you out, Limits, didn't he?
Was it a blowout? I think it ended up being 60-40. I cut the gap. I cut the gap down to about 54, I think it was, 54-46. I got close against the big boy. It was like RMU getting close against Alabama, but ultimately too hard to pull it off.
Everybody's playing for second place.
I know,
we
Bob.
Know the winner.
We know Bob's going to win.
Bob will win.
Who are you matched up against right now, big boy?
You'd have to ask Bechtel that one. I have no idea.
I think you are. Oh, you're up on Taylor. Yeah, Taylor Haas. You're up against her 70-29. You're going to advance, and
then who's next for Mark?
Well, that's a great question. I think Donnie Football is next on your list. What a matchup of the big boys. Donnie is staging an epic comeback on Bob Labriola, who went into the four corners too early. It looks like Donnie Football against Cabali in the next round, Bob. What a matchup.
That would be
the
something.
The problem is I'll play dirty, and I'll associate Donnie with Pony, and everybody hates Pony, so that will take all the votes away from him.
Wait, we have a lot bigger news than that.
What happened?
I just saw a flyer that was just put out by some students at Waynesburg that says that Mark Cabali will be attending the Waynesburg Com Department Sports Announcing and Sports Journalism Camp this summer.
What? You're going to journalism camp? Finally, you're going to camp to learn how to become a journalist. Oh, wait, you're one of the speakers?
I've been doing that for like 7 years now. Last year it was me, Paul Staggerwald, John Staggerwald. One of the.
They haven't had a camp in over 5 years.
Why don't I get invited to this? I was a teacher there.
They haven't. I don't know. Ask Lanny. He put it together. Him and Richard Krause.
What do you mean it's a camp? What do you do? Run your kids through journalism drills? How does this work?
It's a good program they have down there.
I know they do everything well down there.
Yeah. Lanny called me a couple of weeks ago, and I haven't got back to him yet, so I got to send him something. Yeah, I've done that about 8 times. It's usually me, Paul and John Staggerwald, and Bill Hillgrove.
This also says Tony Caridi and Rob King will be there.
Wow.
Yeah, that was last year. Rob King and Tony. Yeah, they were like superstars, and I was like I was like an idiot. So Tony's talking.
Now I got another thing to worry about. My wife just literally, as I was talking about things I'm worrying about, said our local taxes were $737, and then we still need to do our federal taxes, and God only knows what that's going to be, Bob.
I just did a property tax thing, and that stuff keeps going higher and higher and higher, and just.
I didn't even mention money. The other thing to worry about.
So you owe $736.
Yes. And that's little.
Well, that means
the federal
you're
thing's
probably looking at least 5 times that. You're probably at $35,000 or $3,500 or maybe $4,000.
Imagine being an independent contractor where they don't take any taxes out, Joe.
Is that you right now?
That was me.
So you have to pay. Do you go monthly or quarterly, or how do you do it?
I will this year. I already paid quarterly, but I was anticipating my second half of my year being having to pay for it, so I automatically deducted money, so it disappeared until I had to use it to pay the taxes.
Does McAfee give you meals?
Oh, I do all that. I mean, it's just an independent contractor, but everything else is covered.
So if you take a road trip,
you have to take out your own taxes, which means I got to pay more taxes because you got to pay Medicare twice and all that garbage.
See, I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to get you worried now. So if you go on a road trip for the Steelers, he pays for gas and meals?
Like I'm going to Florida on Saturday for the owners meeting.
Yeah.
Fly there, get the car, get the hotel, airport parking, whatever, and yeah.
Do you send him to go afterwards, or does he give you a credit card, Pat McAfee Express, Visa, or whatever?
They're spectacular. They're by far the best people of paying the expenses. Normally, you'd have to wait months or weeks if you're normal. You know how that works, Joe.
Yeah. Can you go out and get a nice? Can you get a nice steak then?
I can get anything I want.
How about that,
Bob?
Well, that's different.
Well, I try not to because I don't want to be that guy.
I would. I'd get the surf and turf.
He makes $120 million. You don't have to
get
worry
anything
about that.
you want. He'll pay for it.
Joe, we grew up in the era where we had to pay $100 or less for a hotel room. It's just ingrained in my system of being cheap. So I can't do that. But I will turn in the expenses at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it literally will be in my bank account by like 2 p.m. You ever hear of anything like that?
Thank you, big boy.
All right. Don't
Mark,
stress too much.
Have a nice trip south.
See you, buddy.
All right, Bubby.
Take it easy. Mark Cabali on the hotline.
Oh, boy. He's something, isn't he, Bob?
Yeah, that's kind of cool that he gets that stuff taken care of so quickly. Most places don't do that. You got to.
I mean, I'm not looking to take advantage.
Look at that picture of Cabali that's just a still shot there when he left. Look at that picture.
That, Bob.
That's a confident look. That says, I'm going to Waynesburg, and I'm going to teach your kids how to do journalism.
And maybe how to get a nice expense tab from the Pat McAfee show. Bob, I'm cashing that in for all it's worth. I'm getting the surf and turf. If I were Cabali, I would drink lots of beer, an expensive bottle of wine. McAfee's making so much money.
It's just so much money. Yeah. So I don't think he would care either. He's not one of those guys. I've known him a little bit. He's been on our show a few times. I do not think he would look at that and start penny pinching.
I'm surprised he hasn't invited you to do something at that event. Has he? In secret?
No. I really like him though. He's quite a personality, and he's become the biggest thing in television. On cable for sports. I mean, he gets all the big guys. He had LeBron James on today. I guess they're playing in. The Lakers are in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Somewhere. So
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And it's 12:59. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. Bob, you have to go. Limits, we have a problem here. We're supposed to do our time capsule for baseball, our predictions.
Oh, no.
Bob, can you, on the way home, just give us 5 minutes on the phone? We need your win total, MVP, World Series, and a couple Pirate predictions. Can you call us?
So the win total of the Pirates.
Yeah.
The MVP.
National American League MVP and Cy Young. World Series, who's going to play and win. And then some funny Pirate predictions.
Instead of me doing it, how long does this break? I'll stay here to do that if you do it quickly.
All right, we'll do it. Well, no, just do it over the phone.
All right.
I would hate to keep you if you have to go. I don't like that feeling.
I have a TV deadline I got to get
I know.
to. That's why I don't want to.
Just while you're driving, do you talk
MVP
on the phone?
of both leagues and a World Series winner.
And some Pirate questions. Over, under Jack Sawinski home runs.
Yeah.
Who's going to hit more home runs, Jack Sawinski here or Brian De La Cruz with Atlanta? Fun little things like that, Bob. Okay?
You put Brian De La Cruz in that list.
Yeah, I think he'll out-hit Sawinski. Don't you?
No.
Well, that's the beauty of it,
I think
Bob.
Zach's going to have a big year.
What? We'll call you momentarily.
All right.
Thank you, Bob.
See you tomorrow, Austin. You have a nice trip to South, Joe.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, and make sure you tell us when you go to the bathroom how many times.
I think I'm going to be on a course with your friend Alex tomorrow on a country club. And now I'm worried about that because I'm in a slump. In fact, I've been a joke lately. And if I go out there, everyone's going to laugh at me.
See, this is the stuff that infiltrates his mind. When you go there, you should not think of anything. Don't worry about your swing. You've muscle memory have created
I
it.
suck.
Just swing and be
positive.
And
he's going to be
look
embarrassed
at the hole,
of me.
Don't look at the trees.
Everybody
don't look
at the
sand,
country
don't look at
club's
the
going to be laughing at me. I don't belong at a country club. He said we're going to eat lunch. I don't know what to do at the table. The last time I went to one of those clubs, I got corrected a bunch of times. Do I wear my golf shoes in there? Dan Zangrilli saying I should shower between the round. I don't know how to do any of it, Bob.
I just can't believe. I'm watching right in front of me a nervous breakdown happen. Joe, just have fun. That's all. That's my advice to you. Have fun.
All right.
All right. I'll
Bye,
talk
Bob.
to you soon.
We'll talk to Bob in the car. Yes, Limits?
Let's do it, Bob.
We'll do that next on Pop and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, here we go. Pirates and Marlins. They will play tomorrow in the season opener. The 2025 season will officially be underway. It is a first pitch of 4:10. And you can hear the Bucks on 93.7 The Fan tomorrow against the Marlins with our coverage on The Fan beginning at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More 93.7thefan.com.
Thank you, Bob.
Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe.
Plus, I'm going to be everybody's pity party out there. We know that. I'm going to be hitting shots 50 yards wide, and everyone's going to say, oh, good shot, over at the club. Am I on, Limits?
Yeah.
Brackets busted. New customers at FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from clutch shots to last-second heartbreaks. And even who's cutting down the nets. Well, unfortunately, I thought it would be St. John's. If Arkansas can shoot in the next round, they've got a lot of weapons. They've got shot blockers. They've got rebounders. They've got guys who get to the basket. They're athletic. They're intense. They're smart. They need to hit a couple threes. If you've been waiting to join, there's no better time. There's tourney action almost every day, and FanDuel has amazing bet types like spreads, totals, game props, so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and get in on the college hoops action. All tourney long, 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
It's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shandarovich and Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back. not your wallet.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.2men.com.
2 Men in a Truck.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Mom, I need to lay low for a few days.
Lay low? What's going on?
I only paid for this Hyundai Tucson.
Christopher Allen Lynch.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you want at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Right now, get 2.99% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Santa Fe, Tucson, or Elantra. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years. When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows. They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl. We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565. Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Attorney advertised. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You think you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. There's somebody having a worse day than you. There's somebody that just got into an accident. There's somebody sitting at the hospital right now. Doctor coming into the hospital room, telling them they ain't never gonna be able to walk again. Telling them they gonna wear a colostomy bag for the rest of their life. And you know what happens after that? They gotta look at their wife and wonder, is it even fair? Should she leave? Should she go? She gonna leave anyway? That's the thoughts that's running through their head. And you thinking you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. They having a bad day. Real bad. Accidents are real. When they happen, call the dog. Big or small, you call the dog. Car accident, call the dog. Medical malpractice, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bob has just connected over the phone, Joe. So we have very good news. All right, Pirates, they will play against the Marlins as Paul Skeens will get to start tomorrow. In just about 27 hours from Miami, the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 3 o'clock. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, Limits. At some point in October, the Steelers will be 4 or 5 games into their season. We're going to hear all the things we're about to say replayed. It's time for our Pirates time capsule. You're going to bury this for 6 or 7 months, whatever it is. And then we're going to listen to all our predictions, so we better make them good. Bob, you're in your car, I presume, and are you ready for a time capsule?
Yes, sir. Let's go.
Let's go, Limits. What do you got? Our baseball predictions.
All right, first let's start with some national predictions. Who do you believe, Joe, is going to win the National League East, the NL East winner this year?
I'm going to go with the Philadelphia Phillies, and thank you for asking. Bob?
Go ahead, Bob.
I think I'm going to go with the Atlanta Braves.
I'm going to go with the New York Mets.
Next.
The National League West. Who wins the division and why in the West, Joe?
The Dodgers, because they spent $8 trillion on players, and they're already 2-0, for God's sakes. The season hasn't even started, Bob, and they have a 2-game lead. Or a 1-game lead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you spend that kind of money, you better get this. And, yeah, they'll win it again. Why not?
We'll save the NL Central for later. I also have the Dodgers winning in the West. AL East, is it the Yankees who were in the World Series last year, Joe? Do they win the division?
No, it's the Baltimore Orioles. Ooh. With all that young talent, just brimming with talent. They've done the rebuild, except they did it right, so they're winning. I'm going Orioles, Bob.
So am I. I totally agree. Gunnar Henderson is going to be one of the best players. I'm sorry, I almost ran into somebody here, so I had to make sure I didn't do that. Yeah, I think Baltimore's going to win. I think it's going to be a very competitive.
Are you okay,
Baltimore
Bob?
To win it.
Be careful out there, Bob.
Yes.
A lot of people out to get you. All right, Limits.
I also have the Orioles. We got a clean sweep. How about that? Nobody picks the Yankees. Nobody picks the Red Sox or Toronto, who is bringing Vlad Jr. back for a final year. How about in the AL West, Joe?
AL West, I'm going Texas Rangers. I feel like that's the obvious choice, don't you?
No. I'm going with the Seattle Mariners. I think this is Seattle's time with that loaded rotation and the hitting finally comes together. Bob?
No, I'm going to side with Joe again, and I hate to agree so much, but I like Texas. I think the Rangers have a very good team, and after winning the World Championship and then, coming back to earth, I think they're going to be revitalized to get back and win a division again.
American League Central, Joe.
Well, I think that this is going to be a very tight divisional race. I'm going to take the Detroit Tigers to win it by a game, maybe even in a playoff limits. How do you like that?
I like that a lot. I have the Cleveland Guardians repeating as division champs, but really good push from the Royals.
Royals are my team this year. They're going to be back. They got a lot of good talent, and I think the Royals will win that division.
How about the NL Central limits? That's a division on record here.
I know. That's why I wanted to come back to it at the very end. Joe, who do you have winning the division?
The Chicago Cubs, because they're the only team that really did anything, major in the offseason. And that was bringing in Tucker, who's going to be a great player. I know they're 0-2 already. That's okay. They can afford to spot everybody 2 games. It's going to be the Cubs, Bob.
I like the Cincinnati Reds. That's going to be my big surprise to you, right? I think they're going to do things the right way, and I think they're going to be a team. I mean, I got to go off the chart here somewhere, right, and make a prediction that you're going to say, wow. So this is it. It's Cincinnati.
I think that the Reds will indeed make the playoffs, but I think the Cubs just barely beat them out for the division. Who wins the National League MVP this year, Bob?
Well, it's hard to go against Shohei Ohtani, so that's a tough one. But I may say Juan Soto to go with your Mets prediction.
Ooh.
If the Mets are going to do what you suggest, then Juan Soto would have to be a big part of it. So I'll say Juan Soto.
I have to go Ohtani. I think he's even going to pitch some. If he merely pitches and hits well, he should be the automatic MVP.
Well, I mean,
what if he's
what
great?
What are we going to do? We can't pick. You can pick him for everything. At some point, we got to pick something different. So that's why I like Soto too. But I think Ohtani is probably by far the odds-on favorite.
My original thought was, and I'm going to stick with it, Mookie Betts. I know that there's a lot going on right now with him, but I think he's going to be able to put it together and put together a really nice season. He's going to have a good story behind it as well. Who's the American League MVP, Joe?
Bobby Witt Jr. I think he's the best player. Now, of course, it could be Aaron Judge. Could be Vladimir Guerrero. Could be a number of players. Oh, limitless wonder. But I'm going again with chalk here. I'm going Bobby Witt Jr.
And I'm right there with you. I also have Bobby Witt winning it. Bob, is it a clean sweep?
Pick your namesake, Bob.
If you noticed, I picked the Royals. Did you too, Austin? I picked the Royals to win, and he's going to be a big reason for that win, I would think. But Aaron Judge is, since you both took, it's hard to go against Aaron Judge just because he's that good. But since I took Baltimore, I'm going to go with Gunnar down there. I think he's going to be he's in the conversation. He's probably a long shot, but so be it. I'll take him.
Will we all go clean sweep on the National League Cy Young Award for Paul Skeens?
I will.
Yes. Yep.
Wow, everybody goes Skeens. I love it. What about in the American League? Scooble won it last year. Can he repeat, Joe?
Yeah, I'm going chalk all the way through. Thank you for asking, Limits.
Bob?
I would have to go Scooble also. I mean, he had a hell of a year in Detroit, and I don't see any reason for him not to continue with a team that's improved.
Man, I'm trying to go off the beaten path. I don't want to take the exact same pick. So I am going to go with the return of Shane Bieber for Cleveland.
Justin's brother. All right.
Oh,
Thank
my.
you. Now ask us the wild cards in the World Series because Bob has to go soon.
Who will win the World Series this year, Joe? Who will be in it and who will win it?
I'm going to go with the Orioles, and I want the Dodgers to get upset. I'm going to go the Orioles and the Phillies, and I think the Phillies in the end finally get it done. Bob?
Well, you're all over my Orioles, so that's the team I'm really high on. So maybe in order to do something different, I'll say the Yankees as a wild card would get there because I don't think they're going to win their division. So Yankees and Dodgers. I hate to say that. That sounds so, but that's how it is right now. What are you going to do? How do you go against the Dodgers? All right.
No.
Yankees and Pirates. Let's go there. Yankees and Pirates. 1960. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to go against the Dodgers.
I know.
Right? If I'm putting money on this, where am I going to put my money? It's not going to be against them. This time it's going to be the Yankees.
All right. Limits?
I have the Yankees over the no, Garrett Cole's out for the year. I'm not going to pick the Yankees.
I was kind of hoping you would have thought of this already and have your picks, for God's sakes. What are we doing here?
I have the Orioles over the Braves.
All right, your 3 playoff teams, Bob. Your 3 wild card teams in the AL. I'm going with the Yankees, the Red Sox, and the Mariners.
I'm going to go. I'll agree with 2 of those, Yankees and Mariners. But my third would be the Cleveland Guardians.
Wonder Twin?
I'm also going with the Yankees as one of my main wild card teams. I'm going with the Astros to once again find a way to get into the wild card, and I have the Royals.
Your National League wild card teams, Bob. I'm going with the Atlanta Braves, the Milwaukee Brewers, and the San Diego Padres. Who do you have?
I have the New York Mets as a wild card. I have the Milwaukee Brewers as a wild card. And I have the San Francisco Giants as a wild card.
Holy horse follicles. Limits?
I have the New York Mets. I have the Atlanta Braves. Yes, I have the Atlanta Braves because I had them winning who was it that I had winning the division in the NL East?
Mets.
The Mets. So I have the Braves. I have the Phillies since I had the Mets taking the division, and I have the Reds. Cincinnati ends up making it into the wild card race and makes some noise.
All right. I thought you had the Reds winning the division.
No, I had the Cubs winning the division.
Okay. All right. We have all this on the record. And before you go, Bob, Limits has a number of Pirate predictions. Here we go.
Here we go.
All right, Bob. Who is your Pirates Rookie of the Year this season?
What an interesting question from this man.
That is an interesting question. Let me think about that one for a second. Pirates Rookie of the Year. Oh, God. I'm going to say Bubba Chandler. He'll come up and he'll take a page out of the Jared Jones book.
I'm going to agree with Bob.
I agree with that, but I think that Thomas Harrington has a very good chance to do that.
Are there any position players? Nick Gonzalez, does he still qualify as a rookie?
No.
Well, that's too bad. Anybody else? Is Joey Bart a rookie?
I don't think so.
No.
Nobody else is a rookie?
No.
Yeah, then forget
That's
it.
the problem. They got to come up with these guys.
Would Henry
They need
Davis?
these
Wait,
guys to
Andy
come up and
Rodriguez
become
is a
great
rookie.
players.
Andy Rodriguez qualifies as a rookie.
No, I don't think so because I think he spent all of last year, even though it was on the injured list. He doesn't count in like any of the prospect rankings, so no, I don't believe that he still counts as a rookie.
I disagree, and I'm picking Andy Rodriguez as my Pirates Rookie of the Year, even if he doesn't qualify, Bob. Next.
You're within your bounds to do that. Biggest surprise for the Pirates this year?
Bob?
Henry Davis emerges as a regular player by the end of the year.
Ooh.
Biggest surprise for the Pirates, I'm going to say that G1 Bay becomes a very, very important regular contributor to the Pirates.
Paul?
You don't really believe that, do you? You're just saying that.
Yeah, I don't believe it. Go ahead.
Paul Skeens will throw a no-hitter and come very close to throwing a second.
That is not a surprise.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
A
Bob,
nine-inning
would
no-hitter?
you be surprised by that?
It'd be a surprise if
He practically threw a no-hitter
lets him
every
go
time
in
out.
Young, no, it's not a surprise.
No surprise at all. All right, Limits, you want to go with that?
Derek
Go
Shelton's
ahead.
let him pitch into the ninth inning one time. Into the eighth, I think, one time. If they'd let him even pitch into the ninth inning, I'd be surprised.
This reminds me of the
point.
time that Folsey picked, I think, Minka Fitzpatrick to be his Steeler breakout player. He was coming off a good year. This is an outrage, Bob.
Whatever. Who's the biggest disappointment for the Pirates this year?
Ooh.
Bob.
Boy, there's a lot of candidates, Bob.
Okay, the biggest disappointment will once again be Brian Hayes.
I mean, is that even a disappointment? Yeah, or just expected, but I understand what you're saying.
I'm saying people have him expected to be, the arrival time. It's now. I just don't see that. So, I mean, there are going to be a lot of disappointments, I fear, but that would be on my list.
Mine is that Mitch Keller again falters late in the season. That will be a disappointment.
Bailey falters.
I
like
have
that.
Andrew Heaney just not being good and worth the $5 million that they gave him. Him and IKF will be big disappointments for them.
My fear is that Joey Bart, in a larger sample size, may underachieve, but that's just a fear for now, not one I'm willing to bet on.
Joe, you put the line at 32.5 on how many home runs the infielders would combine for this year.
Yeah.
Who of the infielders will hit the most home runs this season?
Holy corn follicles. I mean, you figure the four starters will be Horwitz, eventually, if he ever gets back, Gonzalez, Kiner Falefa, and Key Brian Hayes.
Yeah.
That's like asking me who's the fastest guy, Cabali or Donnie Football. I mean, I guess I'll go Gonzalez. Bob?
I'm gonna go, even though he won't be there to start, Spencer Horwitz.
I'll agree with that, Bob. I will also go with Spencer Horwitz.
May I inject a question, Limits?
Go right ahead.
Who's going to lead the team in home runs, Bob?
O'Neal Cruz will become a 30-30 player.
I agree that O'Neal Cruz will lead the team in homers. Limits?
I am clean sweeping across the board with you guys on that one.
Who's going to lead the team in stolen bases? I'm going to say G1 Bay. How do you like them apples, Bob?
Will he play enough even to get on base? Stolen bases. I'm going to say Nick Gonzalez.
I have O'Neal Cruz leading the team in stolen bases. Bob, you said that Cruz would be a 30-30 guy, but didn't say that Cruz would lead them in stolen bases.
Why did you say Nick Gonzalez?
Because I think that's true. I did say that, 30-30. Well, okay, I'll go Cruz. Thank you for correcting me. I lost my mind there a little bit. But I am driving. I'm trying to multitask at the same freaking time here.
Who's going to have the highest batting average, Bob? I'm going to say Brian Reynolds.
I'm going to say Joey Bart.
I'm going to say Brian Reynolds as well.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Limits. Who's going to lead the team in saves, Bob?
David Bednar.
I agree.
Colin Holderman.
Wow.
Not going to work out for Bednar this year, unfortunately.
All right, Limits, please pick up where you left off.
Here we go to some fun questions, somewhat. I don't know if you would consider it fun. How many games will Henry Davis play this year, Joe? Over, under 81 games, half the season.
Under. Bob?
Under, but those final games, he's going to make the statement that he deserves to be in the lineup. So it'll be a late emerging story, but he will go under.
I think it'll be over. How many games will Jack Sawinski play this season? Over, under 81 games.
Under.
Over.
Over. How many games will Key Brian Hayes play this season? Over, under 95 games.
Under.
Over.
Under.
I mean, I hope he plays. I don't trust that kind of recurring injury. I hope he has a great year, but I have my doubts.
How many errors will O'Neal Cruz have in the outfield and center this year? Over, under 5.5.
Over. He might have that in one game.
Under. He's going to be much improved and very comfortable in center field.
Over. Next up, who are the Pirates' all-stars or singular all-star?
Tommy Pham for me. It's going to be Paul Skeens and Paul Skeens. Just Paul Skeens.
I'm going to say it's going to be Paul Skeens and Joey Bart.
I have Paul Skeens, O'Neal Cruz, and an unnamed reliever. A reliever that we're not sure who will break out yet.
Wow.
That will be the one that helps them to also get a third all-star in.
Adding a little mystery to the proceedings, Bob, isn't he? What's next?
Rapid fire. When will Jared Jones get here? Or when will Jared Jones debut, I should say, this season?
June
15th.
I'm going to say August 14th. No, June 12th, I'm going to say. Bubba Chandler, Joe, when does he get here?
June 16th. Bob?
I'm going to say before that, sometime in May.
I think late May. When will Thomas Harrington get here, Joe?
He won't. How do you like them apples?
He won't at all.
I think September. September.
July. Will the Pirates make the playoffs, Joe?
No.
Bob?
No, we went through that. I think they'll just miss.
Who will have more wins this season, Derek Shelton or Terry Francona?
Terry Francona.
Yeah, I like the Reds to win the division, so it would have to be Francona.
I agree, Francona.
Does Shelty make it out of the season, Bob?
Yep, that was a part of it.
I say no.
Yes. Yes.
I say yes. But then there will be changes at the end of the year. Who will have more home runs, Spencer Horwitz, Carlos Santana, Rhys Hoskins, or Rowdy Tellez?
Is Rowdy Tellez on a team?
I don't think so, but eventually he might get picked up.
I'm going to go Rhys Hoskins there, Bob. How about you?
Yeah, same thing, Rhys Hoskins.
Wait a second. Rowdy plays for the Mariners.
Oh.
I'm going Rowdy on that in an upset, Bob. How do you like that?
I don't.
Neither do I, actually. Is he even projected in their lineup? No, he's not even projected. Yeah, I'm going to stick with Rowdy. Next.
Who will have more home runs this season? Brian De La Cruz with the Braves or Jack Sawinski?
I'm going De La Cruz easily.
Jack Sawinski.
Yeah, Sawinski.
Hold on. Rowdy Tellez is projected to be their DH this year in Seattle and bat 7th behind
And
Jorge
you picked him to win the
Polanco.
division, Austin.
He's going to bat
They're not
right
gonna do
between Jorge Polanco and Ryan Bliss, and we're all going to live blissfully ever after, Bob. I'm going with Tellez. Anyway, what was your next one?
Who will have the Pirates' best all-around season, or who will have the better all-around season, I should say? Oneil Cruz or Ellie De La Cruz?
Ellie De La Cruz might win MVP.
Yeah, he's going to have as I said, I think it's going to be a good year for Oneil Cruz, but I think Ellie De La Cruz is on a different level.
I agree. Where will the Pirates finish in the NL Central?
Last.
Fourth. How many wins do they get, Joe?
Ooh, boy. I'm going to go 79.
80.
78. And with that, the time capsule.
No, there's one other question, Limits. Will Ben Cherington acquire a player at the deadline to be their projected cleanup hitter and then cut him immediately after the season? Yes or no, Bob?
No.
No.
I say yes. I don't know who it'll be yet. We have a Cam Hayward story here. He has attempted to clarify his stance on Aaron Rodgers. We'll tell you about that next, but why don't you first close the old time capsule, Limits?
And with that, the 2025 Pirates prediction time capsule is closed.
Bob, that was rather dramatic, was it not?
It was. I expect a bigger noise at the end, however.
Did you like the clap that I gave because I didn't have like a sound to play?
Thank you, Bob, for taking the time, and good luck with your television responsibilities.
All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow, Austin. Joe, have a great trip.
Thanks,
See you,
Bob.
buddy.
Hey, Bob.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The hotline, which Bob was on, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Yes, indeed. Cam Hayward was on Good Morning Football and says that his comments on Aaron Rodgers were misconstrued. Let's talk about that coming up next. First, let's talk a little bit about FanDuel here. We got a lot going on, do we not? One of the things is baseball. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving all customers the chance to take a swing at $500,000 in bonus bets every day from March 27th to March 30th, this Thursday through Sunday. It's all part of the $500,000 daily home run jackpot. All you have to do is use your jackpot profit boost on a player to homer. And if they go yard, not only will you get bigger winnings on your home run bet, you'll also get a share of that day's $500,000 jackpot. This season on FanDuel, big wins are on deck. So just head to FanDuel.com/Starkey and look for the daily home run jackpot. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Your home for betting home runs. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates will play the Miami Marlins on opening day tomorrow right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Man, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So, 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Quarterback shopping spree time for the New York Giants 3 days after bringing in Jameis Winston. The club is bringing in Russell Wilson. 1 year worth $10 million, up to $21 in incentives. Does this take them out of the running for a quarterback in the draft? No. In fact, it might give them more confidence when selecting one. They can now take their time, make the right choice as they've given themselves options. Options that aren't tying them down to any one decision either way. I'm Bart Winkler.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. All tournament long. New customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager. Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Wash off winter with the new unlimited package at Wetco. Introducing Ultimate, featuring graphene and ceramic wax for enhanced protection, durability, and shine. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months of unlimited washes. Sign up now and save. Book your stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. Every day is Fish Fry Day at Gecko with the captain back in town. Wild-caught beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain Platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Gecko Cafe and Market. Better believe it. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Luck is on your side here at Mitsu by the Mall. Learn more at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. That's South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Social media's biggest loser, Malsey, brought to you by Awaken 180. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. And Yes Limits, What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Okay, now last week a big story was Cam Hayward's take on Aaron Rodgers, and it was in the context of last year at this time, Cam was practically a one-man PR team for Russell Wilson. They spent an hour on FaceTime, Cam selling Russell Wilson on the Steelers. TJ Watt got involved. Minka got involved. And that wasn't quite the case when the topic of Aaron Rodgers came up on Cam's podcast when he was asked on his own podcast, you know, would sort of half jokingly, would you do a darkness retreat? But it didn't sound like his answer was in order to bring in Rodgers. You know, would you do a darkness retreat with him? But it didn't sound like his answer was said in a joking tone.
Not just football.
Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. Like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. You know, Pittsburgh Steelers, if you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, No skin on my back.
Okay. Call me crazy. That didn't sound like quite the pitch he was giving Russell Wilson last year. Now, I realize in context he was asked a question. Cam says this morning on Good Morning Football it was misconstrued. I was asked a question, would you go to the lengths of going to a darkness retreat to recruit Aaron Rodgers? I said I'm not doing that. The pitch is if you want to be a Steeler, be a Steeler. That's all it was, Hayward says. It wasn't that I don't like Aaron Rodgers or I'm against it. He said, when I look at our team right now, it would be really cool to have a guy like Aaron Rodgers, but I can't be the guy who gets it over the finish line. He's got to make those decisions for himself. I'm excited to see what happens. Okay. Obviously, Cam is a man of high integrity. So I hear him when he's saying people may have taken that too far, although I think it's understandable if people did. But I'm also not hearing that he's real gung-ho about this. I mean, again, contrast this to the hour of FaceTime with Russell Wilson last year. And what I'm getting here is it would be really cool to have a guy like Aaron Rodgers, but I can't be the guy who gets it over the finish line. My God, last year he was standing 10 yards before the finish line cheering Russell Wilson to the tape, wasn't he?
He was the one ready to hand him the tally to be the next runner in line for the Steelers quarterback derby.
He was given a bottle of water while he was on the course, all of that. So, I hear what Hayward's saying here. I do, but I'm still not hearing that he's overly, cheering this idea the way he was Russell Wilson. And whether he thinks he's the guy who can get somebody over the finish line or not, he's got a lot of clout. He is the Steelers', I don't know what you would call it, backbone, their spiritual leader, is he not?
He is, and I wonder if Cam at this point is just kind of thinking like, man, this guy that's like a couple years older than me, I mean, like, I know I'm aging like fine wine, but this is the guy that's supposed to come in here and win me a Super Bowl on my way out the door. So from that perspective, I get it from Cam. It's definitely not a glaring endorsement whatsoever from him.
And it's also become quite clear that Rodgers may be the guy here with Russell Wilson off to the Giants. So maybe Cam just wants to sort of get on board at least a little bit before this reality hits.
Well, and Freiermuth was on with the PM guys yesterday and said that he's been messaging Aaron Rodgers through DMs. They've not reached the texting phase yet.
Okay. So he may push him over the finish line. All right, Limits, I'm going to be playing golf for the next 4 days, and I hope to see you on Tuesday.
I hope to see you then, Joe, and I hope you have a wonderful, safe trip.
Nobody's as nice a man as you, except maybe Bob.
Or Jeff. Or Jerry DiPaolo.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
See you, buddy.
See you.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates did get some good news about Jared Jones from Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette. He will not throw for 6 weeks, but will not require Tommy John surgery. There's no torn ligaments for Jared Jones as well. It's Pirates and Marlins tomorrow. Opening day is here. Paul Skeens will start North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangarelli. Begins at 3, first pitch at 4:10. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The push towards the NBA playoffs is here, and tonight we're targeting a battle between two of the best in the game. Giannis and the Bucks head to Denver to take on Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets, with Damian Lillard out for the foreseeable future and the Bucks wrapping up their 5-game West Coast road trip. Today's play is Denver minus 5.5 to get back to their winning ways. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's time for basketball, and Uber Eats is dropping deals on game day favorites to keep you locked in on the action. Like when you're craving a buzzer beater, but also buffalo wings. Or when an upset makes you want to ugly cry into a pizza. And right now, Uber Eats has game day deals from McDonald's, Popeyes, Pizza Hut, Wendy's, and hundreds more local favorites. So you can keep your eyes on the ball and your hands on a hamburger. Order now, only on Uber Eats. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Dreaming of a golf course quality lawn or turning your backyard into the clubhouse? True Green can make it happen. And right now, they're giving you a chance to win $25,000 towards a lawn makeover to take your yard to the next level. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green brings pro-level experience straight to your yard. Enter now for your chance to win $10,000, $15,000, or the grand prize of $25,000 toward a lush, envy-worthy lawn. But hurry, entries close April 14th. Sign up today and enter at truegreen.com/sweepstakes. Restrictions apply.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia Sportage EX front-wheel drive or the all-new 2025 Kia Telluride LX front-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news. A CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Brackets busted. New customers at FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 extra bucks to bet on everything from clutch shots to last-second heartbreaks and even who's cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join, there's no better time. There's tourney action almost every day, and FanDuel has amazing bet types like spreads, totals, game props, so much more. You can just jump in at any point in a game and get on a trend right away. So visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, and get in on the college hoops action all tourney long. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins get absolutely demolished by the Lightning 6-1 last night in Tampa. However, the only thing people really care about is Sidney Crosby breaking Gretzky's record with 20 straight seasons, averaging at least a point per game. To that end, he is now within one after assisting on the Penguins' only goal. He will have a chance tomorrow to set the record all by himself when the Penguins travel to Buffalo to take on the Sabres. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville and 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
From the 29 of the Giants in the shotgun, 3rd and 8 for Wilson, the Pittsburgh quarterback. Arms extended, 5-man rush, shotgun snap, arching spiral pass near side, over the shoulder catch, goal line, touchdown! It's Calvin Austin with his 2nd touchdown tonight! Perfect pass by Russell Wilson, 29-yard arching spiral, and the Steelers build on their lead early in the 4th.
I think they're both capable quarterbacks, and my preference would be to sign one of them. So that'll be the priority, and I think that will give us the best opportunity to move forward.
Whoops! Not happening. That's off the table, Art. Sorry about that. 0 for 2, my friend. It's the PM team. Andrew Filipponi, I think he played hurt yesterday. He sucked it up. He did not want to let us know that he was playing hurt. And I think what befell, I think it's running through the Filipponi family right now, Donnie. Norovirus is running wild like it's Hulkamania in the mid-'80s. And our guy toughed it out for us yesterday on a big day at the station. He participated in things where he had to name countries and vice presidents. But he is trying to recuperate and get himself together today. Another solo PM team. And as you can hear, I am suddenly not 100%, Donnie. Like in the last 90 minutes, I've suddenly started sneezing more than Joe Starkey does in an average show. Joe, by the way, catching astonishing numbers of strays from our YouTube commenters. Ah, yes, the first of 1,000 golf vacations from Joe begins. You'll be taking the reins from 10 to 2 on Friday, will you not? Yep. Nelly tweets in, did Joe get fired? Or not tweets in, YouTube comments. These YouTubers are vicious.
Our own Nelly?
No, it just says Nelly P. So I'm going to be doing the sniffle and sneeze routine. I promise I will do one sneeze today that sounds like Starkey when he makes the odd, like, high-pitched noises. But that I will try to keep it to just one. That was, obviously, Russell Wilson. The inimitable Kevin Harlan had the call right there, courtesy of Westwood One. Balling out against the Giants in the midst of a 3-game stretch that had us all convinced that Mike Tomlin was crazy like a fox, that Mike Tomlin deciding to go Lone Ranger and bench Justin Fields to give Russell Wilson the job was actually going to be this incredible stroke of brilliance by the head coach. And apparently that game must have made enough of an impression on the Giants that they decided to bring Russ in. Presumably, I guess, to be their starter. He's got a deal that would pay him like one if he hits a bunch of incentives. Pays him up to $21 million. I believe $10.5 is the base there. And now they have officially, in New York, the funniest pre-game speech locker room, quarterback room of all time. You have Tommy Cutlets just sitting there in the corner doing this, Donnie, doing the money symbol, right? You got Tommy Cutlets. You have Jameis Winston, I would imagine, like almost fighting Russell Wilson, right? Like bumping each other, trying to get in the front of the line to give the pregame speech, regardless of who is starting. And Jameis is talking about eating wins and saying a bunch of incoherent stuff that sort of just sounds like it makes sense, but really doesn't. Russ is doing like the corny speech from a movie, Don. Come on, guys, we can do this. We're the G-men, the Giants. Jameis, right? I mean, am I
he should give
the right
a speech
tones
like
here?
the Little Giants.
Like he's Rick Moranis. About the same height.
Rick Moranis, Junior Floyd.
Man, you just walked right through a Rick Moranis, Russell Wilson height comp. I thought that one for sure would start today on a very insulting note. I think Moranis is like 5'4".
Well, Junior Floyd probably taller then.
Yeah, you're right, actually.
What about the Icebox?
Becky. I'll tell you what. Giants could probably use her. Their win total, by the way, did you see these stats? FanDuel. Giants odds to whatever win the Super Bowl were 200-1 before they signed Russell Wilson. After, 200-1. Giants over-under win total for the year. Before Russell Wilson, 3.5. After Russell Wilson, 3.5. He ain't moving the needle. That's why a lot of people here didn't want him to come back. You also have Jerry Dulac reporting that right up until the end, I don't really know what that means, right up until the very end, Russell Wilson wanted to come back to the Steelers before deciding to sign with the Giants. So are we to believe that Russ was given an offer by the Giants, saw the offer, knew what the offer was, and was just calling the Steelers facilities? And he was, come on, guys, would you just please pick up? It's me, Russ.
Parentheses, do not answer.
Right. Have you ever put somebody in your phone as a do not answer? Like, just put their name in your phone as do not answer, and you don't even know who it is. You just know you don't want to talk to that person?
I feel like there's a time where I've had, like, a first name, and then it was like, do not answer.
Like, so it's like, Joe, do not answer. It's really just Starkey. I did it when I worked at Sam's Club in college. I had to do that for one coworker who was just incredibly overbearing and annoying. And I was a college student. She was like in her 30s, I think, Donnie, and she always wanted to try to like party with all the younger people who worked there. That quickly got a do not answer, but I never did it otherwise. I am probably in way more phones as a do not answer than I would ever have had people in my phone. So Russell Wilson's gone. You heard Art Rooney there too. It's down to one now. I mean, I think we all kind of know where it's at. It's Aaron Rodgers to the Steelers or something really shocking happens. I think there's three options here. Aaron Rodgers either signs with the Steelers. I would put that as the most likely option. Donnie, you agree with that?
Yes.
Aaron Rodgers decides that he doesn't want to play football anymore. I actually would put that as the least likely option. And then the middle bowl of porridge here, and I don't think it's going to be the one that he actually ends up eating because I think he is going to end up here. The middle tier thing is Aaron Rodgers waits around for a team that might have a quarterback injury that he thinks he could come in and with his overall acumen be able to pick up their offense very quickly, a la Roger Clemens in baseball, just coming in as a mercenary, as a hired gun. I think that's the riskiest one for Rodgers because I don't care how smart he is, and he is one of the smartest guys ever to play the position. I don't care how good the arm still is, and I think it's still pretty good. It's much harder to pick up anybody's offense, especially if you're Aaron Rodgers, who wants to do things your way midstream. So I do think it's going to end up that Aaron Rodgers is your Steelers starting quarterback in week one, unless, of course, he were to get hurt or something like what happened with the Jets the first time around, which would be a disaster scenario. We know that he had the 6-hour meeting. We know that the teams, according to the sides here, according to everybody involved, really aren't debating money. They just had to get to know you, and they're all pretty much in a holding pattern until he makes a decision. I point out that Art Rooney clip because, Donnie, I think it just underscores the fact that either a couple of different things are at play with that clip, and that's why I brought it up again here. Either Art Rooney and Mike Tomlin, who I think we generally assume are on the same page about most everything, were not at all on the same page about this, or everybody's minds changed collectively from the end of the season until, when would you say this all started? The rumors really picked up with Rodgers and the Steelers, like more than just idle chatter.
So I don't know if this is when it really started. I at least got a feeling once they made the move for Metcalf, I thought, okay, that maybe brings Rodgers back into the equation. I think it was cemented when Justin Fields went elsewhere on that first day of free agency.
So you would say like Rodgers
Rodgers
was just one of many possibilities before that, and then as soon as Fields is gone, none of us took Wilson seriously coming back because we all figured the Steelers had seen enough like everyone else had.
Right. I thought Fields, and then I guess you could count Darnold in that.
Although
same
I think
boat, maybe.
Pony was right about that, I think. They had a deal in Seattle. Yeah. And that's why they traded Metcalf, and they knew that they could do that and still sign him. Yeah, I think Pony read that situation correctly. I just point that out to the Art Rooney clip from late January to bring up the fact that either they had a complete organizational change of heart or he and Mike really did not see eye to eye on this. That's the owner of the team, the guy who still can say the buck stops with me, saying, it is my preference to bring back one of the two players we had start at quarterback for us this year. He has in the past said things like, it's my preference or it's important to me that we run the ball better, and they've tried to take steps to do that. They didn't do what presumably the owner wanted them by his own words to do. They did not sign Justin Fields back. It seems like they never got all that close to getting him back. It felt like not only did the Jets offer more, but Fields himself seemed stung by the way things went here to some extent. They smartly, I will give them credit for this, they did not want any part of Russell Wilson after being rightly spooked by the way the last several weeks of the year went and most of that playoff game went. And that leaves them where they are now. Either deciding that, hey, we're going to let Mason Rudolph just be the quarterback of this team, or much more likely, we are going to have a literal full turnover of the room for the second straight year, and Aaron Rodgers is going to be our starter. There's that first sniffle. Mason Rudolph's going to be his backup, and we're going to go from there. And so I always think, like, when something gets more and more inevitable, when something is obviously going to happen like this is, I would be very surprised, let me put it that way, if Aaron Rodgers is not the Steelers' quarterback. And I think I wouldn't be the only one who'd be very surprised. I wonder if you are getting, I think, engaging in that behavior that I think any human being engages in when they know they're not going to be able to avoid something. Oh, I've got a test tomorrow. I guess I've just got to study. I don't want to think about this, but I've got to do it. Donnie, I mean, we've had this all in, like, our personal lives. You have just an unpleasant situation you're going to have to deal with. Could be at work. I have to have a meeting with the bosses. I'm probably in trouble, whatever. Do you just try to start to embrace it at this point? Like, I wonder if you're a Steelers fan and you've watched this entire drama play out, where multiple weeks into the new league year, it is becoming abundantly clear that it's Aaron Rodgers for the Steelers, and that's really all they've got now left, unless they want to go with Mason Rudolph. Are you trying to warm yourself up to the thought of Aaron Rodgers being the Steelers' starting quarterback? Has the inevitability of the situation caused you to try to reassess it and to actually gin up maybe more enthusiasm than you would otherwise have for it? 412-928-9370. That is the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I wonder where you're at now, because if you were holding out any sense of plausible deniability that this could actually occur, I think it was based on the idea that Russell Wilson still hadn't signed somewhere, and that maybe stranger things have happened. Somehow, some way, Aaron Rodgers would have a last-minute change of heart. He would want to go to the Giants. Russell Wilson would have, therefore, nowhere else to go, and he and the Steelers would meet back up and say, screw it, let's run it back for one more year. Given the money Wilson signed for, I think more people here would have been like, all right, that's probably all he's worth anyway. None of that happened. The Giants got sick of waiting. I think they pretty much also knew that Rodgers just was not interested in going there. And they signed Wilson. It's going to be him or Jameis or eventually Tommy Cutlets taking snaps for them. The Steelers have Mason Rudolph, and that's it. Which means what the Steelers have is eventually the overwhelming likelihood that Aaron Rodgers is taking snaps as their starting quarterback. 412-928-9370. Are you trying to talk yourself into Aaron Rodgers, Steelers starter, now that it appears all but certain that that's actually going to happen? 412-928-9370. We'll get more of Donnie's thoughts on this. If he's changed his mind at all, I'll tell you why I haven't, though, coming up next. Want to hear from you, 412-928-9370. Here he is, Donnie Football Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Opening day is tomorrow, just over 24 hours away. Pirates and Marlins in Miami, 4:10 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts right around 3 o'clock. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew McCutcheon. Just one more day until Pirates baseball on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? 22-year-old righty reliever Ryan Johnson has made the Angels opening day roster, and once he debuts, he'll become the third player since 2010 to skip the minors altogether. Johnson was a second-round pick last summer. This will never be a common occurrence, but I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often with college pitchers like Johnson. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text KING to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text KING to 321-321. That's KING to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Hey, you want to give your bathroom a fresh, luxurious upgrade? My friends Nick and Larry at Boulevard Glass and Metal, they designed custom glass shower doors that bring elegance and style to any bathroom. Sleek, frameless designs to custom finishes, they do all of it. Enjoy shower doors that fit your style and space perfectly. Durable, easy to clean, and built to last. Your dream bathroom, it starts here. Visit BoulevardGlassandMetal.com for that free consultation. A stunning shower is just a call away.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Shotgun, Rogers. Hall to his left. Jets trying to add to their lead. Fake the handoff. Rogers to his right. Throwing. Caught. Touchdown. Terrific grab by Garrett Wilson for the the score. Aaron Rodgers with a BP. And the Jets now in front 20-3.
The inimitable Ian Eagle, who's going to have a new broadcast partner this fall. More on that perhaps later in the show, calling that Aaron Rodgers touchdown pass from last year. Make sure you follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. It's brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. I think we're on officially Aaron Rodgers' watch, right, Donnie? The Cardinals have retreated into their conclave. We're waiting for black and gold smoke to come out. He might be in a therapeutic vomiting situation, a darkness retreat, an ayahuasca situation. But we're waiting now. Waiting. It's like if you have a relative who's got a baby that's on the way. Just waiting for the announcement. I would put it at 98%, because I always like to leave 2% out there. 98% that he's going to be the next Steelers starting quarterback, which begs the question, if you have been anti this from the start, and I think Pony, who's out today, recovering, not feeling so well, he and I have been in lockstep on that one. If you are not for this, is the reality that it's going to happen, barring something very unforeseen, causing you to change your mind at all? It might surprise you to know that I actually could envision a scenario where Aaron Rodgers, in the right setting and situation, got a team to the playoffs and maybe won a game. The problem is, I think any of those scenarios would only manifest midway through the season if a really good team lost his quarterback. Is there a better chance Aaron Rodgers comes here, gets with the program, and takes the Steelers to a playoff victory, and he's good soldier from moment one? Or is there a better chance that he, joins the Rams or the Vikings or the Chiefs midstream because their starter gets hurt and walks right in and balls out? Believe it or not, I actually think, despite how I said that would be tough for him, if the offensive system was good enough, I think he could do that in those places. I think it will be a much tougher slog for him here. If he was in an offense where it was schemed up for him to get the ball out quick most of the time, and when he didn't get the ball out quick, it was either a great running game that he was leaning on or a really well-conceived route with good protection. So, all the pieces around him were high-end pieces and high-end position groups. Yeah, I can see it. I could see him being scary in the right setting. The problem is, as much as I want to believe that Broderick Jones finally going where he's supposed to be playing, as much as I want to believe that Troy Fautanu is going to be healthy and really good right off the jump moving forward next year, the Steelers still have a lot of questions around this player, and he is no longer the elite talent, the MVP-level player who can answer them all by himself. 412-928-9370. Bad news, Don. You hear that sound? That was me blowing my nose in the air. Is that a professional thing to do? Of course not. Are we all just fighting here? Yes. Here's the real bad part. It's going to be the nose-blowing equivalent of wiping your ass with single-ply toilet paper here. We're out of the little Kleenexes. We're out of the Kleenexes, man. They have those little probably 15 Kleenexes stuffed into one of those little, credit card almost size things. They used to have that great first aid station here, by and large. You want those vitamin C elixirs, those powder things that you can drink and get all that resistance built up? You need chapstick, my friends? Band-Aids? You're in the right place. You need Kleenex anymore? You're screwed. So I'm blowing my nose with those brown paper towels from the kitchen here. It's
the way we're going right now, I might need to fill that hour we have tomorrow.
No. Because here's the problem. It's one of those classic bits where I don't really feel sick at all. My nose has just started spontaneously running. You'd think I was doing cocaine the entire time I wasn't on the air. The Seinfeld money manager guy who keeps sniffling, and then they find out he was doing it. I don't feel sick, but this is what happens when the temperature swings 25 degrees every third day. People like old Mullsy aren't built different. We're built worse. Out to the phones we go. Dave is in Hermitage to start us off as it appears imminent. One of these days, we're going to find out Aaron Rodgers is the Steelers starter. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how's it going?
I mean, you can hear me, Dave. It's not going great, all right? Let's just level with each other here. We're fighting.
Can I be honest with something?
Yes.
I saw this coming.
You did?
I really saw this coming. Of all the time I've been watching the NFL, I never saw the Steelers, especially, I can't speak for the other teams. I've never seen the Steelers sign two quarterbacks for 1 year. I did not understand that. And I said, well, at the end of the year, we're going to be having a huge challenge because if one of these guys has a great year, are the Steelers going to go out and put the money out for it and actually do it? Sign them. And I said, there's no way they're going to be able to do that.
Okay.
So anyway, to cut to the chase, I really think the Steelers need to make a deal to move into the top 10 of the draft and take Jackson Dart. And then this is all done. So you can put Jackson Dart behind Mason Rudolph and move on from here. But I really think, in my eyes, I really like watching Jackson Dart play football. I really think the Steelers should do it. Get into that top 10. I think they can get him if they're in the top 10. If not, they're probably not going to get him.
Jackson Dart's agent, thanks, Dave. Jackson Dart's agent, again, working overtime. Is Dave a Starkey plant? Starkey, the biggest
I was going
Jackson
to
Dart
ask,
fan.
is he locked in Starkey's basement?
He sounded way too
Held
calm.
captive.
He sounded way too calm to be doing that. If he was very composed for the moment. Jackson Dart is a better runner than Baker Mayfield and a far worse thrower of the football. I think there's one quarterback in this year's draft who strikes me just on his face as somebody that can be a franchise player, and that's Cam Ward, and that's it. I mean, that does bring up something else, Donnie, though. With Wilson signing this deal, if he and Fields both hit their big incentive numbers, they could have 3 third-round picks in comp picks next year. Moore's going to get them one. I think right now Wilson is projected to get them a 5th and Fields a 4th. But if those guys end up hitting those like salary numbers, then boom, you might have 3 thirds.
We have comp picks coming every which way.
Comp
for
picks.
the Pittsburgh Steelers.
You know what? If I can be serious for a second, I will give Khan some credit because it does appear that there's a little method to the madness. Some of it's fortuitous, like Dan Moore, even though we all couldn't wait to see him be gone, like other teams valuing him more. It does feel vaguely Howie Roseman-ish that they're starting to stockpile comp picks like this and have the wiggle room. Like it'll feel, now it's for 2026's draft, obviously, not for this year. But it'll feel a little more like one of those Eagles drafts where they have a lot of pieces to move around the chessboard if they can, in fact, take advantage of this. Is this Giuseppe? Giuseppe in Bloomfield. Hello.
Hey, Pony.
No, Pony's out today. It's Muller.
Oh, hey, Muller. I'm a first-time listener, long-time caller. I'm really excited about getting Aaron. I think he's still a great quarterback, even though he's a little bit older. It's exactly what the Steelers need. At this time, I could see us actually winning a playoff game with him.
Thank you, Giuseppe. I feel like that could have been our pal Dave in Delmont under an assumed name.
No, you know who I sensed in that voice there?
Huh.
When he started going?
Not Starkey.
No. I sensed a little Damashek there in the voice.
Yeah, but Dave could never hide it like that. Like Dave would also give up the ghost, I think. What Malsey? He would, he'd do his usual. There was a vague passing whiff of Damashek there. No more than a whiff. I do like the first-time listener, long-time caller. That is one of my favorite inversions of the standard there. Quickly, Donnie, I said in a better situation, as much as I've kind of slagged Rodgers, I could envision him actually being solid in the right spot. I mean, do you have any of this vibe that I've given out, or are you getting like sucked in the way I think some people do, where they're like, all right, I'm going to embrace this even if I don't like it because it's what I have in front of me? I think that's how a lot of fans behave.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have people think, and we'll see if anybody here kind of follows suit with the, well, now that he is here, I'm going to talk myself into 11 or 12 wins, division title, playoff game, playoff win, AFC championship game, maybe a Super Bowl appearance. You're going to have those people, I think, no matter what. I just don't think that this is that right situation for Rodgers. I'm not saying that he's going to look like he did in New York. I think he's going to be better than that if he's here.
Yep.
But it's hard to be worse because that was a very ugly situation. The 1 year completely wiped out. And then last season, the box score looks good. The numbers looked good, kind of like that second year.
It was
for
empty.
Russell Wilson.
It was empty calories, though, man, because it happened mostly while they were out of it.
Right, but it was like that second year for Russ in Denver, where we talked ourselves into, well, his numbers were pretty good last year. I talked myself into that. I said the numbers were pretty good for Russ that second year in Denver. Maybe he can do something like that here, and he kind of did. Russ again put together nice looking box scores, but it wasn't really equivalent to what happened on the
hollow.
field. I don't know how much better it truly makes them from where they've been. Like, maybe they get to 11-6, and I don't know if I have enough confidence to say that they would win a playoff game.
Quickly for me, the thought is he would have to look a certain way playing the position for them to go like 11-6 somehow, or even 10-7. He would have to very specifically be playing quarterback at a certain level for me to think that they could win one. I mean, the way Russ staggered into the playoffs this year, you knew they were dead men walking again. If Rodgers were to go in there, they're on a 5-game heater or something. They've come up off the deck. Like, I would say the only time I've actually believed in the last couple of years they might be able to pull a shocker was Rudolph, just because he had played well. As crazy as that was. Oh, yeah, I think Mason Rudolph could maybe beat Josh Allen. Sounds stupid when you say it, because it probably is stupid. But it would have to be Rodgers getting on a massive heater at the end of the year for me to feel that way about them next year. We'll have a lot more time to talk about this. Mike Florio and others to talk about this with coming up on today's show. They appear I'll tell you about this in a second here. We also have Sidney Crosby, 1 point away from a major milestone. One of his former teammates, our pal Tyler Kennedy, is going to join us to talk about that coming up next. First, here is Donnie with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Crosby did have a point last night, but it was only 1 goal for the Penguins, and that came from Brian Rust in a 6-1 loss in Tampa Bay against the Lightning. Tampa Bay led 4-0 after the first period. Pens head to Buffalo. Puck drop against the Sabres tomorrow night, set for 7. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Don. Only 16 teams left. They're back at it tomorrow night. Yes, Thursday night. The BetPark Sportsbook and Online Casino has you covered for the college basketball tournament. You can make futures bets right now on which team will win it all. You can check these out right now. Now, $25 on Duke pays $50. Here's one that I like. $25 on Houston pays $112.50. A little bit of a longer shot, $25 on Tennessee pays $350. But whether your team wins or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. The only app I ever use and recommend to bet on sports and to play all your favorite casino games in the palm of your hand. Blackjack, roulette, poker, and more. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you are down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com, download the app right now, and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan for the BetParks app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
At Diamonds Direct, our experts go the extra mile to ensure you have the tools to say I do with absolute confidence. Our promise to you is a completely risk-free shopping experience rooted in transparency, education, and integrity. No pressure, no intimidation, just clarity and confidence in your purchase. But we're about more than just price. Everything is backed by our exclusive guarantees. Put our tools to the test against any competitor, and our expert staff will ensure you get the very best overall value and unforgettable experience. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA
1565.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli on behalf of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. 2024 was a banner year, and 2025 is off to a terrific start because Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing, and they're proud to announce the opening of their newest branch on Cochran Road in Scott Township. Just like me, nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. So shape your future with a diverse line of highly competitive products from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Tyler Kennedy, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Mr. Kennedy!
Tyler Kennedy is on the hotline right now. The fan hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And TK is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. Pony's out sick today, TK. As he likes to say when I'm out sick, even though I'm not actually sick, he says I'm out with explosive diarrhea. Ha-ha, touche. That's actually what's laid him low on this one. So karma, as they say, is not... I can't say that word on the air, but you know what I mean. Karma's a B. When you say your co-host is always sitting on the toilet the whole time, and then you are because you got sick. What's up, man?
Not much, boys. Just tough loss last night. Tough loss for the Penguins last night.
Yes. Speaking of sitting on the toilet, they pretty much laid one of those on the ice in Tampa, but I'm not bummed out about it because I am at the following point. I just want to see Crosby hit 80, TK, and he's one away now with that assist. How impressive will that record be when he gets there? Because I think we can now say he's not going to go pointless the rest of the season. You see him break a Gretzky record and go 20 for 20 point-per-game seasons. What does that say to you as a guy who was his teammate?
Well, it's huge. You know, like just the consistency, the work that's put behind being that good and being that prepared every game. It's pretty impressive. And, you know, being a Canadian kid, Sid being a Canadian kid, like you grew up idolizing Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux. And then to be able to play with a guy like Sid who's going to break that record, it's just crazy because I don't think anyone ever thought, one, you'd break this record or you'd break his scoring record. And there's two guys that I came into the league with that are doing it, you know, and it just shows how much they're generational talents. You'll never see these kind of players again on the ice over this period of time and that long. Again, you know, there's a lot of games he can't be feeling great and he still gets it done. Even last night, you know, the team's not playing well, but he still gets his assist in. He still does a pretty good job of helping the team.
I kind of hope he doesn't break it tomorrow in Buffalo. That's a great hockey city and everything. But I don't want it to happen there. And they suck this year, so it absolutely could. But, like, this is one where I almost wish he was going to – because they could also hold him out of a game if they wanted to, and he'd have the record automatically, which would be funny. But I would like to see him break this at home because I do think the home fans notice this and care about it. And the other thing that's tied up in all this, TK, as he's chasing down this record, and I want to ask you more about Ovi in a second – I don't know if the number has changed now, if somebody else jumped back in front of him because they had a big night last night around the league. The fact that he is leading the NHL this year in 5-on-5 points is absolutely wild to me. Like, can you believe that? That almost seems like the crazier thing than what he's doing chasing down Gretzky like this.
Yeah, like, it's just even, right? It's just even 5-on-5, right? And, like, so many guys, you think of, like, the Kucherovs, the Ovechkins, they get, I bet you, half their points from power play, you know, like they're power play guys, you know, and to do it 5-on-5, that just means your line is better than the other line on that shift, you know, so for him to do it at his age, it's pretty crazy. And you can see he's starting to get the salt and pepper in his hair. And you kind of forget sometimes that he's been in the league 20 years. Mm-hmm. Like it is like, boys, that's hard to do, and like, but the way he takes care of himself, the way he prepares, like it's pretty remarkable.
Do you think he's wired such that as long as he's playing at this similar kind of level, because once he gets this, he'll have the record alone, and it'll be very hard to imagine somebody beating this point per game for 20 straight seasons record. Could you imagine him wanting to play till he's in his mid-40s, assuming no injuries, even if he's not quite this level of good anymore? I mean, he's going to probably have almost 90 points this year. Does he strike you as somebody that might want to play till he's 43, 44, like that? Like truly the Tom Brady of hockey?
I think so. I think, like, to be that elite and be around the game, like, it's so ingrained in him to wake up and think about hockey, prepare for hockey. Like, it is it's the biggest part of his life probably, like waking up, going to the rink, getting a skater, waking up, going to the rink, get a workout. Like, I think guys like Sid will have a hard time leaving the game, and they usually don't because they don't know how to adapt after hockey. It's going to be very hard for them. I play with a guy named Joe Thornton.
Jumbo. Last week you told us you like to run around naked in the locker room in San Jose, and you couldn't believe it.
Even like Sid, he loves going to the rink. The rink is probably, I always say this even now, like, I teach kids with my program, and I feel so much calmer, so much like in my element on the ice. And then you think of Sid, that must be his like comfort zone on the ice, shooting pucks, playing hockey, So for him to like play even longer, there's no doubt. It's just ingrained. And going back to Joe, like, even when we had days off, he would still go to the rink because it was so programmed in his mind. Even now, he's retired, and he still goes to the rink like he's a player, and he's been retired for 2 years. But guys like that, guys that play a long time, their body is just adjusted to go to the rink and get their day started with a workout or a skate. So I can see Sid playing a long time, even like how his body's holding up this year. He hasn't had any, knock on wood, injuries
stuff.
Where he's like missing time, So his body's, really holding in there really good. Obviously it can change, but Sid's the guy that's always working to stay healthy, always working, to take care of himself, like, the massages, the eating healthy, like all that stuff. And then that's what you see, and then it's probably Tom Brady, like when he goes home and he's got these guys probably coming in and making sure his body's ready to rock. But from all the guys I played with, he was probably the most focused on making sure he was flexible, his muscles were working the right way. Like, some guys were just top heavy, or, they were stronger on one part than the other. Sid's very, I guess, equalized through his whole body, from his legs to his core to his arm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he's very equally muscled, and he's built to be a hockey player. When you see him, I don't know, quote unquote, in underwear or naked, he is.
You could just say he's got a very wide ass. He's got a huge ass.
Yeah, like when you think of a hockey player, usually you're really big down low from your hips down, and then you're shredded up top. Like, that's how Sid is. He's got those big, heavy legs, a big butt, and then you look at it, he's got a six-pack and he's shredded up top. That he's almost got like the perfect hockey body, So I can see him lasting a very long time in hockey. And he's a guy that can move up and down the lineup. He's a guy that can probably play on the third line and still be able to dish and do all the little things. The only thing, when I look around the league and I look at guys that are getting older, and, the one thing that's hard for these guys like a Sid is not getting the minutes. I always felt like when I was playing a lot, it was so much easier to play the game. But at the end of my career, when you're getting like 10 minutes and under, and you're old, you can't be like shot out of a cannon for 30 seconds and go to the bench and do it, 4 more times. I felt the end of my career, like once I sat for a period,
you're stiff as a board. It's like getting older. You're stiff as a board after you sit down.
Yeah, dude. I went from being like honestly like a little fast Mustang to like a diesel truck, where it took me a while to get my.
You got to turn it over a couple times before it even gets started, basically. Yeah, no, having just turned 40, I know that now in general.
But even like in between shifts when there's timeouts, like you're going and trying to get like your legs going in between periods, you're riding the bike, and and I knew I was coming to an end when my warm up was longer than our practice,
Yeah.
And I was just like, okay, the writing's starting to get on the wall. But again, guy like Sid, you can never count him out. You can never doubt him because he can always figure it out, So I see him going to play a long time.
TK, I paid off the bet with Pony. We very stupidly told him we thought that the Penguins were going to make the playoffs. They're not going to make the playoffs. I donated it to the food bank. I paid him off live on the air yesterday. So I know you've talked about a golf match, maybe. Maybe you could kind of go double or nothing and get your money back from him. So just a couple suggestions for you here.
Yeah, well, he definitely wants to play for money, so I'm in for that one.
TK, we'll talk again next week. Thanks, brother.
Thanks, guys.
Tyler Kennedy brought to you by the certified elder law attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Man, Donnie, I don't know. When you hear like TK break it down that way, just the sheer level of insanity with which we all knew that Crosby did that, but just, he strikes me as the kind of guy that if he goes out and has a drink or two, right, with like the rest of the guys, he's probably the guy saying, I'll have vodka water or like scotch and water. It's really the sugar in those mixers that gets you boys. Don't go that route.
And then he sits there, he sips one, he sits in the corner, and all the other guys are having a good time. I mean, TK has told us stories like that before.
I mean, I'll say one. I saw Sid years and years ago out at like one of the bars downtown, and that he was drinking like some sort of thing that you could tell was mixed with water. Like it was definitely not like a fizzy. It was not. He's not ramming Jack and Cokes down like two at a time. You know what I mean?
That would be a Phil Kessel. He would go Jack and Diet maybe.
Who's the more? I mean, Crosby's the more impressive physical specimen, but in a weird backwards way, Kessel's right there with him. To just abuse your body like that.
Isn't that kind of how Ovechkin is? Doesn't he?
Yeah, I
he's
didn't
not
have
quite the Kessel level, but doesn't he kind of just eat whatever
I didn't have
the hell
time
he
to
wants?
ask TK about that, but yes, Ovi is more body by borscht than anything, and it's worked for him, obviously. TK's right when he says 2 all-timers for sure. I'll get you a little early here. It's about to be the 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. We have a very important show update for you coming up next, and also we have a Steelers insider trying to put a timetable on when Aaron Rodgers might officially be welcomed in to the black and gold. We'll have that for you next. Quick timeout, back with a long commercial-free segment on the Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PF team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet at Mike's.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation, but then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano, and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof, while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm approaching the age where I'm gonna start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson Reyes, the family reunion tour.
I can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson Reyes live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of five-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchgard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
As of 9 a.m. this morning, our EV trucking company is officially in operation.
Andrew's zero-emission trucks are driving the transportation category forward.
We'll make driving safer, easier, and less stressful. Now our technology needs to keep up with demand.
He needs to put pedal to the metal on hiring more software engineers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with autopay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply for J.D. Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
And Doug.
Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com
to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Big news on the broadcasting front. Jim Nantz has announced that he will retire from calling the Masters in 2036, 11 years from now, when it will be the 100th Masters. And I believe, Donnie, the 50th on CBS. 11 years out. Is that enough time for a retirement tour? We got to get Pomp on the case on this one. This is a stunningly early call here.
It's just so funny. Like, first, it's 11 years ahead. It's not like a round
Jim
number.
Is 60.
It's not like 5 years. I get that the Masters.
It's all about
of those years.
It's all about that.
Significant. But I don't know why like that announcement gets made right now. You better cherish all of those hello friends for the next 11 years.
My only thought is, man, he's 65, and that's young anymore. Like, life begins at 60, some people tell you. Like, he could easily live well into his 80s or 90s. At 65, I don't feel like I'd be super comfortable, like, making a shot call on anything 11 years into the future. I don't know.
Now, that's also him announcing it just for the Masters, which I assume would be the last hurrah.
Yes.
For him. I mean, he's already out of March Madness.
Yes. Masters is going to be the last thing to go for him.
Yeah, like I would think that he will be out of the NFL by then.
Yes. Anyway, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis and Monroeville. You can find more of them 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
But I think the Steelers now are 100% focused on Rodgers. I can't tell you when it's going to happen, Adam, but I'm fairly certain it is going to happen here at some point relatively soon.
Ray Fittipaldo, Steelers beat writer over at the PG, with Adam Crowley this morning on the Fan Morning Show, dishing that opinion. Does that imply that 1% of the Steelers was, in fact, still focused on Russell Wilson? They were, I don't know, keeping some sort of line of communication open? I guess maybe it's plausible. The Steelers now have one option, and that option's name is Aaron Rodgers. And so kind of a broad question overarching the entire show today is, from my perspective at least, because you know now that it's almost a certainty to happen, that his other options at this point are retirement or wait around for a contender to maybe have a quarterback injury midstream and jump on and join them, given that the Steelers is the stablest of all of those and the one most likely to actually give him big money, since retirement ain't going to do that. Are you coming around to it at all? At 412-928-9370. Have you accepted that this is going to happen and you're trying to look at the bright side on things? Got to shout out our guy. Said we had a big show development. Got to shout out our guy, Chef Homer, Donnie. Look at this. I'm holding it up on YouTube. Look at this. This is beautiful. A box of Kleenex. A box of Kleenex. He had the Odyssey app on, as he always does, as all of you always should. He heard my plight that I was trying to blow my nose with what I'm now holding up on YouTube, these paper towels that would turn your nose into a bloody mess. And he delivered some puffs. Surprising, too, that it was puffs, right? Kleenex is just a market leader. The folks over at Kleenex got to be ticked about this. Got to be very upset.
Is that one of those items that you always just call by the wrong name? You say, go get me the Kleenex?
No, there's a term for it. They've become so ubiquitous. And when is Ubiquity Hour coming for you? Next show you've got on Friday? Maybe 1 to 2 can be the Ubiquity Hour. It's so ubiquitous that it has taken on the generic term, if that makes sense. Like, I'm trying to think of another one. Kleenex is always my go-to. I forget what it's called when that happens, but their market share becomes so dominant in a specific product that that's what people actually call it, even though technically it's a brand of tissue, you'd call it. It'd be like instead of calling, give me some paper towels, hey, get me some Bounty or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the bit there. Shout out to him. I've got one other thing we're dealing with today, and I think this might actually be simultaneously, Donnie, the dumbest thing hampering today's show and the most relatable to some people. We have the computer mouse in here that I use, has like the typical rotating mouse wheel, you scroll down with it. Is that how you scroll down most of the time? I must have aggressively scrolled yesterday because it stopped working. And this is not exactly a new mouse. It's probably a decade old, if I had to guess. It stopped working, and now I have been in vain scrolling to nothing because I somehow broke the scroller. And so then you got to go over to the arrow bar, drag the mouse down, or you got to hit page up and page down, which nobody does anymore. I'm going to tell you right now, Don, it might be the biggest hindrance to this entire show today. It might be the biggest problem that we're going to have to surmount here. That's just a fact.
I had mouse problems with this mouse. They had to get replaced a couple of months ago because you could not use the roller.
Yeah.
And it
gets annoying.
Got very frustrating.
You go automatically
when it came to the audio editing.
You go automatically. Sure. Oh yeah, for that that pinches it and closes it. If it was an audio editing situation, I'd be completely dumb. But it's one of those things you don't know how valuable it is or how much you rely on it till you can't rely on it anymore. The Rodgers to the Steelers thing too, I would say, is also for me going to underscore. I think it underscores how desperate they are, frankly. And I think we need to go back to this. You got to remember, they are not his first choice. I just saw Mike DeFabo retweet something from, I want to say, a Vikings beat writer about the meetings and discussions they had about Rodgers. It's just so obvious that he wanted to be there and that he's the Steelers, or he's the second choice here. They're the second choice, for him. Like, Fake John and Robinson tweeted in and said he thinks that they actually did want Fields back, but that they overvalued their own name brand and thought that would bring him back. That's plausible. It also would tie in nicely, if that's true, that Fields just really did not want them when they did want him. It would tie in nicely to the idea that as much as the Steeler brand, everyone thinks, right, is this unimpeachable heritage thing in the NFL that is always going to be relevant, that's always going to be right near the top of the league. For players in real time, in the real world, it doesn't hold the same luster or appeal that it used to. I think you're seeing that. I think if Rodgers and the Steelers, if he wanted this to be a done deal very early on in this process because they were his A1 pick, it would have been. Like, you would not have even heard about the Vikings. You'd have basically heard it leaked out somehow that Rodgers really just wants to come play for the Steelers, and the rest is just details. And I think they're desperate enough for him that even though now that there's no other realistic landing spot for him, he'd have to hope for a midseason injury or retirement or what, I guess go quarterback the Browns, I don't know. Even though you would think his leverage is killed, I think he probably still has more over them because they're desperate for him. They signed Mason Rudolph, and they clearly did not pay him a number that suggests we are comfortable with you being our starter. So even though Rodgers has no other seats left really to sit down at in this game of musical chairs, he still has them kind of over the barrel here. I don't think he's going to have to take any kind of discount. If anything, I think Russ being off the market now, Rodgers could say, how about you knock it up there by another $1 million or $2 million? If he wanted to, I mean, because that's how desperate they appear for him.
Yeah, they're really the only match that is still left out there, and that's if you had any belief that Russell Wilson was a thing. Russell Wilson's return was a thing, which it did not seem like. And it also seems like it was probably a sigh of relief for people in that building that Russell Wilson went elsewhere.
Just so he would stop calling them?
And particularly the offensive coordinator.
If you're a Giants fan, how do you sell that to yourself that he's probably got the inside track to be your starter? That would be very weird.
I don't think it rules. I know it's a Giants discussion here more than the Steelers. I don't think it rules out them still taking a quarterback.
Oh no, it definitely doesn't. And then if you're that quarterback, oh, here you come in with Mr. Unlimited and Jameis. Good luck learning the ropes in the NFL with those two in that room with you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that the Italian version of Duck Hodges is any part of the Giants' future, so Tommy Cutlets may get moved on if Shadur Sanders is the name that they call at number 3.
What would Silla have said? That's anti-Italian discrimination if they kick him out of that room? Just got to respect Columbus Day. Brandon has been waiting patiently. Hello, Brandon.
Gentlemen, how's it going today?
Good, man. What's up?
Hey, I just want to quickly jump off the Steelers. You know, we've been talking about them ever since free agency started. We thought Rodgers was going to sign a day or two after that. We've been talking about it ever since. I want to get y'all's thoughts on today's rumor that the Browns are going to be trading for Dak Prescott and the Cowboys are going to go ahead and take Shador at number 2.
I have not heard that rumor. Where is that one? Is that one trending on X, formerly known as Twitter?
It's trending on X, formerly known as Twitter. I guess some radio guy in Cleveland put it out there and said he has a very good source in Cleveland with this information.
Tremendous information. Interesting, Brandon. I've heard nothing about that. Dak has a ridiculous number this year. I don't even have to look it up on Spot Track. How would that one? You want to talk about needing to get Fake John's cap expertise in here for that pie-in-the-sky idea. You know what rumor I did hear from Cleveland radio this morning? One of their hosts on that big morning show over there thinks that there's a real inside track for Kenny Pickett to be the starting quarterback.
Although he refused to say yes. He never said no.
Oh, no. He was put to the, he was put in a corner by our big friend up there, and he refused to actually commit to it.
And he was like a rabid Wolverine in that corner trying to work his way out of it.
No, that's why they call him the slippery wizard up there, because he tries to worm his way out of those situations. Mike Florio is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Before that, 412-928-9370 is the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. A personal injury law firm, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Now that it looks like it's Russell Wilson or bust, and it's Aaron Rodgers, or bust for the Steelers, and that it seems very likely to happen. Ray Fittipaldo thinks it could be in the next couple of days, shorter term here. Some people think it's going to happen at the Pat McAfee live show on April 9th. Are you at all trying to talk yourself into this, I wonder? 412-928-9370. Get more of your calls than Mike Florio, bottom of the hour. Here's Donnie with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Opening day tomorrow, Pirates and Marlins, 4:10. First pitch, you can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. 3 p.m. is when pregame coverage begins, all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Hey, guys, it's Donnie. We are down to the final 16 in college basketball. Still a few rounds until that championship game. That means there is still time to place a futures bet on your college basketball national champ. Duke, Florida, Auburn, maybe a longer shot like Arkansas. Whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to with BetParks. It's the only app I use, the only app I recommend. Play all of your favorite casino games. Bet on all of your favorite sports. Blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, online slots based on Rocky, Ted, The Goonies, or your favorite TV shows like Breaking Bad and Peaky Blinders. Download the app now, and there is still a great offer for new users. Get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See betparks.com for details. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Giants have broken me. The team has been so bad for so long, the quarterback position so useless, that I might actually be on board with them signing the ghost of Russell Wilson. Nothing about the way he finished last season in Pittsburgh says he'll have much success in Jersey, but the bar is so low. So, let's ride, Giants country. I'm Andrew Bogish.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 Brake Best Select Brake rotors. You can upgrade to Brake Best Select brake pads for just $10 more. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or import direct pads for just $20 more. Visit your local O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
If you're looking for something refreshing to drink, you don't always need to reach for a beer. Sometimes you need a little twist. Twisted Tea, hard iced tea, tastes like iced tea because it's brewed with real tea. Ask for Twisted Tea wherever you buy beer.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the outbound Parkway West, traffic slow from the Fort Pitt Bridge back to the county jail. On the outbound Parkway East, traffic slow from the Squirrel Hill Tunnel back to the Bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Spring is here. Let Two Men and a Junk Truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. Two Men and a junktruck.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's the PM team. Donnie Football and Malzy Pony actually battled through it yesterday. I think he was under the weather the last half of the show or thereabouts, so he's out today trying to recover. I'm not sick, Donnie, but I'm not healthy sounding? Is that the best way I would describe this? If somebody asked me, do you feel sick, I would say no. I think I got allergies starting. I think it's allergy season. I think we got to pop the allergy pills again. My nose is running, like I said earlier, like I have just been on an all-night bender with, like, Aerosmith or something like that. Or the Rolling Stones. Me and Keith Richards hanging out. Doing only the finest illicit chemicals. So, if I sound ridiculous or if you're watching on YouTube and I look ridiculous, that's my bad. Nothing I can do about it. Same for the people saying, damn dog, put a hat on, watching on YouTube. The glare is killing me. Sorry. Forgot the hat. I actually agree with that sentiment. I could put my headphone bag over my head. Let's see how that works right now. I could, like, tug it under the headphones here. Hold on. There we go. You think this looks better, Don? It's like a kind of a Marv Albert-looking toupee.
Yeah, I didn't think of that at first, but now that I'm looking, I can see it.
All right, see, I'm gonna keep this on and see if this helps it out. That's my big thing that I'll do for the listener, because I care about the listener. Mike Florio in 15 minutes. Jared Jones, an update on his health in a half hour. There is something about the Jared Jones update that makes me nervous, a comp to another pitcher that makes me nervous. I'll tell you who that is at 3:45 or so. JJ is on 93.7 The Fan as we talk about the continuing, it seems, inevitability of Aaron Rodgers ending up in black and gold this year and how that makes you feel. What's up, JJ?
Hey, how are you?
Good, man. What's going on?
I just wanted to. I really don't want to get into the Steelers stuff. I do hope Aaron Rodgers comes, but I didn't know if you guys heard St. Francis is going from D1.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. What do you? Yes.
Yeah. I just. What do you think about that?
I will answer this. Did you call Austin Bechtold's show last night? I know he did big talk about this last night. If you missed the Austin Bechtold program, you missed a lot. Sorry about that. Did not mean to hit him off the air there. It means that you're going to see this more and more from lower conference schools, I think, low majors. I don't think you're going to see it all the time. I don't think it's going to become some sort of epidemic, but if you don't have NIL, you won't be able to compete. That is my 10-second answer. Also, teams are all trying to get these new NIL deals in under the gun. I think there's a judge in California who's going to make a ruling that might allocate like $20.5 million for like disbursement across all programs, and that's going to be weird. You know what's going to happen here? The Big East is going to end up ruling college basketball again, Donnie, because there's a bunch of no football schools there that are going to be able to plow like $12 million into a basketball team. If you miss the Big East being college basketball's sort of preeminent power, get ready because that's coming again. That is coming down the pike. Angry Bob on The Fan to talk to Happy Mulsey. Hello, Angry Bob.
Good afternoon, sir. I absolutely despise the way that Aaron Rodgers is pretty much holding the Steelers hostage with this quarterback situation. I was wondering about one other possible end-around deal that they might be able to make.
Okay.
From some YouTube videos and whatnot, I heard that the Falcons are pretty desperate to deal Kirk Cousins.
I don't think that they are, and I wouldn't want him because they had to pay him that roster bonus. I want to say it was about 11 days ago. He had a $10 million bonus kick in. I really don't think he's going anywhere.
Right. Oh, man.
Would you really want Kirk Cousins? You know what? I said Rodgers is only appealing in the right setting.
Rodgers, absolutely.
Rodgers, this pains me to say this. It pains me to say this, Angry Bob. Rodgers is better than Cousins. Cousins, you want to talk about a guy that needs to be in a very specific environment, I think, to thrive. Kirk Cousins in a dome with a good coordinator in a situation where he doesn't have to play outside very much. Like, I do not trust Kirk Cousins at all outside of that situation. I thought he was just, whenever you hear somebody say, I was going down the rabbit hole on YouTube videos, and I thought of another possibility. Also, he said Rodgers is holding the Steelers hostage. Did you ever seen Blazing Saddles, Donnie?
I have.
You know, in our hero, Sheriff Bart or whatever, he's holding himself hostage to get out of there. He's got his own fingers pointed at his head, and the townsfolk are so stupid they don't know what's going on. The Steelers are not being held hostage. They are they're holding themselves hostage. If they really wanted to, they could say, listen, this is going to be a bridge year. I think most fans, unlike when the Pirates did it in 2016 and people were like rightly freaking out, even though they had come off 3 really good years and maybe they thought had earned a little benefit of the doubt, the Steelers could just say, listen, we are building towards next year. The draft is here. We know we don't have a quarterback. Mason Rudolph's the 1-year stopgap, and then he might become the backup next year. We got a lot of comp picks. Our fans are smart. Our fans know this. And move on from there. They're allowing this to happen. They're the ones who are telling Aaron Rodgers and sending off signals to Aaron Rodgers, we really want you to be our quarterback. No one's holding them at gunpoint here. And Rodgers certainly is not. He is merely reacting normally like anyone would when they get the sense that a team would like to bring him along. Now, he's doing it on his timetable, but he is not holding them hostage. They are allowing this scenario to play out exactly the way it has. Joseph is on the fan. Hello, Joseph.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Big-time listener. Hey, so listen, I've been a big Mason Rudolph fan. I called in a couple years ago when he was on fire. I mean, the truth of the matter is, what are we excited about a 41-year-old quarterback, Aaron Rodgers? I mean, literally. Put freaking Mason Rudolph in it. Let's get a number 1 draft pick in a quarterback. Let's get somebody to groom over the next year.
That's what I just said. You can just do the same thing with Mason Rudolph and not spend the money on Aaron Rodgers, and you'd get, I think, largely the same. I think those two would be no more than if they played the whole season. I think you would probably get at most a two-game difference in your record. I think that's what you would get. I think the peak for Rodgers is maybe 3-game. The peak for either guy would be, and I don't know if I feel good saying this about Rudolph. He was not that good in Tennessee. Probably 11-6 with Rodgers if he somehow has turned back the clock and has found the fountain of youth. What's the peak for Rudolph? Maybe 10-7. If you get that last 3 games version of him more often than not, yeah, you go 10-7. Schedule's hard on paper.
And I think the
low end is 7-10. Realistically, we keep laughing and saying they'll never have a losing season, but realistically, the floor for either guy is probably 7-10.
Well, that's also why I am more prone to just saying, you know what, go forward with Rudolph and build yourself up for 2026. Have that be your plan as to, against trying to take another bite out of this thing. Because I think the floor for Rudolph is lower than what it is with Rodgers. I don't think
he's not as good as Rodgers. I think we need to put that out there very emphatically so we don't sound ridiculous here.
Which is one of the reasons why I want to go ahead with it. I think the floor for Rodgers with the Steelers is probably 9-8. I think it's right back where they always are.
If I thought he had more mobility, I think I would feel marginally better about this, but I just think his legs are shot. I think it's like a boxer. The last thing to go is the punch, but he doesn't have the last thing for him to go is the arm and the brain, but he doesn't have the legs, I think, to do the special stuff anymore. We'll see what Mike Florio thinks about all this next. Mike has, I think at times, he's had a bit of an adversarial. Is that fair? Mike has been a critic, I think, of Rodgers off the field. I think that's the fair way to put it. Very critical of Rodgers off the field. He seems to certainly be leading the charge that Steelers fans should be excited about this when it comes to the on-field stuff. We'll talk to him about it next now that this appears more inevitable than ever. Twitter on 93.7 The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Got a Donnie football headline, and then we've got Mike Florio, bottom of the hour on the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
West Virginia has found its new head basketball coach Ross Hodge, named the 24th coach in West Virginia men's basketball history. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Something deeply funny, by the way, Donnie, about people who see me put the headphones bag on my head and literally don't know why I did it because they maybe had it muted. So now there's a bunch of YouTube comments asking what I'm wearing on my head. One person did say you look like Chris Albert now, which is what we were going for, the bad toupee look to block the glare. Anyway, I want to tell you right now about the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app because only 16 teams remain in the college basketball tournament. They get back at it tomorrow night. And right now, BetParx Sportsbook can tell you that they've got you covered for the college basketball tournament. You can make futures bets right now on who's going to win it all. How about $25 on Auburn? They're getting a little disrespect. Pays $125. $25 on Tennessee if you want to go a little bit less chalky. Pays $350. But Whether your team wins or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. It's the only app I ever use and recommend to bet on sports and to play all my favorite casino games right in the palm of my hand, like blackjack, roulette, poker, and more, plus hot online slots that are based on movies Rocky, Ted, and Goonies, among others. New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparx.com, download the app right now, and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan for the BetParx app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Shattapet Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Finding value for the Fall Classic. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Yes, we all know that the Dodgers are the most likely winner of the World Series, but we're talking baseball, and we haven't seen a repeat winner in 25 years. How about the clubs that met at the end of 2023? Very enticing. Texas 25-1, Arizona 33-1. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. Spelled backwards or forwards, it spells the same, Zero Res.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan.
DJ's Barbecue Grill and Lounge, the home of legendary ribs, invites you to watch all college hoops games and enjoy Icy Lake drafts for just $3. DJ's also offers party packs to go for all in-home watch parties.
Meet Justin Wright, savvy spender. He always spends his money just right. Justin saves on gas and fills his tank far from freeway prices. He skips the overpriced coffee shops and makes it at home. He even writes his own name wrong for that authentic barista cafe feeling. And Justin backs into every spot like a getaway driver because time is money. And he chooses Now by Xfinity. Dependable internet, unlimited mobile, and the TV he loves. All with no annual contracts, no credit checks, no hidden fees, and no surprises. Get Now internet starting at $30 a month, all in with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Go to Xfinity.com/now to learn more. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary. Pricing subject to change.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony and Muller, on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
PM team, no Pony today. He's battling off an illness that seems to be running through the Filipponi household, so we hope everyone's on the mend there ASAP. I merely am getting the first bout of allergies. I think I've come to the conclusion of the season, so sniffling my way through 4 hours, but it beats digging ditches, doesn't it? Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk on the hotline right now. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And Mike is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Mike, it appears now that we can all just be prepared to welcome our new quarterbacking overlord, Aaron Rodgers. It appears to be now truly, as you said earlier in the week, a matter of when, not a matter of if, for Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. This union of two I would call Tiffany brands in recent NFL history.
Yeah, it sure seems that way, and this is typical for Aaron Rodgers, where nobody knows exactly what he's going to do, when he's going to do it, how he's going to do it. He seems to like that. That's his thing. He builds mysteries, and nobody knows anything about what he's going to do, and anybody who says they know what he's going to do is getting bad information, and I don't buy all that. I think he's naive to believe that he has this hold on his entire representation team, that no one ever says anything. It's human nature for everyone to tell one person something they're not supposed to tell anyone, and then they tell one person when you tell them not to tell anyone, and then they tell one person. That's how things get around. So it sure seems like that's what's going on. I was told it's a safe bet. He's going to be picking the Steelers. At this point, who else would it be unless he waits to see if J.J. McCarthy face plants for the Vikings, or just decides to wait and see if a quarterback on a Super Bowl contender suffers a serious season-ending injury at some point between now and whenever. So it sure feels like the Steelers, and it feels like typical Aaron Rodgers to not know when it's going to happen.
Mike, I will say, though, you have led the charge on Pro Football Talk. You've kind of responded to, I think, taking the temperature of Steelers fans via a poll question. You've definitely led the charge of, hey, Steelers fans, you might not like this, but it's kind of like learn to eat your vegetables. You should like it because it's going to be better than you think. Just what has you convinced that Rodgers can still succeed at a level maybe previous Steelers quarterbacks post-Roethlisberger have not succeeded if he does come here?
Because those quarterbacks post-Roethlisberger have not done very well. And even though Rodgers isn't as mobile as he used to be, he still has an incredible arm that is able to generate force, velocity, accuracy on the football. He's got a way of throwing the ball that makes a sound that people haven't heard from other people who throw the football. And to the extent there are any misgivings about Rodgers internally, the moment he walks out on the field and throws one pass, those are gone. And once he starts playing games and winning games, now there's no guarantee the Steelers are automatically going to become a Super Bowl contender, but they'll at least be as relevant as they've been in recent years. How could they not be when they've been relevant with subpar quarterback play? And that's why I think the wins will change people's minds. And the best example, and I know it's unpopular to say this in Pittsburgh now because it's 15 years later, but when all that stuff was going down with Roethlisberger in Georgia in 2010, I mean, God, I tuned into some show then. I'm not sure whether it was this station or a different one, but my God, it was like Big Ben gripe fest, and people were calling in with every complaint under the sun, and everybody was coming out of the woodwork, and they were going to trade him, and it was awful. And then they got to the Super Bowl that year, and it was never discussed again. It was just gone. So any doubts about Rodgers, it's fine to have them. It's not abnormal. But once he starts playing and once he starts winning, they're all going to go away. The flip side, though, is if they don't win, they're not going to go away.
How do you think he and Mike Tomlin will coexist? Because that's two big egos, and I don't know where you come down on this. No one can convince me that Robert Saleh did not lose his job because Aaron Rodgers wanted him to lose his job, or was at least one of the people who did not want to have Robert Saleh as the head coach anymore. Mike Tomlin is not Robert Saleh in terms of his standing in the NFL, not close to it, obviously. How do you think that will actually work with those two as far as getting along and playing nice together?
Hey, you make a great point. After Saleh was fired, Rodgers was never really asked any tough questions about it by the rough and tumble New York media, and they got mad at me for pointing it out. It's like, use some of that on him. That's good. Get mad. Ask him pointed questions. What did he know? When did he know it? Why aren't you saying, I'm upset that my coach is gone? It's going to derail our season. How do we come back from this? So I agree with you that there was something weird about it. I don't know that he wanted him out, but he sure didn't act like somebody who wanted him to stay. I think that Tomlin understands how to deal with Rodgers for at least 1 year, and I think Rodgers realizes things aren't looking good for him post-Packers. He needs, and there's like a mutual benefit that flows from this. Tomlin needs to get to the playoffs and win at least one game. Rodgers needs to finish his career with a team that gets to the playoffs. He hasn't been there since 2021. You can't walk off into the sunset. You're limping off into the sunset if you go 4, 5, 6 years without getting to the postseason to cap your career. So they need each other. That's why they're going to get along. They need each other at this point.
Do you think if they did do that, they got to a playoff appearance, wild card game, and they won it, and then who cares about, they get crushed in the next round, so what? Do you think that would be viewed by most people broadly, nationally, forget about Pittsburgh, as a successful year if they win a singular playoff game together?
Yes, unless they have like the 1 seed, or they're regarded as one of the top teams and they're favored in the divisional round game and they lose that. I think how you go out becomes important to what was expected when we get to January. So, if they do what they've been doing the past decade, fighting, scratching, clawing, getting to the playoffs, and win a wild card game, hey, we did better with Aaron Rodgers than we've otherwise done. It doesn't put out the fire, it just delays it. But it would be relative to what we've seen since they beat the Chiefs on that Sunday game that was moved from afternoon to evening because of an ice storm and sparked the Chiefs to say, enough.
We need
Patrick
Mahomes.
Right. That was the trigger game for, multiple Super Bowl championships. But yeah, I think that if it's like what we've seen since that night, it is a success relative to recent performance.
Mike, Russell Wilson, obviously, with the Giants now, a deal that could pay him up to $21 million if he hits a bunch of incentives. Instantly the funniest quarterback room in the league, putting he and Jameis Winston together for those pregame speeches with Tommy Cutlets potentially in the background doing his usual gesticulations. Do you get the sense from people you've talked to that the Giants got sick of waiting for Rodgers, or that they found out that Rodgers really had no interest? Like, how did that go down where they just made the decision, all right, we're going to move on to Wilson? Was it entirely Rodgers told them thanks but no thanks, or they just got tired of playing the waiting game?
I think there was an urgency. I haven't heard this, but I think common sense suggests there was an urgency that was beginning to kick in and they needed to do something. There was a desperation. Chris Sims, who does PFT Live with me, grew up a Giants fan. His dad is Phil Sims, and that's understandable. And we talk about it on our show, and he's like, yes, I'm very nervous. We have one guy under contract. It's Tommy DeVito. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what we're thinking about doing. And the Jameis Winston Friday, and then Russell Wilson on Tuesday, those two moves take some of the steam out of it. It does give them a chance to evaluate the quarterback class in the draft a little more objectively without bias, without rooting for, hey, we really need to like a quarterback with number 3 because we don't have any. But you're right, it creates a very intriguing quarterback room. And you've got one guy who has evolved to a point where he is notoriously authentic. He always is who he is. He says what he says, and he never pretends to be anybody other than who he is. And then you got the other guy who is never himself. It's always hidden. He's always playing the role of how an NFL quarterback should act. And I don't know that it ends well for Russell Wilson unless he plays better than he played last year. And I wrote this today at PFT. Did the Giants just not talk to the Steelers? Did they not pay attention to what happened last year?
I know.
Down the stretch, 5 straight losses, average margin of 13.2 points in those games. Did they not do any homework? Remember last year, Mike Tomlin was very proud of the fact that he didn't do any homework with the Broncos. Remember he was asked that question? He was almost kind of upset that he was asked that question. Like, why didn't the Giants, these teams are connected, why didn't the Giants make a few phone calls? And if they did, why did they sign this guy?
I mean, I don't think either guy is a great player by any stretch, but I think Winston offers more to a team than Wilson does. But I will say this, Mike, by way of continuing this Wilson conversation and spinning it back to the Steelers, they ought to hope that he plays great and holds off Winston all year and hits some of these incentives, because they could be looking at now with Wilson, with Fields, with Dan Moore, suddenly a boatload of pretty nice comp picks in that 2026 draft. That's the other kind of thing that people here are now starting to pay a lot of attention to, that they could be gearing up with a lot of capital to make a big quarterback move in next year's draft in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, look, it's a complicated formula that nobody seems to truly understand, including the NFL. For the past couple of years, they put out the initial slate of compensatory picks, and then a few days later, they have to say, oh, wait, we got it wrong. We got to move them around a
Wonderful
little bit.
system
So
they've got
I don't know. I haven't even tried to figure out how that works, but generally, if you lose more than you sign during the relative window and it's unrestricted free agents whose contracts expired elsewhere, yes, if you lose more than you signed, you're going to come away with some picks, and it's going to help you the next year in the draft. And given that all they've done is sign Mason Rudolph, who would, his contract comparable to Jameis Winston. So, well, wait a minute, I got my quarterback screwed up. Regardless, they've added Mason Rudolph as an unrestricted free agent and lost Fields and Wilson. So there's a balance there, and it gets more complicated, and it makes your brain melt as I'm making my own melt as I talk about it.
Well, I want to leave you with this because, Mike, my favorite thing to do is ask you about some sort of maybe potentially arcane thing in the league, but something that I feel like is right up your alley. I saw on PFT today that onside kicks back at any time or at any time are back as a proposal. As you pointed out, the Chiefs getting killed in the Super Bowl, they can't even execute one until the fourth quarter by the rules, and so now that might be back on the table. My question is actually this, though. Why isn't that movement for a 4th and 15 play from inside your own territory to keep the ball if you convert? Why does that never pick up more steam? Because I feel like a lot of football fans would rather see a football play than an onside. I'm not saying an onside kick isn't a football play, but you know what I mean. It's something where the offense and the defense are duking it out and not a very specialized unit attempting a very specialized kind of play.
Years ago, when the NFL was getting ready to stage the Super Bowl at MetLife Stadium, Roger Goodell was making the rounds, and he met with CNBC, and they asked him, who do you root for? And he said, I root for the team that's trailing, which makes sense. You want an exciting game. You don't want people to change the channel or not care. And so you give devices to the team that's trailing so that they can get back into the game. So I'm with you. I don't know why they haven't gone down this path. There's talk about it. It never goes anywhere. There's no proposal for it this year. In past years, there's been a proposal. Competition committee didn't go there. None of the teams went there. The UFL is changing theirs a little bit this year as it relates to the opportunity to try to close that gap and come from behind. And I think it's something that the NFL does need to consider because the onside kick is a dead play. And it makes it very, very difficult for the team that's trailing to retain possession. And there are unintended consequences of the 4th and 15 play, or at least foreseeable consequences if they would bother to sit down and brainstorm all the things that could go haywire. But it at least allows the team that's trailing a real opportunity to maintain possession of the ball, and it feels like the onside kick no longer does that, at least not very much.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, PFT Live. Always appreciate it, Mike. Talk again next week.
Order your Rodgers jerseys.
Oh,
get ready.
Here, 8, right? He won't get 12. They won't give him 12. They wouldn't do that to Terry Bradshaw.
Right. Oh, and he specifically refused to take Joe Namath's number. Namath was offering it to him, so he won't do that. If 8's available, he'll be 8 again.
Mike, we'll talk again next week. Thank you.
See you, buddy.
I don't think Bradshaw would be offering up the olive branch of, here, you can take 12, kid. I don't think that would happen. I think he's going to be 8. What if he took a completely different number? Just, for some reason, 19?
Trying to think if they...
What if he negotiated with Pickens and is like, I want 14. What do you give me for it?
All because DK Metcalf didn't even try for it?
Yeah, Metcalf said, I just wear 4.
What if Rodgers, because the Steelers are, they're anal about some rules like
he
this.
He wanted number
numbers.
1?
What if he said, I'll only sign if you give me number 1?
They would, I think. Call up Gary Anderson and apologize to him.
Number 0?
That would be way cooler. I'd actually almost want to see him succeed if he's like, I just want to be number 0 for the team. I would like that, actually. All right, coming up next, an update on Jared Jones. We got one. It's not the worst-case scenario, but it doesn't have me at all at ease about Jared Jones's future, both immediate and longer term. I will tell you why with a simple and not fun comparison, unfortunately, coming up next. Got anything here? No, not from our pal Pony. So we'll be right back. A quick break, long commercial-free segment on the other side on the PM team.
Sports Radio 93. 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Still a few flakes around this evening as temperatures head on down to the upper 20s again. Skies will clear out, and don't worry, we're going to put winter aside after we get through tonight. Highs tomorrow in the upper 50s with sunshine, rain showers, and mid-60s by Friday. From the KDK First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Hey, are your glass shower doors past their prime, dated, tarnished, faded, or maybe just boring? Well, transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a custom glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass in Metal. This is the same team you've seen installing those large glass storefronts all around town. Choose from frameless designs, elegant finishes, and custom configurations to elevate that quality time in your bathroom. Give them a call, 412-621-1799. Boulevard Glass and Metal can also customize your bathroom mirrors.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-298-7182. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-298-7182. 800-298-7182. 800-298-7182.
Hey, it's Jim Costa with Cash the Ticket. It's March, so Mike Valeni and I are all over the tournament again this year. There's just nothing like betting in March. Breakdowns of every region and every game. From conference tournaments to the Final Horn, we'll have the picks and the plays on every single game. Cinderella spotlights, upset alerts, and some of that value for the last team standing. It's tourney time, so hunker down and bet the board with us. Subscribe and listen to Cash the Ticket in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. You know, there was a time if you handed me a bread basket at a restaurant, you better pull it away quick. Bread, pasta, pizza, carbs, they were my kryptonite. And boy, did they have a hold on me. But then came Awaken 180 weight loss. Now listen, I've tried a lot of different diets, but Awaken 180, it's different. It's not a diet. It's a new outlook on life. That craving for carbs, the one we've all somehow convinced ourselves is just normal, it's gone. We get used to certain foods being pushed our way. We don't know any different. Now listen, I still eat pizza. I'll eat bread. I'll eat carbs, but I don't need them. And that's the difference. So now, 7 out of 10 times, the waiter drops that bread basket, I'll just smile. I know that I can handle myself. Awaken 180 has been a game change, a life change, and it will be for you too. Give them a call, 844-346-1800, or online at awaken180weightloss.com. It will change your life, enhance your life. Trust me.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
At Diamonds Direct, we believe luxury is an experience and not a price tag. Luxury is expert guidance. It's the selection of 10 jewelry stores under one roof. It's saving time on endless comparison shopping, and you'll only find this experience at Diamonds Direct. Our luxury showroom has it all backed by our lifetime warranties and our signature best price guarantee. Diamonds Direct is the perfect combination of luxury and value, so you don't ever have to compromise. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Warmer weather means that all the brick and block issues that you've been putting off and have been haunting you are going to really start to creep up. So may I suggest precision pointing and restoration. Serving the greater Pittsburgh area for nearly 25 years. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, and a whole lot more. Free estimates. No money down, so you don't have to worry about somebody running away with your deposit. No, not at Precision Pointing. Plus, a guarantee on all of their work. I'm really glad that I use them for my home project, so visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Welcome to AT&T. How can I help?
Hey, I thought I could trust my twins with my phone, but they outnumber me, man.
Whoa, that's a lot of glitter paint. Let's trade
Lives? At AT&T, everyone can trade in an old or glittered iPhone any year, any condition, and save on a new iPhone. Ask how to get iPhone 16 Pro on us. New and existing customers. Savings vary by device and trade-in combinations. Restrictions apply. See att.com for details. AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the outbound Parkway West, traffic slow from the Fort Pitt Bridge back to the county jail. On the outbound Parkway East, traffic slow from the Squirrel Hill Tunnel back to the Bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This report brought to you by Coit, Pittsburgh's premier home cleaning company. Coit welcomes spring with huge home cleaning savings. Save 40% off all Coit cleaning services, carpets, area rugs, drapes, upholstery, and more. Call 1-800-FOR-COIT and schedule your home cleaning appointment and save 40% off all Coit services.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sidney Crosby got an assist, which is the only thing you really need to know about last night's Penguins loss to the Lightning 6-1. He assisted on Brian Ruskell. That brings him within 1 point of shattering a record that he currently shares with Wayne Gretzky, notching his 20th straight point-per-game minimum season. So Crosby 1 point away from having a pretty cool record all to himself in the annals of NHL history. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Broke about an hour after our show ended. By the way, it's the 50-minute mark here on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. About an hour after our show ended yesterday, Feed the Need, which was a huge success. Almost 260,000 meals, by the way, raised during Feed the Need. So thank you to everybody that donated, that participated. I know a lot of our listeners were very generous with their donations, and we appreciate that a lot. We really do. It's a big deal here at Odyssey Pittsburgh. We had Noah Hiles. Sources, no torn ligaments, no surgery for Jared Jones. He will go 6 weeks without throwing. As Noah writes, overall encouraging news for the Pirates. I am not so sure about that second part. Overall encouraging news. I'm not convinced that that's actually the case. I will submit into evidence here, Donnie, Garrett Cole, 2024 New York Yankees season. You will recall that Garrett Cole was held out, missed the first 2.5 months of the season with an injury. I think it was arm fatigue or whatever. It was something arm-related. I think a lot of people thought it was going to be Tommy John. It wasn't. He ended up coming back, did Garrett Cole. He pitched roughly a half season's worth of starts. He made 17 starts for them. He was not vintage Garrett Cole. He was not a bad pitcher either. And now we know what happened with Garrett Cole. Much bigger guy than Jared Jones, who had been pitching much longer, but Garrett Cole needed Tommy John surgery already. He's not going to pitch this year. He's going to be back next year. It's going to be a long, lengthy, painful rehab like it always is from Tommy John. Anybody that's had it, Jamison Tyon, I remember, had it twice. And he talked about, when he was still with the Pirates, he was on with us before, Don. I don't think you were producing the show back then, but he would talk at length about how grueling that recovery and rehab is. And, like, for guys who actually have the surgery, even if they know it's going to help them, that's the worst part by far. Like, even compared to other rehab and recovery timelines. So 6 weeks without throwing means a couple obvious things. And I bring up Garrett Cole not to scaremonger, but to, like, I guess just state what I think is obvious here. Just because he's not going to have surgery right now does not mean that this would really file under encouraging news. Is that how you feel? Because if you're not throwing for 6 weeks, it tells me something's not great in there, right? I know the whole point is you don't always need surgery because the body can heal itself sometimes in certain cases. Like if it would require surgery down the road, if you kept on it, then that's why you rest it. But I don't look at this as necessarily a good thing because I see 6 weeks no throwing. Okay, count where we are. Basically end of March. He will not pick up a baseball and throw one until around Easter. And that's if this is on like the right timeline. Easter, third week of April this year. It'll be tax time, we'll say. It'll be tax return day before Jared Jones picks up a ball. Okay. And this is just me playing out the best possible scenario. He won't pick up a ball till mid-April. They will be very cautious, as you would expect them to be, with him ramping back up on it'll be flat ground throwing. Eventually he'll progress to throwing off of a mound. He'll probably just start with playing catch, I would imagine. He won't even be like throwing a ball like a pitcher would throw it. Flat ground throwing, mound throwing, simulated games. Presumably, Donnie, if that all goes well, he'll make rehab starts, at least a couple of them. They're not just going to throw him right into Major League action. How long does that entire process take? Just from mid-April, when he would presumably start to throw a baseball, when is Jared Jones getting done with all of that? I would think probably not till at least mid-May at the earliest, if not later. To me, he's out for 3 months when I see this. 2.5 at bare minimum.
Yeah, I mean, the good news here is that he avoided Tommy John. You brought that up, and that was the silver lining that everybody took from the post.
I know. I feel like I should say he avoided it for now, though. That's why I brought up the Cole comparison. It makes me very uneasy.
I know. But at least as of what we know right now, he avoided an injury that is guaranteed to miss not only a whole season, but at the time that it happened, it would be a season and a half. Like, if that was the determination from the second opinion that he got, he would have been back in, July of 2026?
Pretty much.
Maybe even later than that. Who knows? But, yeah, he's going to miss a few months here at minimum because, like you laid out there, I mean, I don't think he's picking up a ball before May. You kind of went with the late April.
Yeah, I gave you the straightaway, I guess aggressive, or according to Noah's reporting. Crucially, have you seen the Pirates actually say anything? It's Noah who had this out there.
I haven't seen the actual team.
The team has not said anything. I trust Noah. I think he does a good job on that beat. No, certainly nobody has refuted what Noah is saying.
And I believe there is also a meeting of sorts happening tonight that will make it more official.
But yeah, I think Noah's correct, because I think they would probably jump at the chance to say no, he's got this wrong. So I'm giving you just the straight up 6 weeks timeline. You're giving me more probably what it might realistically would be.
I mean, we also know how baseball injuries get slow played. We've had this discussion with Spencer Horwitz too, and his injury is just it's the wrist thing. I question if we see the guy take a real swing for the Pirates before Memorial Day. I know that I'm probably going way long on that, but we just know how baseball operates and how they will slow play injuries. Especially, I think that's even taken more seriously here because they view Jared Jones in a very high regard. He's not Paul Skeens. Nobody's really on that level. But they're looking at this guy as, this dude has to be part of our nucleus going forward. So if it takes a little bit longer for him to get back now, and that means a better future for him, then that's what we're going to do.
Look, I guess I genuinely do not mean this to sound so doom and gloom and so negative and so concerned. This is just my honest feeling. And I hate saying it because, I'll be honest, in a weird way, it's more fun to watch Jones when he's really dealing than even Paul Skeens because he's not like this big, intimidating. It's kind of like the difference between seeing like prime LeBron in the NBA go off versus Curry, right? One guy physically is a force of nature. The other guy, the fact that he's doing it is almost like defying belief. So seeing a guy like Jones, who I think is probably, other than being in way better shape and way more athletic, is roughly my size, like not all too dissimilar in terms of height and weight than I am. Seeing him when he is really going off is an incredible sight to behold. So I don't want to be saying this, but we just know how arms can be taxed and can get chewed up and spit out by the process in baseball of throwing it as hard as you can, as often as you can, and then throwing as many sharp breaking pitches, of which he has many, frequently. We know what it does. There are plenty of data points to tell us what you almost have to factor and build in with certain pitchers, right? With most pitchers. And so, knowing what throwing a baseball, the way Major League pitchers try to throw a baseball, can do to the human arm, it has me feeling like unless this injury is something in his shoulder, which doesn't really make me feel any better, unless it's some sort of obvious, provable thing that has almost nothing to do with those ligaments in his elbow, the ulnar collateral ligament, I'm nervous that this is merely staving off for maybe 6 to 8 months something that in a sense will be inevitable for him. And I don't know if other people feel that way. I don't know if I'm being way too pessimistic, but the first thing I thought of was how Garrett Cole, a bigger body, a guy who had been there and done that a lot more than Jones has, obviously, he gets hurt. Yankee fans find out he's not going to need Tommy John at first. Oh, okay, cool, he'll be back. But it felt like that clock was already ticking and never stopped, really. You slowed it down maybe, but you never stopped it. If it were a disaster movie, you'd be trying to evacuate everyone off of Earth. You wouldn't be trying to actually stop the disaster because eventually it's going to get there. I might be proven wrong. I hope I am proven wrong. But that was my gut takeaway, Don, when this Noah report came out.
Yeah, I don't want to go super pessimistic right off the bat, but I get where you're coming from because we do see sometimes these compound a little bit with serious injuries. But I think everybody yesterday seeing that news kind of took a sigh of relief. And we had Greg Brown on the air yesterday at this time, 24 hours ago, and his tone immediately changed when Jared Jones got brought up, and then Pony puts the tweet out. Jared Jones' dad's getting in the mix.
Cody Duncan inserting himself into the proceedings.
Yes, people were not able to read that Greg Brown clearly said it and not Pony, but they will take any chance to dunk on Pony, so I see that.
Didn't go well for Cody.
We do find out, okay, 6 weeks until the guy can throw, he avoids the major injury that I think everybody thought was looming.
Yeah. By the way, I'm an idiot who can't count. I said mid-April for throwing. You're right.
I was a little bit thrown off.
Donnie, I can't do math. I don't know why
he's not picking up a ball until May.
I think in my brain, I actually thought it was somehow early March. I apologize. As people pointed out on the YouTube comments, I cannot count. Yes, mid-May. He might not pick up a ball till June is maybe more what you could say. So, yes, Chris can't count. You can file that one. The thing that got me was when Noah put out the tweet, his sourced-up tweet saying it's 6 weeks, no throwing. You got a bunch of people saying that'll teach Greg Brown to talk out of class like that. He got it so wrong. I'm glad it's only 6 weeks. Do these people have any idea about how these injuries work and how teams handle these guys? I'm baffled. You follow baseball for a living if you are following the Pirates beat writer and responding to his tweets, and you just say, oh, hunky-dory, 6 weeks, we're all good to go, back and better than ever? Like, man, that is a naive way to approach this if I've ever heard one. I saw that a lot in the responses to Noah's tweet, and I did not understand it. So it's not the worst-case scenario for the Pirates with Jared Jones, but, man, it does not feel like an injury announcement worth celebrating at all, which I actually feel like people kind of were.
I think people definitely were. And that's where
I don't think that at all.
That's where I'll defend Brownie here a little bit more.
He's right.
Yeah, like, okay, we could tell by the tone that he was using, he probably expected the worst case scenario of Tommy John. But let's also not act like at the same time that this is just some great news. Like, oh, the Pirates just dodged a major bullet. No, dodging a major bullet would be like, yeah, we actually found nothing really wrong. It'll be 2 weeks before he can throw, and he'll be back up and at him in about a month.
I would rather hear
into the season.
I'd rather hear like lat tightness or anything. Oh, he's got an oblique. I don't care. Just it's obvious that it's his arm, and so that's all that should matter, and it ain't good. Text us, Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line 412-928-9370. They're a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Aditi Kinkabwala joins us next. She'll give us her take on what happens now with the Steelers at quarterback if she, like we, assumes that this is Aaron Rodgers and it's fait accompli. Does that rhyme? Close enough. We'll get Aditi's take on what seems like it's an inevitability for the Steelers and Rodgers to get together, what she thinks and makes of all of that. Plus more Steelers news. Maybe she can decipher this very complicated compensatory pick formula, which does seem like a bright spot right now for this team, at least when we're looking at 2026's draft. First, though, I have a football guy fan headline, and then we're right back with Aditi.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
6-1 loss for the Penguins last night in Tampa Bay. Brian Rust with the lone goal. Sidney Crosby did achieve a point in defeat. Tampa Bay led 4-0 after the first period. Pens visit the Sabres tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 7 in Buffalo. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. I'm still frankly embarrassed that I said 6 weeks and then ended up in mid-April somehow. You should have really just stopped. You should have called a timeout on me and said, like, Mulsey, what are you doing? Can you count? I would have taken a minute, and I probably would have gotten mad at you at first, and then I would have realized the error of my ways. Anyway, don't make an error when you're trying to buy a new ride and you want to get into one of the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. Go to the place that has the best inventory and the best people. And I'm talking about Mitsubishi, and I am talking about Mitsu by the Mall, Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Hills. Tim Ferraro is the general manager. My guy Corey, the general sales manager. They want to put you in the Mitsu that fits you at the best possible price. They still have 2024 Outlanders in stock because they've got the best inventory, the biggest inventory in the area. And these are priced to move right now, up to $7,000 off for a 7-passenger SUV. Or you can get 0% financing for 60 months. Other great deals, Eclipse Cross is up to $4,500 off, and Outlander Sports as low as only $23,000 plus. How about a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty? You get that with Mitsubishi, plus 3 years of prepaid maintenance and up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff. Luck is on your side right now at Mitsu by the Mall. Go check them out or find out more online. Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, and let's give the New York Giants and Russell Wilson some credit. Two lonely, broken people when organizations found each other. It's going to be ugly, but at least they have each other. Remember, Russ has been sacked 133 times since 2022. That's the most in the NFL. The Giants have allowed 182 sacks over that stretch, also the most. I'm Bill Ryder.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
I'm approaching the age where I'm gonna start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
At Giant Eagle, they've seen why Pittsburgh is called the City of Champions. Since 2020, with Odyssey and local communities, they've provided over 3.3 million meals through the Feed the Need Radiothon. This year, they're teaming up again with Odyssey and the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, who have been helping those in need for over 40 years. Giant Eagle is proud to fight hunger in the communities we call home. Donate today at 937thefan.com.
Let the madness begin. Stop into Southwest Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman. Payment starting at $369 for 36 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
Partly cloudy tonight, the low 22.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the Parkway West, outbound traffic slow from the Fort Pitt Bridge back to about the 10th Street Bridge. On both the inbound and outbound sides, you're going to hit some slowdowns on Green Tree Hill. With AAA traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Ohio State's Pro Day was today. You know that means we're going to talk about who the Steelers were keeping their eyes on there. That's in about a half hour. Donnie's debrief. I have a feeling I know where Donnie is going to head for his debrief topic, but I'll save that for him in 15 minutes. Fan Hotline right now on the PM team, brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It is on that Fan Hotline where we find our friend Aditi Kinkhabwala, NFL on CBS, sideline reporter, among many other hats Aditi wears. How are you today, Aditi?
I am great. I am driving into Cleveland, where the Browns are hosting a girls flag football summit, as the state of Ohio tries to get girls flag football a sanctioned high school sport, just as the state of Pennsylvania has done. Did you know that? Did you know that Pennsylvania has sanctioned girls flag football as an official varsity sport?
In the dim recesses of my mind, I think I did. It was not something that I would have been able to call up at a moment's notice, but now it's one of those, now that you're talking about it, things, I think I'm kind of remembering it. And honestly, that's how it should be in Ohio because of football. Traditional tackle football is a huge sport there, and I suspect they would have plenty of girls willing to line up and play for flag football. Oh. Speaking of which, I almost said Donnie because I was talking to him. Speaking of which, Aditi, in Cleveland, I know you are good friends with Ken Carman and Anthony Lima, and boy, did they get into it this morning. Because Anthony posited that he thought there was a very real chance that former Steelers first-round pick Kenny Pickett could be the day one, week one starter in Cleveland. And Ken was just trying to pin him down and force him to make a prediction. He, of course, would not do that. Do you think, though, that Pickett has a chance to start up there week one for Cleveland?
I do. I absolutely do. It will be an open competition, not a rigged competition, not quite what the situation was a year ago in Pittsburgh when Russell Wilson was brought in. Kenny Pickett will have a chance to show how he has grown and developed and what he took from Philadelphia, and he'll get to work with Kevin Stefanski, who, when not hindered by Ken Dorsey, actually is a very smart offensive mind.
So you're bullish on what might happen for Pickett there in Cleveland, to be very transparent.
I am.
You think that this could be a rebirth that re-kickstarts his career in the NFL?
I really do. I think that we've seen it quite a bit. You know, we talk about a guy like Sam Darnold who was labeled a bust because he wasn't in particularly good situations and perhaps wasn't necessarily ready for all that surrounded in his case, having to start in New York City. I think Kenny Pickett, as we've talked about ad nauseum, the dysfunction in the Matt Canada offense and the other things that were happening within that offense that Najee Harris has sort of alluded to, that Willie Colon has sort of alluded to, all of that, plus the mess of being third string in training camp and all of a sudden installed second team, then being thrust in, all of that, none of that was really anything that behooves the development of a young quarterback or helps. So he gets away from that. He goes to Philadelphia, where that offense operates very differently. The way they approach the professionalism in that building is different than what Kenny Pickett had when he was in Pittsburgh. Does he take something from that, and is he able to use that in Cleveland now? And I know from conversations that I had with front office members a year ago when we were talking about whether Kenny Pickett would have had the opportunity to go to a team where he could have the chance to start, there were definitely people in that building that felt that he was a starter capable quarterback in the National Football League. So he'll have a chance. Let's see what he can do.
And certainly that's all
you can say, you know?
Certainly the same thing applies, Aditi, for another new face in a new place. Russell Wilson and the Giants should be a late 30s renaissance for him, correct?
You know what? I've been told that Jameis Winston will have an opportunity to compete. May the best man win.
Who gets to do the pregame speech? I think that's all that matters there.
Well, you know, I might see that. to Jameis, even if I'm the starter. I'll just say that. But you know what? I think the interesting piece for Steelers fans there is that the Giants felt that they needed to make a move. They needed to figure out who is essentially going to be on the train. And Aaron Rodgers was not operating on their timeline. So that is transferable to what we've been saying now for some time, that Aaron Rodgers is not necessarily feeling an enormous urgency to sign up with a team and go do spring ball right now.
Do you think that, okay, so you don't, it sounds to me like then, because I was going to ask you next, it seems obvious there's only one chair left here in musical chairs unless Rodgers wants to wait until mid-season. It doesn't sound like you think, though, that he and the Steelers will be consummating this deal that everyone's anticipating will happen anytime soon, correct? You don't think the timeline is he signs, he's in, he's doing his thing in a matter of days or whatever?
And that he's running OTAs and
yes. So you just think that he'll be allowed to kind of call his shot timeline-wise with them, correct?
And why wouldn't he be? What leverage do the Steelers have?
They could just say, we know we're probably only going to win 10 games and probably not win a playoff game with you, so we could do it without you, the old Branch Rickey thing that he told Ralph Kiner many years ago for the Pirates.
I mean, if that's what they decide, if they decide that they're really not interested in him, then okay.
Well, clearly they do
are they really
think
in
he's
a
the
position
missing.
where they want to give him an ultimatum?
No, clearly they think he's the missing piece, and that's the real meat of this for me. Like, do you really see? I think more than anything, you described at length the environment Kenny Pickett was trying to thrive in when he got to Pittsburgh, and how that did not help him or do him any favors. And it all trickles down to one degree or another, whether it's a coach that the head coach hired, who's making it not an optimal situation, or it's the head coach himself. It all trickles down from there in that kind of setting. Do you really think that there's reason to believe that Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers, assuming that this does eventually happen, will be able to make better music than the Steelers did with Pickett?
I do, because I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to defer.
So it's going to be Aaron Rodgers' show then?
No, but I'm not saying that in a way that Aaron Rodgers is going to run roughshod over anyone. And I told you this, that we had a conversation this year, Aaron Rodgers and my crew had a conversation when the Jets had made the switch from Nathaniel Hackett to Todd Downing. And Downing had said to us that the first thing Aaron Rodgers said to him is, how do I serve you? How do I help you? And when we kind of pressed Aaron on that, he spoke at length about what servant leadership looks like and being a part of the team. I mean, I've said this to you and I've said this to Pony. I think that there's a lot of noise as related to Aaron Rodgers that kind of is noise, and it's fun to cast him as a villain when it may not actually be reality. I think that Aaron Rodgers has an absolute attention and focus to detail that maybe the Steelers haven't seen from that position in quite some time. I mean, I can tell you about long conversations I've had with Devontae Adams, where Adams says he's the receiver that he is because Rodgers forced him to be detailed in a way that no one else would make him be detailed. So I think it would be fabulous for the Steelers if Aaron Rodgers could get in here and start kind of having an influence. And again, one of the things that I think would be great is he's not going to sit here and cover up things that are annoying or frustrating. If a receiver is constantly late to meetings, you're going to hear about it. And some people may say that, oh, that's the drama, but other people may say, well, that's accountability.
I mean, I would say that would if you're, like, just hypothetically, I know you're describing that in hypothetical terms, that would make Mike Tomlin look pretty bad if Aaron Rodgers was airing some of the laundry that Tomlin loves to try to keep in-house. And that's why I would be wondering if there would be a blow-up between those two. We know Tomlin would get frustrated, even if he wouldn't admit it, when Ben would kind of take the reins and talk on our station before Mike's news conference. I can't imagine
What are you talking about frustrated. He'd act like he'd never heard it. He'd act like that he didn't know what we were talking about.
Yes, but yes, exactly. And in so doing, everybody knew he was probably seething. I guess I can see that happening again in this situation. And if you say it's from what you're saying, Rodgers would not defer and would not worry about pissing off the head coach, for lack of a better term, I just have a hard time imagining that partnership would bear the kind of fruit that they think it will bear, Aditi.
Maybe that's the way that the head coach needs to be pushed after this many years of not making the playoffs. Maybe sometimes you need to be comfortable being uncomfortable.
I would prefer that push come from the owner instead of like a $17 million a year, 3-year extension, but I see what your point is.
I've said that. Have I not said that all season long?
You have.
This is where we would like to see ownership help the coach. This is where we've talked about examples of this, where owners have stepped in and kind of guided their coaches to see things that maybe they aren't seeing themselves. But at some point we have to accept and acknowledge that that's just not what Steelers ownership is right now.
No, it is not, and not sure when it will be. Aditi, we have to go. I appreciate it.
I don't know. It could be really fun. It could be.
Oh, no. I think it's going to not work well, but I think it's going to be really fun for me nonetheless, because my job is fun when there's fun, dramatic things happening around the team, good or bad. So that's what I think I'm getting. Best of both worlds here.
I think that if you're looking for change, here's what I'll say. If you're looking for change, you're not going to get the status quo from Aaron Rodgers. And maybe, people are talking about the Steelers culture and if he fits the Steelers culture. Maybe he doesn't, but maybe there needs to be a little bit of a shakeup, considering what the last few years have been. I don't know, but I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is going to hold his tongue or bow down to anybody.
Aditi, we'll talk again next week. Thank you.
All right, have fun.
That's pretty strong. That's strong, and I think no real, parsing needed, Donnie. That was a lot of shots at the culture Mike Tomlin created. We know Aditi is more bullish on Kenny Pickett, I think it's fair to say, than almost anybody we talk to. I don't think Kenny Pickett's ever going to be a good quarterback in the NFL. I think that is more a Kenny Pickett thing than it is anything else by a lot. I don't think the Steelers helped him. But I don't know. I took no ambiguity from that conversation. It sounds like Aditi thinks Rodgers could work here because Rodgers is essentially, did you take it as almost a harder working Ben Roethlisberger, where Ben's problem was that he wasn't exactly putting in the hours late in his career?
A little bit, yeah.
I mean, that's kind of how I interpreted that. I was trying to parse how I felt about it. And it certainly sounds like Aditi thinks that Mike Tomlin's going to have to almost impress Aaron Rodgers, not the other way around. Either way, as the Steelers turn, like sands through the hourglass, these are the Steelers of our lives. You can follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie's debrief, where he takes a spin through the world of football, professional and otherwise, and picks out the story that intrigues him the most, is coming up next. By the way, Aditi appeared on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The debrief is next, and then the Steelers, they were at maybe Mike Tomlin's favorite pro day to attend, and there was a lot going on, including who they were really keeping an eye on. We'll have that for you in 20 minutes on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Opening day tomorrow, Pirates and Marlins, 4:10 first pitch. Paul Skeens gets the ball for the Buccos. 3 p.m. is when the North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins with Dan Zangrilli right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew McCutcheon. Just one more day until Pirates baseball on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hard hit ball to short, scooped up and tossed to second. Quick turnaround, it's going to be close. Throws it to first and he's out. Double play.
A Pirates double play is a well-oiled machine, just like Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes while you stay in your car. The only thing that'll be out here is your old oil. Drive into your neighborhood Pittsburgh location today. No appointment needed. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You know what, Donnie? I agree with Pony, who's out today. He's not feeling very well. We're not going to make fun of him because everyone's battling, except for Donnie, who's like the picture of health today. This theme is growing on me for the debrief. Donnie's debrief is brought to you by Boyd & Blair Vodka, proud sponsor of the Fan 15th anniversary. Don, my friend, wearing an unbelievable WWF pre-Attitude Era hat, by the way.
This has gotten rave reviews.
I mean, it's like the Rob Lowe of wrestling hats right there. Rob Lowe at the Super Bowl wearing an NFL hat. If they caught you at a pay-per-view wearing that hat, you'd become a meme. Anyway.
I saw it on there was a wrestling podcast that Will Sasso was a guest on.
Why don't you tell me, Gorilla?
And I was seeing the clips just on like Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and I was like, man, that hat is, I got to get the hat. Quick search.
It's a good hat.
Amazon, it was under $10.
It's a very good hat.
An easy move.
Yeah. All right. And I thought you were wearing a WrestleMania shirt, but no, it is in fact WrestleMania. Unbelievable.
I got this baby for under $10 as well at a store nearby.
You still might have overpaid.
But I told myself, you know what? It's on like a $7 shirt rack. Even if he's only here for a season, I have to have a shirt that says this.
Well, also, you don't strike me as a guy that's going to stop wearing that thing to work just because he's now a New York Giant.
And you know what else? From that same store,
yes,
a season ago, I got a crew neck about Rudolph saving Christmas. And I thought, this baby's going to have to get put away for good when he went elsewhere. And now we're back in the saddle.
All right, let's have it.
The debrief, March 26, 2025. A few shakeups on the broadcast teams with CBS Sports for both their college and NFL coverage. Not a ton, but there is a team on each that will be looking a little bit different soon enough. Next season will be the final one for Gary Danielson, the color analyst on the CBS college football coverage with Brad Nessler.
I always think of it as SEC on CBS. I know it isn't that now, but that's what I'll like. You tell me Brad Nessler and Gary Danielson are in a game. We're in Death Valley. LSU's taking on Alabama. They're both ranked in the top 5. The score's going to be 9-6, something like that. Or they're in the swamp and Florida's randomly good, but they're about to get smoked. Or they're about to lose to Kentucky in inexplicable fashion, that kind of thing.
He really became a staple of their coverage. I mean, it was Vern Lundquist and Gary, and now it is Brad Nessler and Gary.
He's underrated good. Like, I always thought Gary Danielson's, one of his best attributes was, because he never gets mentioned as, like, one of the great color commentators in college football, I think, because Vern was so legendary, obviously.
And Nessler is certainly no slouch.
Right, Nessler's very good. I always kind of thought that Danielson was underrated because he would just do a solid job analyzing the game, but I also felt like he complimented how madcap the action could get in those games. Like, I thought he always did a good job of seeming just as surprised by some of the crazy stuff that happens in college football as, like, you would be at home, if that makes sense. Like, he got into the game the way I would want an analyst to get into the game at the collegiate level.
And he will be replaced by Charles Davis on the college coverage. So that takes Davis out of an NFL booth. So you may be asking, where will CBS go there? J.J. Watt will join Ian Eagle as the number 2 color man on the NFL on CBS. You have your A team with Nance and Romo, and right behind them will now be Ian Eagle and J.J. Watt.
I've got a lot of thoughts on this, and I think you and I might get into it here a little bit, but that's fine. Not a huge fan of what I heard from him on Netflix. I think he was on the Steelers' Christmas game against the Chiefs.
He was, and he was with Ian Eagle.
Yeah, not that good. He just seemed very. I know it's pretty new to him, so I expect him to get better because I have like a head full of thoughts right now on this that are all kind of pulled in different directions. I do think J.J. Watt is the kind of person who gives a crap about doing these things well. Like, I don't think he's just gonna put in the basic amount of time for the paycheck. I actually thought he was pretty good when they'd throw it back to him at the studio and he'd like do those little highlights, like clever little quips. Like, I thought he handled that pretty well. Unimpressed by him on the game. And by that I mean, I don't think he did anything really bad, but there's nothing he said during that game that struck me as memorable. I don't recall one part of that game. Was he the guy who said something about Pickens not running his route correctly, or was that somebody else? Because they had a 3-person booth.
I thought that was Burleson.
I'm surprised.
Yeah,
it was Burleson. You're right.
I wonder if he got asked about this first.
That might be a step down for him.
I think he's pretty damn good.
I think he's good too, but that might be a step down for him. Isn't he hosting like CBS like regular?
He hosts like the CBS
the morning show.
Yeah,
that's a step down for him to be a color commentator on the number 2 broadcast team, I would think.
Well, I'm wondering if he would choose to do that over being in the studio every Sunday, but I guess with the travel,
that's what I mean.
Maybe
like,
that would.
I think he would be like, nah, I'm good. I'm a studio guy with almost no exception. He made the best point in that game, the most interesting point. I do have a lifesaver in right now, Donnie. The throat's drying out somehow. I just thought Watt was just kind of there. Nothing in that game broadcast said to me, oh yeah, J.J. Watt, he's additive at this point. And here's the other thing. I don't know how he'll try to play it in that role, because Ian Eagle's kind of slyly funny. Would you agree? Like, he'll get some sly jokes in there. He's very fast on his feet. I do think that's going to work in Watt's favor, that he'll have one of, I think, the absolute best in the business as a partner. I think Watt is the kind of guy who can be very funny on social media. I think we all know this. If you've got the time to get the reply, figure out the reply and send it, like it just is easier for you to send it on Twitter or even on Instagram. I think there are those kinds of funny people, and then there are real-time, really quick on their feet funny people. I do not see him as the latter, and I think you have to have a little of that sly humor to make it work. So he's going to have to pick a lane. Does he want to be the guy who tries to give straight analysis, and he plays it pretty straight? Charles Davis would occasionally have a laugh with Ian. Or does he kind of want to be the entertainer in that role?
I think if you're the guy that's new to this, you have to kind of work off what the veteran in the booth has been doing. And now I have no idea what their conversations will be like. And maybe since Ian has been doing it forever, he would probably say the opposite of like, listen, man, whatever makes you comfortable, I'll be able to work with. Because Ian has been in that booth for so long, he can pretty much work with anybody. And he also does multiple sports. He does work with dozens of different people.
Yeah.
So that's where I think Ian may look to JJ as like, hey, whatever you're comfortable doing, whatever style you want to do, I will make it work myself.
So here's the other thing. This is something that I would hope would come with reps. But how many games did he actually work in the booth? He did the Netflix game. Like, how much of a dossier, a CV does he have when it comes to being in the booth? Because I can't think of a bunch of games that involved him. Can you? The Christmas one on Netflix.
I'm not sure how many.
There can't be many. I guess my point is there cannot be many. You know what else is an art? And you've done a lot of play-by-play and color commentary generally, and so you know this. You can have all the knowledge you want. It is absolutely an art and a learned skill to be able to impart it quickly and efficiently, like in between plays. You might have this complex breakdown you want to do of why a play worked a certain way, but you got to be able to tell that story in, maybe 20 seconds tops? If you got a good play-by-play man and you're working on TV, I get it. You can, extend that a little bit. But it's one thing to know, okay, the interior lineman here, this is where this play started. I know it was a rushed pass to the outside. Collinsworth's actually very good at this, where it's like an overthrow on an out route or something, right? And Collinsworth will say, hold on, here's what really happened. You had Aaron Donald beat this guard center combo, this double team, beat it like a drum. He blew this play up. It was supposed to go to so-and-so, and he had to get to his hot read, and he overthrew it because he could never, And Collinsworth I think has always been good at like seeing that in real time and knowing that's where I want to go with this analysis. And I think that's going to be tough for a guy like Watt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to rule out him learning the position or, his ability to get ready for it because he at least has some experience in that booth. And obviously TV versus radio, a whole different animal. He's only used to TV. So that's probably a good thing in this case. He doesn't have to really think about the two different parties there that he's working with. But I think just being with Eagle will help him greatly.
A rising iron raises all boats, right? A rising tide lifts all boats.
And also, I think, circling back to Danielson, I think a credit to him, kind of the guy that put this whole thing in motion, it seems.
Yeah.
Maybe he himself was sensing, I'm kind of slipping a little bit. The game is so much different than when I was used to it. And he's thinking, you know what, I'm able to get out of here. And I'm still pretty much on the top of my game.
Yeah. I respect anybody that's
I don't want to see people, watch me slip in real time.
I'm ready to fish and play golf. I could respect that. 93. Thank you, Donnie. I enjoy that debrief. I can dig in on the broadcaster stuff. Usually that's where you and Pony nerd out. I can dig in a little bit. 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates. We want to visit your teams in action for our youth softball or baseball and softball showcase, Parents and coaches. Send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Details, 937thefan.com. Donnie, you've done some of those. I've done a bunch. Those are a lot of fun. I enjoy that. Kids get very excited. They now, I think, do truly look at me as an old man at 40. They're going to, be calling me geezer or whatever probably when I get out there. But those are a lot of fun. We enjoy them. I think the kids enjoy them a lot, so check that out if you are a parent or a coach. Youth baseball. Hold on, I want to make sure I give you the right email address again. Yes, youth sports, at 937thefan.com. Up next, Steelers at maybe Mike Tomlin's favorite stop on the Pro Day Tour. And Donnie, we know they were hot to trot, paying very close attention to two players. We'll tell you what school and who they were really keeping an eye on. Coming up next. First, we got a quick break here, then a very long commercial-free segment, so stay close. It is the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
A trial was 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys. Good reaching guys.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
Selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Join the Candy Crush All-Stars Tournament now.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
Make it to the live final for your chance to win a share of $1 million. Play Candy Crush now.
Get your game on, go play.
selected level 5 plus 18 plus. In-game event ends 0300 EDT 27 April. Win the in-game event. Receive an invite to the live contest in June in California. Requires U.S. travel. For terms and conditions, visit 2.king.com/terms.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps. All tournament long, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Let's admit something. It's easy to get stuck in a rut. You grab the same thing for breakfast if you even bother to eat one every day. You think about exercise and then you think, well, maybe tomorrow. The only thing that's not stuck is the needle that goes higher and higher on the scale. Now, the new weight loss medications will help with the scale, but isn't everything else still stuck? I chose Awaken 180 because I didn't just want to lose weight. I wanted to be shown how to enhance my everyday life. I wanted a lifestyle change, in other words. That's exactly what Awaken 180 promised, and that's exactly what Awaken 180 delivered. I feel better. I'm happier. I even look forward to seeing my doctor for my annual physical because I know I've got things in a great place. Yes, I could have chosen the medications, but taking a new medication for life would have been the only change. Is your goal more than to simply lose weight? If it is, do what I did and get unstuck with the medication-free solution for weight loss. Fast, safe, proven weight loss with free support for life. Online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Wrestling Attorneys at Law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You think you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. There's somebody having a worse day than you. There's somebody that just got into an accident. There's somebody sitting at the hospital right now. Doctor coming into the hospital room, telling them you ain't never gonna be able to walk again. Telling them they gonna wear a colostomy bag for the rest of their life. And you know what happens after that? They gotta look at their wife and wonder, is it even fair? Should she leave? Should she go? She gonna leave anyway? That's the thoughts that's running through their head. And you thinking you having a bad day? You ain't having a bad day. They having a bad day. Real bad. Accidents are real. When they happen, call the dog. Big or small, you call the dog. Car accident, call the dog. Medical malpractice, call the dog. Top Dog Law.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up tomorrow night in the big college basketball tournament, the round of 16, BYU taking on Alabama. Alabama, 5.5-point favorite in the game, and the total is a sky-high 175.5, and both of these teams have electric offenses. I have no interest in the total, but as far as the spread goes, I am going to take the points here with BYU, and I think BYU is live to win this game as well. Bama, an all-offense, no-defense team. Those teams always susceptible to upsets, so coming up on Thursday night, give me BYU plus the points and to win against Bama. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/award.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45+ convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
The great rewards hunt is on. So join the adventure with DraftKings Casino. For fun seekers, follow the trail to huge jackpots, weekly bonuses, and exclusive games. But the excitement is only getting started because new players can get their losses back up to $1,000 in casino credits on their first day. Just sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. And start playing to get up to $1,000 in casino credits back with a minimum $5 net loss. Only on the most rewarding place to play with promo code THEFAN. DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Loss back for 24 hours up to $1,000 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We have an accident at the intersection of Shady Ave and Walnut Street. If you're headed through there, exercise some caution. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code FAN25 and save $25 with Two Men and a Junktruck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins lose 6-1 to the Lightning, but Sidney Crosby records an assist, meaning he is 1 point away from breaking a tie with Wayne Gretzky and notching his 20th consecutive season with at least a 1 point per game average. He'll have a chance to set the record tomorrow when the Penguins travel to Buffalo. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville at 93.7thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
50-minute mark here on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. It is the PM team. Andrew Filipponi out today. He is battling through it. I think there's a stomach bug that tore through the Filipponi household. He played hurt yesterday. We appreciate him for that. And he could not play as hurt today. Although something tells me, Donnie, if Aaron Rodgers signed officially with the Steelers, like now, right now, there would be a car come screeching into the parking lot. He would probably have like a barf bag with him. All right, guys, I'm ready to go. Or that video function that we have, for example,
I would all
Mike
of a sudden
Florio
see
on.
him pop up there.
A guy who probably would tell you, I don't know what this video function is, Donnie. He would just pop up and say, put me on. I'm ready. Huge sports upset brewing, by the way. In the Pittsburgh Media March Madness, the sports bracket, after falling behind early big